Chapter 956. Sir Hierarch, you are wise. Zhang Xiaohua anxiously scratched at his neck, as if he wanted to grab hold of Nun Jingyi's divine sense. He argued, this disciple knows that this disciple has caused Grand Elder Jing Gang to misunderstand me, so I received Sect Master's decree to leave immediately after recovering from my injuries. Even when I was at the foot of the mountain, I didn't dare to reveal my whereabouts. During this period of time, this disciple was very afraid that Grand Elder Jing Gang would suddenly appear. I was always nervous. It wasn't until I set foot in Mo Soa Palace that I felt at ease. Only in front of Sect Master did I feel a sense of security. I have been to Shiling Peak, but I have never seen Great Elder Jing Gang. Moreover, Sir Hierarch, if I had seen Great Elder Jing Gang, would I still be standing in Mo Xian Palace? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, if I had the skills to kill Great Elder Jing Gang, would I still need to hide? Nun Jingyi's face was hidden under the veil and her emotions could not be seen. Everyone in the hall, except for Chen Chen who looked anxious and Peacock who was looking down at the ground, looked at Zhang Xiaohua with interest and did not speak. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Nun Jingyi's divine sense was retracted. Whether you killed him or not, you are the most suspicious. Nun Jingyi said coldly, Shimujuan has always hated you. When he returns from his training, you will be in for it. Zhang Xiaohua laughed coldly in her heart but her face was awkward. She said, Sir Hierarch, I have been wronged. You have been wronged. Perhaps I know. Even if Shimujuan knows, he may not be able to let it go. Unless you can find Yuzhuchuan. I have only seen Senior Brother Yu once. I don't even know what he looks like now. Where do you want me to find him? This is really difficult for me. Hee, I can point you out a way to get you out of this predicament temporarily. Really? Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be overjoyed and said anxiously, Sir Hierarch, please enlighten me. I am very grateful. You've been on your way back. Do you know what happened in the church? Yes, this disciple has asked the senior sister who sent the message, so I know a little. Zhang Xiaohua answered honestly. That's good. Now that the fragrant order has reappeared in the pugilistic world, you can go out at any time. If you go out, won't Shimujuan be unable to find you? Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up with joy, but she immediately became discouraged. Disciples' martial arts are not complete yet. Even if I can leave, what can I do? If Senior Martial Brother Shi wants to find me, he will find me no matter what. Disciple should stay by Lord Cult Leader's side, only then will it be safer. Bah! Nun Jingyi laughed and scolded, since when did our cult let you run away? This sect only wants you to make a trip to the pugilistic world. When Shimujuan returns and finds the murderer who killed Great Elder Jing Gang, he won't vent his anger on you. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up with joy. Yes, this time it was genuine joy. She smiled and said, Thank you, Lord Cult Leader, for granting my wish. Thank you, Lord Cult Leader, for your concern. You're really a living bodhisattva who saves people in distress. Bah! Nun Jingyi scolded again. I haven't even told you and you've already brought up the Dalan Temple's shady business. Chen Chen, tell him what happened. Chen Chen's expression was strange. She said, Ren Xiaoyao, consider yourself lucky. You actually snatched away this senior sister's good thing. Then she told him about the invitation. Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened after hearing this and laughed secretly. The heavens are really helping me. She bowed to the ground again. Thank you, Lord Cult Leader, for granting my wish. Thank you, Senior Sister Chen, for granting my wish. This cult leader will make it clear to you first. Rest at Lingxiang Peak for 2 days. If Shimujuan returns, he will naturally go and it has nothing to do with you. Of course, if he goes, he won't find trouble with you. This cult leader won't go back on his words. If he doesn't return, it will be your turn to go. Yes, this disciple understands. Yes, if you go, you must remember that you're the guardian disciple of our cult leader. You're under the direct command of Mo Xinggong. You're even higher than the disciples of Ruijin Temple. Don't lose face in front of the Dalan Temple. If there's any news, this cult leader won't give you any face. But, this disciple's martial arts are weak. I'm afraid. Zhang Xiaohua said the unpleasant words up front. Don't worry. Nanjing Yi waved her hand. You're still young and the only guardian disciple of our cult leader. Even if the Dalan Temple makes things difficult for you, they have to restrain themselves. You don't have to be too afraid. The cult leader is wise. Letting Ren Xiaoyao, a guardian disciple with weak martial arts, go to the Dalan Temple is giving the Dalan Temple face by sending the only guardian disciple of Mo Xinggong. Secondly, it's respecting the Dalan Temple's rule of not allowing women to enter. Both sects don't have to make things difficult for him. The most amazing thing is that our guardian disciple is young and his martial arts aren't high. Only his strength is unparalleled. He's going to make things difficult for the Dalan Temple. Nanjing Fan praised from the side. Nanjing Yi smiled but didn't say anything. She seemed to have other plans in mind. Nanjing Fan continued, it's just a pity that Ren Xiaoyao became a guardian disciple and separated from Xia. The last time he came back, Xia was in seclusion. Although he can see her this time, he has to leave again in 2 days. It's like two birds flying together. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes in her heart. She thought, where did Nanjing Fan learn to enlighten people? Is this called two birds flying together? I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it. Nanjing Fan looked at Nanjing Yi with a smile. There's no harm in saying it. Ren Xiaoyao is young and doesn't have much experience in Jianghu. We should send a disciple of Ruijin Temple to follow him. However, he broke into Yixiang and offended Ruijin Temple. They might not care about him. Xia is careful and she is also a couple with Ren Xiaoyao. If Xia accompanies him to the Dalan Temple, she is the disciple of senior sister Jing Xian. Her status is second only to the successor disciples. If the Dalan Temple doesn't understand why we send a guardian disciple, won't Xia show our respect to the Dalan Temple? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when she heard this. She didn't care about Nanjing Fan's wrong words. She almost wanted to call Nanjing Fan her Excellency Hierarch. Nanjing Yi was also happy when she heard this. She clapped her hands and said, good. Once Xia goes, Ren Xiaoyao's position as a guardian disciple will be confirmed. It will be difficult for the Dalan Temple to find fault. Whether it's for public or private reasons, Xia should go. Peacock's eyes were still looking at the ground. Chen Chen's face was full of resentment. He opened his mouth and said, Master, why are you so partial to this guardian disciple? You even let him take a couple on the road? Are they going to deliver the invitation or to laugh proudly in Jianghu? It's both. Nanjing Fan smiled. To help others, to push the boat with the current, or to satisfy both sides, anyone would be willing to do it. Nanshuezhen looked at the few elders who had been silent all this time. She asked, Excellency Hierarch, should we invite a few elders to accompany the disciples when they go out? To ensure their safety? Nanjing Yi thought for a moment and waved her hand. No need. This is a diplomatic trip. Even if there are some grudges with some sects, there's no need to think about it. If there are any sects that don't know their place, this martial arts convention will be an opportunity. Then, Nanjing Yi waved her hand and dismissed Zhang Xiaohua. She didn't even let him pay his respects to Nanjing Gang's corpse. It was as if she had forgotten about this matter. Zhang Xiaohua left Mo Xian Palace and went straight to his room. Everything was the same as before. He knew that Meng had come out of seclusion but didn't know that he was back. When he was about to go out to look for her, he heard hurried footsteps. Without using his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua could tell that it was Meng. Seeing Meng's thick eyebrows, white face, and pure eyes, Zhang Xiaohua smiled in his heart. He went forward and said, Meng, how did you know I was back? Then, his hand held Meng's hand without leaving a trace. Meng blushed and struggled a few times. In the end, she let him hold her hand. She lowered her head and said shyly, "The junior sister on duty saw you and immediately informed me." "Hee, I didn't expect you to be so popular." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the shy Meng with a smile. "It's nothing. You're just a disciple of a guardian. Otherwise, who would know about me?" "Really?" Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and said, I'm already low-key enough. How can I still attract so much attention?" "Then you have to teach me how to not attract attention. I just want to protect your eyes." Pfft, Meng laughed and blushed. She said, "You have a good feeling." Then, she held Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said worriedly, "I heard. Senior sister Chen Chen said that great elder Jing Gang wanted to harm you. I was very worried. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so foolish. Look at what you're saying." Zhang Xiaohua let go of her hand and moved a strand of messy hair away from the corner of Meng's eyes. He stroked Meng's black hair and said with heartache, Sure Tai can rest in peace now that you've done this for her. I have 9 lives. Even if Yuzhuchuan wanted to kill me, she couldn't. Even if Nanjing Gang wanted to kill me, she couldn't. Even if Shimujuan wanted to kill me, he couldn't. Senior brother, she wanted to kill you? Meng said in surprise, hasn't he not returned to the mountain yet? Zhang Xiaohua saw that she accidentally let it slip and quickly changed the topic. Right, I just found out that Nanjing Gang was killed in Mo Xian's palace. Do you know who killed her? Meng shook her head. How would I know? I just heard that great elder died. I was worried that you were killed by her. I just felt relieved when I heard that you're back. Xiaohua, it's so good to see you alive. Yes, me too. I couldn't help but come back earlier when I thought of you waiting for me at Lingxiang Peak. Right, I have good news for you. Good news? Meng Qi said, is it related to me? Or yours? Zhang Xiaohua said mysteriously, of course it's related to you and me. Guess? If it was Nye Qianyu, she would have tilted her head and thought, but Meng shook her head. If you want to tell me now. If you don't, I don't want to hear it either. Chapter 957. Zhang Xiaohua felt helpless and said, Meng, can you not be so boring? I'm boring, who would bother you to look for me? Seeing that Meng was angry, Zhang Xiaohua quickly said, Okay, I'll tell you now. Then, Zhang Xiaohua told her about the sect protecting spell and the martial arts convention. I know about the sect protecting spell. Lord Leader pulled out all the disciples who were in seclusion to deal with this matter, but the martial arts convention? It should be a grand occasion, I'm really looking forward to it. Meng's eyes shone with a longing look. Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused. Don't you want to go out for a walk? Go to the Daoist temple to send an invitation? Che. Meng laughed. That's senior brother Shi's business, what does it have to do with you and me? Lord Sect Leader is just encouraging you. That might not be the case. If Shi Mujuan doesn't come back, doesn't that mean we can go? The sect protecting spell is such a big matter, how can senior brother Shi not come back? Xiaohua, you should think more about how to make senior brother Shi not suspect you. Meng saw Zhang Xiaohua's nonchalant look and frowned slightly. She asked curiously, could it be, you're so sure that Lord Leader will send you and me to the Daoist temple? How could it be? Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic and smiled. Now that the incense cult is open, we'll have plenty of chances to fight side by side in the martial world. If we don't succeed this time, there'll be a next time. Bah, who wants to fight side by side with you? Meng said, her cheeks flushed. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat and she held Meng's hand even tighter. The two of them looked at the secluded place and chatted until the sky turned dark. Then, they reluctantly parted. Zhang Xiaohua returned to his room and thought for a moment. Then, his figure disappeared into the ground. He didn't dare to go too deep into the ground. Following his memory, he arrived at the mountain path. Then, he jumped out of the ground and hid his figure. He carefully went down the lingering fragrance peak. He waited until he was outside the mountain. Then, he soared into the sky and used the flying technique to go straight to the first faith peak. Back in the day, Zhang Xiaohua rode the David's deer from the first faith peak to the lingering fragrance peak. It took him a few days, but it only made Zhang Pinger extremely worried in the distant fire hall. Cough cough, of course, it was also Zhang Xiaohua's fault for taking the time to go to the weapon refining hall to get a few useful artifacts. That unremarkable little mirror had saved Zhang Xiaohua many times. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua thought more than once. Since Nanjing Yi and Nanjing Gang also had divine senses, some elders in Mo Xian Palace should also have divine senses. But why did the small mirror, the crimson spirit shield, and the unknown bracelet in the human pavilion all fall into her hands? Could it be that she had a good character? But on Lingxiang Peak, she saw that almost every disciple had some magic tool fragments in their hands. Then, in the life and death battle with Nanjing Gang, she saw the Jelon plate. And that was a magic tool that Nanjing Gang did not use. Zhang Xiaohua knew that it was not that she had a good character. It was just that Nanjing Gang did not like it. Nanjing Yi had divine senses. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to use her divine senses to check. She must have a more powerful magic tool on her that she could not compare to. As for the small mirror, Zhang Xiaohua also had a trace of understanding. Didn't the founder of the immortal Dao, Huan Wuxin, say that before the immortal Dao, there was a cultivation world? Moreover, this world was also strange. There were Dharma artifacts that were even more powerful than the immortal Dao. These Dharma artifacts couldn't be discovered by divine sense alone. The small mirror might belong to this category. As for the Crimson Spirit Shield, it was something that Abbess Jing Yi didn't care about. Of course, the green gourd should be the magic tool that the founder of the fragrant religion, Yumingxin, used in the cultivation world in the past. It should be the same as the small mirror in her hand. The flying technique was indeed wonderful. In less than an hour, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at Shixin Peak. Seeing hundreds of Wuming Hall disciples guarding the mountain path in front of Shixin Peak, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this must be an order from Nanjing Yi to prevent the Misty School disciples from doing anything strange. However, the disciples of Ruijin Hall on Lingxiang Peak could not discover Zhang Xiaohua, who secretly went down the mountain. How could the disciples of Wuming Hall detect Zhang Xiaohua going up the mountain? There was no one in Zhang Xiaohu's room. The oil lamp was lit and there was a half-open book on the table. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the familiar room and sat on the chair with a smile. She picked up the book and read it with great interest. After a long time, the sound of light footsteps came from the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua listened and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Zhang Xiaohu pushed the door and entered. When he saw that there was someone in the room, he was shocked at first. Then, he was overjoyed. He looked back at the pitch-black courtyard and closed the door. He smiled and said, "Xiaohua? Why are you here now?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't answer. She looked at her second brother and said, "Second brother, people are in good spirits. Looking at your complexion, it's really good." Zhang Xiaohu stepped forward and looked around with joy in his eyes. Then he sat on the chair next to her and said with a smile, "No matter how good I am not as good as you. The female alchemist disciple on Lingxiang Peak is good, isn't she? Is she much better than Nie Qinyu?" Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. She waved her hands and said, "Second brother, don't tease me." "What are you talking about?" "What? You go to Lingxiang Peak to be an alchemist disciple. Isn't it because of that little girl? If you don't hug her thigh, do you want to hug Chen Chen's thigh?" Zhang Xiaohua showed a mischievous expression and said with a smile, "Second brother, this is what you said." "I never said it." Zhang Xiaohu suddenly realized and punched Zhang Xiaohua on the shoulder. He laughed and scolded, "Chen Chen and I have a pure relationship." Zhang Xiaohua felt wronged and said curiously, "Second brother, I didn't say a word." Okay. Zhang Xiaohu curled his lips and stopped pestering. You have been to Lingxiang Peak for more than 2 months. Have you become an alchemist disciple? Let's not talk about that first. Second brother, why did you suddenly read a book? Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the book on the desk with interest and said with a smile. I can't not read. Xiaohua, we were poor in the past. When I was young, I didn't know how to read. I didn't know how powerful the contents of books were. Your second sister-in-law forced me to read the things in the book. Only then did I know that this is reality and history repeating itself. Only by reading more and thinking more can I have a clear view of people and be ahead of others. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. That's right. He had been cultivating more, but he had read fewer books. Although the heavenly Tao was the truth of the heavenly Tao, the books contained the wisdom of his predecessors. It was also useful for him who lacked life experience. I understand. Second sister-in-law has high expectations of you. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, oh, by the way, how is the martial arts exhibition going? I remember you were going to hold it when I left. Zhang Xiaohu spread his hands and said helplessly, what else can we do? You gave Ding Chao and Du Feng a meridian nourishing pill each. If they don't get the first and second place, wouldn't it be unfair to you? Second brother didn't go on stage. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. How could he not go on stage? He just took advantage of his injury to fight with the deputy hall master. But Ding Chao and Du Feng were not convinced. They rebelled against me. Zhang Xiaohua said, how about I give that, whatever pill to second brother tonight? Let you be awe-inspiring? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up and he laughed foolishly. Then, that's good. Zhang Xiaohua was excited again. He extended his hand towards his money pouch, but just as his divine sense came into contact with the jade bottle of qi-generating pills, his heart unconsciously stirred. He once again took his hand out from his bosom and said while shaking his head, second brother, I think it's better if you don't be so impatient. Why? Zhang Xiaohu stared blankly. His eyes turned and he also came to a realization. He nodded and said, you're right. Now that I've just become the head disciple, it's better to gain the trust of Lingering Fragrance Peak. If I break away from their control, who knows what accident might happen. What second brother said makes sense. Moreover, not only that, at this critical juncture, they've sent so many disciples to prevent your Misty Hall from changing. If you, senior, suddenly achieve great success, wouldn't it give Sir Leader a headache? Critical juncture? What do you mean? Zhang Xiaohua mysteriously said, these past few days, the peak has been shaking. Second brother, aren't you curious about what happened? Nonsense, of course I'm curious. It's just, what would a little alchemy disciple like you know? Zhang Xiaohu said snappily. Second brother, if you say so, then you're looking down on your Lingering Fragrance cult's only protector disciple. Protector disciple? Zhang Xiaohu stared blankly and asked curiously, is it you? Yes, it's your only brother, Zhang Xiaohua, Ren Xiaoyao. Zhang Xiaohu's face was full of disdain. He asked again, I don't know how you tricked them. Oh, right, what's the deal with the shaking of the mountain? I asked Hall Master Yang and Vice Hall Master Yang, but they didn't know either. However, I heard from the disciples that a lot of outer disciples came down from Shixin Peak. I'm afraid it's not a good thing. How is it a bad thing? It's a good thing. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and told him about the opening of the restriction. Really? Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up when he heard the news. He grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, Xiaohua, second brother. Second brother knows that you're very resourceful. You should take advantage of the opening of the restriction and spread the news that we're both alive to the Guizhuang house. Let father and mother rest assured. What do you think? Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's teary eyes, Zhang Xiaohua held his hand tightly and said with a smile, don't worry, second brother. I'm here for this matter. You're running away? Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously. No. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, I'm just looking for a good job. I'll go out for a walk and settle our personal matters. Chapter 958. Zhang Xiaohu could not bear it and said anxiously, Xiaohua, what happened? You mean that you are more popular than me, the chief disciple of the Misty Hall, in Lingxiang Peak? The inhibition was opened and we didn't even know about it. But you are going to go out immediately. Second brother, I have a good character, okay? Zhang Xiaohua was complacent and told him everything. No way. How could it be? You are so lucky. What? You are going to the Daoist temple? Zhang Xiaohua talked for a long time and Zhang Xiaohu's heart went up and down with him. Although he knew that Zhang Xiaohua was in front of him and did not lose a hair, he was his brother after all. How could he not be worried? The great master Chang Gung of the Daoist temple has seen you. Don't be found out. How could it be? Zhang Xiaohua patted his chest and said, even Master Wen didn't find me, let alone monk Chang Gung. He, Xiaohua, you are so lucky. First it was Nie Qinyu, then Zhang Pinger. There is a dream here. By the way, is Meng beautiful? How is she compared to Nie Qinyu? How is she compared to Zhang Pinger? Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed. Second brother, Meng is the disciple of Shirtai and is also your senior sister. Oh, yes. Zhang Xiaohu patted his forehead and said with a smile, I forgot about this. When I have a problem in martial arts, I will go to Lingxiang Peak to see my sister-in-law. I will check her for my parents first. Well, I think it's okay. Zhang Xiaohua did not show any weakness. It's better to ask second sister-in-law and Chen Chen. Well, I think it's okay. Zhang Xiaohu raised his eyebrows and said, if we call the two of them, even Nie Qinyu and Zhang Pinger will be watching. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua was not as thick-skinned as Zhang Xiaohu. She stamped her feet and said, all right, you won't be able to see it even if you want to. Dream of going to the Daoist temple with me. That's great. Xiaohua, you don't have to send a letter. Just take your sister-in-law home and settle everything. Zhang Xiaohua was completely defeated. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaohu and said, all right, second brother, don't make fun of your only brother. The opening of the incense cult seal is very bad for your Misty Hall. It may bring you some disaster. You should be careful. Okay, I understand. Zhang Xiaohu nodded solemnly. This was indeed not the right time to increase his inner strength. How is the situation in Misty Heights and Huanxi Heights? I don't know about Huanxi Heights. Miss O has never contacted Misty Hall, but I don't see any bad news. They should be fine. Under the leadership of Martial Ancestrally, the ethereal mountain villa is gradually moving closer to the ethereal hall. In the past 2 months, they have been in contact with each other. Many of the martial uncles have gradually recovered their internal strength. Their broken bones are also slowly recovering. Perhaps they will recover soon. What about Captain He, Hero 1 and the others? Zhang Xiaohua was a little nervous. Needless to say, they are all very good. Xiaohua, second brother. I really want to thank you. Zhang Xiaohu said sincerely. Second brother, are you okay? You've only been reading for a few days and you're so emotional. Alas, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, you should read more books. Okay, I know. Zhang Xiaohua said impatiently, if there's nothing else, second brother, then I'll go back to Lingxiang Peak. Now? Zhang Xiaohu looked at the sky outside and said, it's not early anymore. How can you rush back to Lingxiang Peak? It's better to rest here for the night and leave tomorrow. No, it's still early. I can make it. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so sure, Zhang Xiaohu was suspicious. You won't sleep at night? Sleep? But it's still early. I'll sleep when I get back to Lingxiang Peak. But Zhang Xiaohu was still puzzled. This place is so far from Lingxiang Peak. Forget it, second brother. I won't explain to you. I'm leaving. I'll come back when I come back from outside. Zhang Xiaohua said and shrank into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Good, she can go back to Lingxiang Peak at night? What ability does Xiaohua have? When the time comes, I'll have to ask him to teach me. Zhang Xiaohu was not surprised to see Zhang Xiaohua disappear. He only secretly coveted Zhang Xiaohua's ability to come and go quickly. The night of Lingxiang cult was no longer the same as before. On the mountain path and in the forest, there were some hidden sentries. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was not suppressed by the restriction. The range of his vision had greatly increased. He had already seen everything clearly. While sighing at Lingxiang cult's cautiousness, he concealed himself and directly returned to Lingxiang Peak. On the second day, Zhang Xiaohua finished his routine homework. He held the great wisdom sword and stayed at the door of the small house. Previously in the thick earth palace in the ruins of Huan, the shocking staff of the mysterious stone statue had left a deep impression on him. It was a supreme technique to use strength to overcome the enemy. Zhang Xiaohua had long wanted to comprehend it. However, later on, he comprehended the sword of the world and put it aside. Now that he was about to leave the mountain, he still had to use the guise of martial arts. This method of using strength to subdue people still needed to be considered. Meng was also sensible. She did not come during the day so as not to disturb Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation. She only came at night. Once she saw Zhang Xiaohua, she asked curiously, "You're a strange person. How did you know that senior brother she would not be able to come back in time?" "Just now, the cult leader sent a decree to let me prepare. If there are no unforeseen events tomorrow, I'll go out with you the day after tomorrow." Hee, isn't that good? Isn't it what you and I want to join hands in Jianghu? But Meng's face was slightly red. "My martial arts are weak and your martial arts are about the same. If we go out together, won't we be laughed at?" Zhang Xiaohua disagreed. "We're going to deliver the invitation, not to fight. When two countries are at war, they don't kill the envoys. What can they do to us? I reckon that the cult leader is thinking the same thing. That's why he sent you and me. If that's the case, then I'm relieved." Meng patted her slightly towering chest with a relaxed expression. Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly at Meng. Meng suddenly woke up and rebuked, "What are you looking at?" Nothing. I just want to touch the side of your armpit." Meng's face looked as though it was dripping blood. She slapped Zhang Xiaohua's hand and pretended to be angry. "What kind of thoughts are you having?" Meng Qi quickly walked away. Zhang Xiaohua laughed mischievously. She threw the great wisdom sword aside and followed behind Meng Qi. On the third day, as Zhang Xiaohua expected, Shimujuan, the eldest disciple of the dead elder Jing Gang of Ruijin Hall, did not return to Lingxiang Peak in time. The task of delivering the invitation to the Daoist temple fell on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulders. In Mo Xian's palace, Zhang Xiaohua received an ordinary dark green jade and asked curiously, "This cult leader, are you sure? This is the invitation? Is it for my traveling expenses?" Nanjing Yi did not speak. Chen, who was beside her, laughed out loud, "You idiot, of course this is the invitation. It's just that you don't understand." Meng, who was standing behind Zhang Xiaohua, blushed a little. Zhang Xiaohua smiled embarrassedly and was about to put the jade away when Nanjing Yi said, "Ren Xiaoyao, you, what? Does cult leader have any other orders?" Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and asked. Nanjing Yi looked at Meng, who was supposed to be standing in front of Zhang Xiaohua. She opened her mouth but shook her head. She waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. You can go now. Be careful. By the way, you have to personally hand this invitation to the Daoist temple's elder. Once you receive the elder's reply, come back immediately." "Yes, disciple understands." "Oh, by the way, the Daoist temple's previous abbot, Master Yuan Tian, was taken care of by our cult when he was alive. If you have the opportunity, please pay your respects on behalf of our cult. Disciple understands. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Of course, the journey of a peacock and a swallow was different, so there was no need to explain it here. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng left lingering fragrance peak with sweet smiles on their faces. Zhang Xiaohua was still the same as before, while Meng was riding a pure white steed. Meng originally didn't wear a veil, but due to the cult of fragrance's rules, Nun Jingyi still gave her a veil to cover her face before leaving the mountain. Riding a pure white steed was a graceful woman wearing a light purple palace dress. Looking from afar, she exuded a mysterious aura. Unconsciously, Zhang Xiaohua, who had just left lingering fragrance peak, sneered, "Actually, there's no need for anyone to accompany you. Just this outfit alone is enough for everyone to know you're a disciple of the cult of fragrance. Who would dare bully you?" Meng rebuked, "What? You haven't even left the mountain and you're already tired of it? How about I go back right now? Let you have some peace and quiet." I know. Don't tell me you want to take this opportunity to leave the valley and meet that Rejuvenation Valley's Miss Nye? Zhang Xiaohua's face immediately turned green. She shut her mouth tightly and didn't speak again. After walking for a while, she heard Meng laugh. "Xiaohua, don't tell me I hit the nail on the head? Are you thinking about those sweet moments? Big sister, please spare me. When did I have any sweet moments with little fishy Nye?" Zhang Xiaohua begged for mercy. "I only heard you mention it, and only then did I remember. Didn't the cult leader say he was going to punish Rejuvenation Valley? I don't know how he did it. I'll be too embarrassed to meet her in the future. You do have some conscience to think of Rejuvenation Valley's consolation. Didn't the cult leader say he was going to be lenient? It shouldn't be a big deal. I didn't make any serious inquiries, but I vaguely heard my senior sisters mention it. It's just a punishment that's all bark and no bite." "Oh, that's good. But why didn't your senior sister say it more clearly? Rejuvenation Valley is only a small sect. How could it be worthy of the cult leader's attention? Even senior sisters only heard it by accident. Who would have the patience to talk about it in detail?" Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. That's right, Rejuvenation Valley was important in her eyes, but what about the disciples of Fragrance Cult? Even the disciples of Wuming Hall looked down on it, let alone the disciples of Mo Xian Palace. She wanted to get information from Mengheng, but it was tantamount to asking the blind. Mengheng glanced at her and said with a smile, "According to the cult leader's map, we need to pass by Mo Xian City. Why don't we go and take a look?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She waved her hand and said, "No need, no need. Let's take a detour." "No way, Xiaohua, if you don't have any ulterior motives, Rejuvenation Valley sent you to Fragrance Cult. Now that you've returned, you should at least go and thank them. Being ungrateful isn't your style." Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to say. Chapter 959. Zhang Xiaohua and Dream rode their horses because they wanted to see the scenery. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua had to sleep on time, they would have traveled day and night. Even so, it only took them a few days to reach Jinghai Lake. Before they could see the Jinghai Lake, there were many disciples of the Wuming Hall patrolling the mountain path. Luckily, Meng was wearing a palace dress and a white veil. The disciples of the Wuming Hall knew that she was an inner disciple, so they were very respectful to her. Zhang Xiaohua also benefited a lot, so there were fewer checks. When they arrived at the mountain next to Jinghai Lake, they were stopped by another group of disciples. They respectfully asked, "Excuse me, senior sister, and senior brother, where are the two of you going on official business?" Dream looked at them and didn't answer. Zhang Xiaohua walked forward with her 4 odd beasts. She cupped her fists and said, "I'm Ren Xiaoyao, a disciple of Lingxiang Peak. I'm accompanying this senior sister from Mo Shuigong to the Dalan Temple. Junior brothers, please make way." Dalan Temple? The disciples were very surprised and showed envy on their faces. The leader walked forward and said respectfully, Senior Marshal Brother Ren, this job is really good. Since the opening of Jinghai Lake, the sect master hasn't sent any disciples out. You're the first one. Zhang Xiaohua and Dream looked at each other and smiled. There will always be a first. There will be more in the future. I think in a few days, there will be senior sisters going to the Tenryu sect and the Righteous Alliance. Ah. Is that so? The disciple didn't understand and said flatteringly, then. Senior Brother Ren, I'm just curious. Why are you, inner disciples, going to these big sects? Can you tell us? Ha ha ha, not only that. I'm afraid there will be many inner disciples visiting the famous sects in Jianghu. The disciple was so curious that he was about to scratch his head. This. What on earth happened? Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, Junior brother, I think you're pleasing to the eye, so I'm only telling you. Please don't tell anyone else, or else, I won't say it. Senior Brother Ren, I have a nickname which is Taciturn Gourd. I'm the best at keeping secrets. Just tell me, I definitely won't leak it out. Okay, then come closer. What? They're going to hold a martial arts convention? The disciple almost jumped up and blurted out. Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed. Junior Marshal Brother, why are you beaming with joy? This isn't something an expert would do. It's been a long time since I've seen something exciting. This is the legendary martial arts conference. How can I not be excited? Alright, I still have to hurry. You, the disciple shouted, Junior brothers, hurry up and make way. Senior Brother Ren from the inner sanctum has something important to do. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and cupped her hands. Then, she left with Meng. After entering the valley and seeing the calm Jinghai Lake, Meng complained, how can you casually tell the outer sanctum disciples about this kind of thing? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, there are only 3 months until the martial arts convention. We still have to rely on the outer sanctum disciples to work. How can Lord Sect Leader not tell them in advance? Moreover, there will be a lot of Rui Jin Palace disciples going out in the future. How long can this kind of thing be kept a secret? I'm just a few days ahead of schedule. You're always right. Meng curled her lips. At this time, there were more than a dozen medium-sized boats on the Jinghai Lake. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua and Meng coming over, a few disciples who were controlling the boats hurriedly came down. After asking about the situation and checking their waist tags, the disciples said respectfully, Senior brother and senior sister, please board the boat. We will send you over. Over? Meng was stunned. She looked at the wide Jinghai Lake and asked curiously, how do we get out? The disciple who was controlling the boat pointed to the other side of the Jinghai Lake and said with a smile, okay, senior sister knows that there is a mountain ridge on the other side of the Jinghai Lake. Under the mountain ridge, there is a hidden waterway that leads to the outer sanctum, Dianqi Lake. We discovered it after the sect-protecting Grand Formation was opened. The Jinghai Lake was quite big. There were dozens of similar boats shuttling back and forth on the lake. After traveling for half a day, they arrived in front of a towering mountain ridge. Below the mountain ridge was a pitch-black cave. The water of the Jinghai Lake was flowing leisurely. Zhang Xiaohua had already released her divine sense, so she could see the place clearly. Below the mountain ridge, in the cave, there was also a large lake, which was connected to Dianqi Lake on the other side of the mountain ridge. In the past, Yu Mingxin of the Fragrant Cult and Yang Haoya of the Misty School used this water to connect the two lakes with a restriction formation. Meng sat on the boat. With the help of the torch of the disciple who was controlling the boat, she could see the cave clearly. The cave was very low, hanging over their heads. The undulating cave top had protruding sharp stones from time to time. The sharp stones were like reefs in the water, covered with a lot of moss and unusually wet. Seeing that Meng was very interested, the disciple who was controlling the boat explained, Senior sister and senior brother, the water level of the two lakes is not high on normal days, so it can reveal the passage. A few days ago, it was a full moon, so the water level was extremely high, submerging the passage under the water. Although we had the hint of the inner sanctum disciples, we still searched for a long time without any results. Later, when the water level dropped, we found the passage. Presumably, in the past, the fragrant cult could only travel together on the night of the full moon for the same reason. Junior brother, you're right. We think so too. Zhang Xiaohua responded with a smile. The passage under the mountain ridge was also very long. After traveling for an hour, there was light outside, and they entered Dianqi Lake. Dianqi Lake was almost the same as Jinghai Lake, and the surrounding mountains were also similar. Meng had long been amazed by it. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and saw that the other side of Dianqi Lake was different from before. There were tents and simple caves, which were all set up. Many outer sanctum disciples were holding weapons and walking in a hurry. When the boat reached the shore, the outer sanctum disciples on duty looked back. They did not feel strange and only focused on the outside of the valley. When Zhang Xiaohua and Meng got off the boat, the disciple who was controlling the boat tidied up a little and did not return. He stopped the boat not far away. Senior sister, may I ask, what business do you have? Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and saw a thin disciple walking quickly in front of her. His face was respectful and somewhat surprised. Zhang Xiaohua took a step forward, took out her waist token, and said with a smile, I'm Ren Xiaoyao, a disciple of Mo Xiangong. I'm accompanying this senior sister on business outside the valley. Outside the valley? The disciple frowned and said with an embarrassed face, Senior brother Ren, please wait here. I'll go and ask the inner sanctum disciples to come over. Inner sanctum disciples? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She looked at the place where the disciple used his lightness skill and scanned with her divine sense. Yes, outside the valley, there were also some disciples on guard in different places. Looking at their clothes, they were the disciples of Rui Jin Palace. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. She turned back and said with a smile, let's go. We don't need to act like a disciple of Mo Xiangong. In the eyes of outer sanctum disciples, whether it's Rui Jin Palace or Mo Xiangong, they are all inner sanctum disciples. Meng curled her lips and said, it's up to you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. She lifted her feet and walked out of the mountain. Not long after, a disciple of Rui Jin Palace followed the disciple of Wuming Hall. When the disciple saw Zhang Xiaohua from afar, he took a deep breath and said with an embarrassed face, I was wondering who it was. It turns out, it's junior brother Ren. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Needless to say, this guy's weapon must have been broken when she went up the mountain. She cupped her hands and said, cough, cough. It turns out, it's the senior brother of Rui Jin Palace. I'm sent by the hierarch to deliver a letter to the Daoist temple. Senior brother, please check the waist token. The disciple looked at Meng and asked in a low voice, Junior brother Ren, this senior sister, this is senior sister Xia from Mo Xiangong. Do you want to see the waist token? Xia? The disciple was stunned again. There was admiration and jealousy in his eyes. However, he still said, this is my duty. Please don't blame me. Why would Meng talk to him? She raised her hand and threw the waist token to Zhang Xiaohua. After the disciple checked the waist token, he respectfully returned it to Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, Junior brother Ren, you're the first group to leave the valley. Therefore, I have to be careful. Then, he looked at the two of them and said, Junior brother Ren, the Jianghu is not like the valley. You have to be careful. Many situations can't be solved by force. You have to be careful of unorthodox methods. When the disciple saw that Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were young, he wanted to protect them. As he led the two of them out of the valley, he told them about the things to pay attention to in the Jianghu. They walked very far. Before he finished, Zhang Xiaohua was touched. She bowed and thanked him, Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. I've benefited a lot. When I return from the Daoist temple, I'll thank you in person. You're too kind. The disciple shook his head, Junior brother Ren is the strongest person in the incense cult. In terms of martial arts, you're definitely 100 times stronger than me. However, in the Jianghu, you don't just look at martial arts. I've also left the valley in my early years. That's why I have some experience. After saying so much, junior brother Ren still remembers it in your heart. Of course, you can understand, but you have to rely on yourself for everything. Yes, I understand. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. The disciple pointed with his finger and said, if you follow this road, you'll reach Macho City. There's a fork in the road that leads to Shiyuan City in the north. If junior brother Ren wants to go to the Dalan Temple, it's better to go through Shiyuan City. Before Zhang Xiaohua could say anything, she felt Meng's bright eyes behind her. She could only smile and say, thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Goodbye. The two of them set off. Meng laughed and said, how is it? Junior brother Ren, are you going to Shiyuan City or Macho City? Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, isn't that nonsense? Our mission is the Dalan Temple, not Rejuvenation Valley. Naturally, we'll go through Shiyuan City. Are you sure? Of course. Zhang Xiaohua patted her chest. What a pity. Meng pursed her lips and said, I don't know if it's as you wish or not, but we have to go to Carefree City. Chapter 960. Zhang Xiaohua was curious when Meng said that they had to go to Vow City. Why must we go to Vow City? Meng looked at him and shook her head. This is a matter of Mo Xian's disciple. You cannot know. Who cares? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes even more. Only you female disciples are so troublesome and mysterious. As she spoke, she patted Huan and sprinted forward. Meng saw that Zhang Xiaohua was angry and quickly caught up. She said carefully, it's not that I don't want to tell you. Xiaohua, this is a matter of Mo Xian's disciple. Yes, she is a direct disciple. I am also Master's only disciple. I must go to Vow City. You. Don't blame me. Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth. Look at you, I am not a petty person. Zhang Xiaohua, do you really think I am angry? Even someone of senior peacock status came to Vow City as a messenger. Do you think I am an idiot who doesn't know there is a problem? Hee, whatever secrets you have, they are yours. You don't have to tell me. Meng smiled brightly when she saw that Zhang Xiaohua did not mind. She accompanied Zhang Xiaohua. The sound of horse hooves could be heard, and under the setting sun, the sounds of joy could be heard. The two of them followed the route that Zhang Xiaohua vaguely remembered and arrived at a place in the forest. Meng was sitting on a white horse. She had already changed into the martial attire commonly seen in Jianghu. She had also taken off the veil on her face, revealing her original appearance. Meng looked at the rising and falling waves of trees under the west wind and said with a smile, although the scenery outside the mountain can't be compared to the incense order, but it's different everywhere. This continuous forest is rare even in the incense order. That is true. The incense cult has always been self-contained. Everything is similar. You have been in the incense cult for 4 to 5 years, so it is nothing. Peacock and Chen must have been in there since they were young. They have long wanted to come out for some fresh air. Didn't you see the jealousy on Senior Chen's face when she heard that I was invited to the Dalan Temple? Yes, even though I used to be here, outside, but, at this point, Meng's face became gloomy. She lowered her head and stopped talking. She shook the reins and moved forward. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that Meng Qi was thinking about her past. But, she didn't know how to persuade her. So, she patted David's deer and chased after Meng Qi. She whispered, Meng Qi, although, you don't have any impression of your past. But, you can't guarantee that you won't remember it in the future. Think about it slowly, maybe. Meng raised her head with tears in her eyes. She looked into the distance and muttered, who knows? Even Master only said that he met me in the mountains. I've thought about it for 5 years, but I can't think of anything. I don't know if my parents, my sisters, and my brothers, are still safe in this world? Where are they? Haha. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. Perhaps they're all waiting for you to return. Oh, by the way, the aroma cult used to have a big array, so we couldn't go in and out freely. Now that the array is open, we'll have plenty of chances in the future to find them. Don't you think so? Zhang Xiaohua emphasized the word we. Meng looked back at him and said, Fortunately, Xiaohua, the first person in my memory is my master, and the second is you. My master has left me, but you can still be by my side. I'm already very satisfied. I only pray that, in this life, I can see you. Even if I can't find any family. I will. The last few words were like a mosquito buzzing. Luckily, Zhang Xiaohua's ears were good and he heard it clearly. If it were someone else, they would have to ask again. Zhang Xiaohua patted David's deer and walked to the white horse. He held Meng's hand and said sincerely, Actually, if we can find the fairy that we met that day, we may find some clues no matter how carefully we search. It's a pity that only Shirtai knows where the cottage is. I don't have much of an impression of it. How about you? I'm also muddle-headed. It's hard for me to remember. Meng was very sad. Meng. I won't say anything unnecessary. I just want to say that if we can find your family, that's the best. If we can't. Zhang Xiaohua was about to express his determination when suddenly, there was a sound above his head. Something fell down. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his spiritual sense and felt very depressed. He stretched out his hand and caught a goose with a feather arrow in its body. Ah. Meng was very surprised. What is this? Nothing. It's just someone hunting. Zhang Xiaohua held the goose in his hand and said, Meng, if we can't find any clues, don't be sad. I'm here, Xiaohua, what is hunting? Meng asked curiously. Zhang Xiaohua was a little speechless. Hunting? You don't even know. Forget it. I'll explain to you after I finish talking to you. You can explain now. I really haven't heard of hunting. Meng was ready to get to the bottom of it. Looking at the goose in his hand, Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to throw it out of the sky. What time is it now? Can't you fall down a little later? If you fall down a little later, will you die? However, the goose was dead. Zhang Xiaohua didn't expect it. Then Zhang Xiaohua was about to explain to Meng what hunting was, and he heard a rush of horse hooves. Who is it? Zhang Xiaohua almost flew into a rage. Why are these people so insensible? Haven't you been young before? However, when Zhang Xiaohua scanned with her divine sense, her face showed a strange expression. Meng also heard the sound of horse hooves, but it was blocked by the trees and couldn't see it. When the sound of horse hooves came closer, he saw a group of about 10 people, all dressed in martial attire. Only the 2 people in front were wearing long robes. One was empty-handed, the other was holding a folding fan. They looked like scholars. However, the 2 people's eyes were shining, especially the one in front. His eyes were deep, and his temples were slightly bulging. He was a master of internal energy. Zhang Xiaohua didn't look back, but his divine sense was constantly scanning the person in front. Who do you think this person is? It was the person who ambushed Peacock in the valley. Although this place is far from the incense cult, it is still within the incense cult's sphere of influence. This person ambushed their inner disciples. How can he still have the guts to be here? Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. There was still more than a year before the incense cult's next seal was lifted. Everyone in Jianghu knew this, and so did this person. This place was still very safe. The 2 people turned around the forest and suddenly saw Zhang Xiaohua and Meng. They were obviously surprised. Zhang Xiaohua's back was facing them, and the 2 people only glanced at his back before their eyes fell on Meng. The man in the back looked around as if he was looking for something. When the man in front saw Meng, he couldn't move his eyes away. It was as if there was a magnet firmly attracting his gaze. The man in the back looked for a long time, but didn't find anything. He smiled and said, "Young Master Peng, it seems that he is not here." However, young Master Peng didn't reply. When he saw young Master Peng's expression, he couldn't help but look at Meng. Meng was embarrassed by the two people looking at her. She patted her horse and went to Zhang Xiaohua's side. She used Zhang Xiaohua's thin body to block Senior Peng's view. Senior Peng woke up from his dream and asked, "Junior Brother Huang, what did you say?" Junior Huang found it funny, but he didn't show it on his face. He said, "Young Master Peng's wild goose didn't seem to fall here. Should we go look elsewhere?" Young Master Peng raised his head again. When he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was blocking his view, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He shook the reins and stepped forward. He cupped his hands and smiled. "Brother, have you seen a wild goose fall from the sky?" Zhang Xiaohua saw young Master Peng's face clearly. She sneered in her heart and turned around. She raised the wild goose and asked, "Are you talking about this?" Young Master Peng's face was filled with joy. He smiled and said, "Yes, it is. I didn't expect little brother to find it. It is fate." Then, he looked at Meng and asked, "I am Peng Yeyu. I wonder. Little brother. Which sect are you from? It is fate that we met. I hope little brother will not be stingy with your guidance. With your talent, you should be from a famous sect, right?" Meng was about to open her mouth, but Zhang Xiaohua said loudly, How could I be from a famous sect? I am only a disciple of Beidou school. I am here with my senior sister to train. Young Master Peng, please don't laugh at me." "Beidou school?" Peng Yeyu was stunned. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. He then looked at Junior Huang and shook his head. Peng Yeyu raised his head and said honestly, "Forgive my humble opinion, but I have never heard of Beidou school. May I ask?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart, "It would be strange if you knew." However, when he saw that this so-called young Master Peng was so honest and didn't come up with any tricks, he had a good impression of him. Thus, he threw the wild goose in his hand to young Master Peng and cupped his hands. This wild goose just descended from the sky. Hee, I didn't expect it to be young Master Peng. Senior sister and I still have some matters to attend to, so we'll part ways here. Meng pulled a long face and looked indifferent. He circled around and was about to leave. Young Master Peng was reluctant, but he still cupped his hands and said, "All right, see you." Before he could finish, Junior Huang got off his horse and stood in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He cupped his hands and said, "Little brother, I am Huang Cheng from the Falling Star Alliance. As the saying goes, it is fate that we meet. Young Master Peng just shot a wild goose, and I still have some game behind me. Why don't we find a place to barbecue some game and have a drink together?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at him coldly and said, "Master has ordered that you are not allowed to drink alcohol before you reach adulthood." A strange smile appeared on Huang Chang's face as he said, "Little brother, this is your first time in the pugilistic world, right? One more friend means one more path. Have you heard of this before?" "No." Zhang Xiaohua's answer was unusually straightforward. Chapter 961. You. Huang Chang's expression immediately changed. He did not expect Zhang Xiaohua to reply in such a manner. When the dozen or so followers behind him heard this, their expressions also changed. They urged their horses to surround them. When Peng Yeyu saw this, his expression also changed slightly. He covered his mouth and coughed. When Huang Chang heard this, his expression immediately changed. He smiled and said, "This young man is like a newborn calf. He really needs to be praised. Back in the day, I was also like this. I only learned how to conceal my strength after suffering a great loss." Hee. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the threat in his words, she sneered in her heart. She patted Huanhuan's protruding horn and followed Meng away. Peng Yeyu looked at Meng's back. When they were far away, he slapped his forehead and said, I forgot. I only know that they are from Beidou school. I didn't even ask for their names. Huang Chang smiled and said, with young Master Peng's ability, isn't it a piece of cake for you to find out about this Beidou school and their names? However, since young Master Peng is a guest of my Falling Star Alliance, you can leave this matter to me. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Huang Chang's smile was very flattering, which made Peng Yeyu feel a little disgusted. He did not think about the meaning behind Huang Chang's words. He just nodded and urged his horse to go in another direction. When he was far away, he still looked in the direction of Zhang Xiaohua and the others. The corners of Chang Huang's mouth curled up into a smile. He patted his horse and led everyone forward. Only one horse remained in its original position. When everyone was far away, the rider on the horse turned its head and galloped in Zhang Xiaohua's direction. When Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were far away, Meng asked, Xiaohua, why did you say that you are from Beidou school? Where is this Beidou school? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Where did this Beidou school come from? I was just making things up. Meng frowned, a child who lies is not a good child. You. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. I am not a child anymore. Moreover, before we left the valley, the senior brother of the Rui Jin Palace repeatedly reminded us. Could it be that you have forgotten? Oh, I see. Meng was a little confused. Then why didn't you say you were from the incense cult? No matter what, it's more famous than Beidou school. Listening to Meng asking such an idiotic question, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little sad. She knew that since Meng lost her memory, she had been by Shirtai's side. In the incense cult, not only did she not understand the deception of Jianghu, she didn't even know the common etiquette of the secular world. She patiently said, the leader didn't let the disciples leave the valley and only sent us to deliver letters to the major sections. He wanted to cover up the news of the incense cult opening so that he had time to prepare. He even had a plan to attack the sects when they were not paying attention. If we say we are from the incense cult, wouldn't everything be exposed? I understand. You told me to change my clothes and not wear a veil because of this. Yes, you are wearing a palace robe and a veil. Isn't it to tell others that you are an inner disciple of the incense cult? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's face suddenly changed and became gloomy. What's wrong? Meng, who had been paying attention to Zhang Xiaohua, noticed this and asked worriedly, What's wrong, Xiaohua? Are you not feeling well? No, I just feel that some people don't know the severity of things. Maybe there will be a good show to watch later. What do you mean? Meng Qi asked. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, Let's go. Let's hurry up. Maybe there won't be any wild geese falling down. Instead, there will be a pile of bird poop falling on our heads. Zhang Xiaohua, you are really disgusting. Meng seemed to be imagining the scene of bird poop falling on her head. She bit her lips and cursed before urging her horse to gallop away. The two of them urged their horses to move forward. After half a day, they didn't see anything unusual. They met many Jianghu people along the way, but they just looked at them casually and passed by. As the sky gradually darkened, Meng urged Zhang Xiaohua to find a place to stay. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and pointed ahead, there will be an inn soon. Don't worry. Meng Qi said, you have always been unable to distinguish north from south. How come you remember it so clearly now? Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. When I came from Macho City to spread incense, I have some impression of it. Besides, I am like you said. Before he finished speaking, a cold smile appeared on his face, and he looked behind him. Meng saw Daki and also turned her head. Behind her, in the dusk, there were birds flying out of the forest from time to time. Faintly, there was the sound of horse hooves. I'm afraid it's not. Although Meng was not very sophisticated, she could tell from young Master Peng's gaze and Huang Chang's threat. She turned her head and asked, Is it that young Master Peng? Maybe. Zhang Xiaohua stared into the distance and was calculating in her heart. You knew they would come back? Meng asked, is this the good show you were talking about? Yes. This is the danger of the Jianghu. Even if you don't provoke it, it will come flying by itself. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have made up her mind. She smiled and said, didn't you see the way young Master Peng looked at you? I wanted to dig his eyes out. However, he is reasonable and has some manners. I don't want to forget him. If he is among them. But. Meng panicked, there are more than 10 of them. I'm afraid we are not their match. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips. If the hierarch hears you, he will definitely punish you. Don't forget your identity as an inner disciple of the incense sect. What kind of attitude should you have in the Jianghu? They are just small fries. Even the disciples of Wuming Hall can take care of them. What are you afraid of? I've never fought anyone before, right? Besides, my martial arts are not complete yet. Meng's face was slightly red as she defended herself. Don't worry. There is still me. Zhang Xiaohua took on the responsibility. Don't think that I can't defeat Shi Mujuan. I am more than enough to take care of these small fries. Really? Meng could not believe it, but I heard senior sister Chen Chen say that your martial arts are very weak. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but laugh. That depends on who you are competing with. Meng nodded slightly. While they were talking and laughing, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. The one leading the way was Huang Cheng from the Fallen Star Alliance. Zhang Xiaohua and Dream ignored him and continued to move forward. Huang Cheng and the rest chased after them, and the 5 of them surrounded the 2 of them, stopping them from moving any further. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and cupped her hands. This. Senior brother Huang, you are. Huang Cheng put on a fake smile and said, nothing. I just feel that we are fated to meet, so I would like to invite you to our Fallen Star Alliance for a gathering. Zhang Xiaohua glanced at everyone and asked, I have something important to do and dare not delay. How about I go to the Fallen Star Alliance to visit Brother Huang after I am done? How dare you? Huang Cheng's expression changed, and he said angrily, you are just a disciple of a nameless sect. The Fallen Star Alliance thinks highly of you, but you don't want to give me face. Do you want me to lose face just like that? Zhang Xiaohua said in fear, Brother Huang, please calm down. I have something to do at my sect and dare not delay. Please forgive me, Brother Huang. Wait for me to come back. Huang Cheng waved his hand. What is so urgent? You don't even care about the Fallen Star Alliance? This is a secret of the sect. It is not convenient to tell you, Brother Huang. Huang Cheng asked again, I don't care about your beta school matters. Oh, by the way, do you need 2 people to do it? Zhang Xiaohua said in a daze, no need. Just 1 person is enough. That's good. Huang Cheng glanced at Meng and said with a smile, if that is the case, then, you might as well go by yourself. Let your senior sister come with us to the Fallen Star Alliance as a guest. How can that be? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Why don't we let senior sister go, and I will go with Brother Huang to the Fallen Star Alliance. Before Huang Cheng could say anything, Meng became impatient and said angrily, we are disciples of the fragrance cult. Now that we are here to do something, do you have the guts to do it? Fragrance cult? Huang Cheng's expression was very interesting. First, he was shocked, then he laughed. His eyes were full of mockery. Finally, he raised his head and laughed, almost to the point of tears. He pointed at them and said, I didn't believe you when you said you were from the beta school. Now, I do. You can pretend to be from any sect. Even if you are from the Tenryu's sect, I will think about it and think about it. Don't you know? There is still more than a year before the fragrance cult disciples go into the Jianghu. Meng was stunned and speechless. Chang Huang continued, I'll also advise your inexperienced teachers to educate you. Although the cult of fragrance has disciples in Jianghu, they only accept male disciples. They never accept female disciples. You say you are a disciple of the cult of fragrance, but why don't you wear a palace dress and a veil? Then, Huang Chang waved his fan and said, "Little brother, it seems like this is your first time in the Jianghu. Think about it. If you are invited to the Fallen Star Alliance, do you need me to personally invite you? Besides, the Fallen Star Alliance has a lot of country bumpkins like you. Who wants you?" He then turned to Meng and said, "Miss, what Beidou school? It is just a small sect that deceives people. Since you are so old and your martial arts are not good, why don't you join the Fallen Star Alliance? In a few years, you will become a famous heroine in the Jianghu." In a few years? Zhang Xiaohua was about to make a move, but when she heard this, she was surprised and said, "In a few years, you will make my senior sister's martial arts great success?" Why don't I believe it? In a few years? Martial arts great success? Huang Chang laughed when he heard this and said, "You think the Fallen Star Alliance is a Tenryu sect? How can we make your martial arts great success in a few years? If there is such a good thing, the Fallen Star Alliance would be the #1 sect in the Jianghu. Then, how can I make my senior sister a famous heroine in Jianghu?" Zhang Xiaohua was even more confused. Chapter 962. To become a famous heroine, must one be skilled in martial arts? Huang Chang waved his fan with an unfathomable expression. "One look and I can tell that you are disciples of a remote sect. Could it be that the famous green-clothed fairy, Merciless Guanyin, and Flying Plum in the Snow are all heroines with great martial arts? Who are these people?" Zhang Xiaohua probed. "You don't even know these people?" Huang Chang seemed to have seen the funniest thing in the world. The 5 people around him also laughed. A lean man said in a sharp voice, "You brat, let me tell you. These are famous heroines in the Jianghu. If you don't even know this, how can you walk the Jianghu?" Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and smiled bitterly. Huang Chang laughed for a moment and kept his fan. "These people's martial arts are not high, why are they so famous?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and shook her head. "How would I know?" Huang Chang looked at the dream and sighed. "Those with great martial arts are naturally famous. But how many women with great martial arts are there in the world? Do you think that all the women in the world are like the disciples of the incense cult? Moreover, practicing martial arts takes time. Once you master it, your youth will be gone. How can you be called a heroine? Also, being famous does not only require great martial arts. Even if your martial arts are high, your face is ugly. Who would treat you as a heroine? However, if you have a beautiful face, even if your martial arts are not good, you still have a chance to be a heroine. That's strange. Could it be that this face is the first choice to be a heroine?" Zhang Xiaohua asked. "Little brother is right. You have Merciless Guanyin's martial arts. How did you become a heroine in the Jianghu? Isn't it because of your outstanding appearance? There are many outstanding beauties. Could it be that they are all heroines? Of course not. There is a key problem that needs to be solved." Huang Chang said mysteriously. "What is that?" Zhang Xiaohua's curiosity was ignited. "Find a powerful godfather." Godfather? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What does being a heroine have to do with having a godfather? Hee, I'll let you, a poor country boy, know which of the 3 most famous heroines I mentioned just now doesn't have a famous godfather behind them. As long as I have a godfather, I will have martial arts manuals, money, and jewelry. Fame? That's easy. If he secretly found a few unknown thieves to do some bad things in front of others, and then let these goddaughters happen to bump into them and punish them, wouldn't it be righteous and righteous? If the price is a little higher, you can even buy her life. She will be known as the ruthless Guanyin. Moreover, with a godfather, no matter where you go, they will have to give in to you and follow your wishes for the sake of your godfather. Even if you make a mistake or offend someone, they will have to swallow their anger. Even if they don't give face to the monk, they have to give face to the Buddha. This is not a joke. Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened. So that's how heroines come about. But, are there no real heroines in the pugilistic world? Hee hee, of course, there are true heroines, but their reputation may not be as illustrious as these people who have added fuel to the fire. But, is there any meaning in being a heroine? Some want fame, some want money, and some, for power, for sex. Everyone has different needs and desires. Since you can be a heroine, you will have fame, money, and everything. Who would care about this heroine's false pretenses? At this point, Huang Chang became a little impatient. He looked at the sky and said, "There are many reasons behind this, and I can't explain them all in a short time. Little brother and senior sister Gui should follow me back to the Star Alliance. The days ahead are long, so let's talk slowly." Then, he didn't forget to add, although the Fallen Star Alliance can't compare to the Tenryu sect, it is on the same level as the Xianxian cult, the Daoist Temple, and the Righteous Alliance. The words of the Fallen Star Alliance carry more weight than any so-called godfather. Zhang Xiaohua snorted and cupped her hands. "Thank you for your advice, Brother Huang. But we are not interested in godfathers or heroines." "Brother Huang, please make way." Huang Chang's expression changed. He said angrily, "You rascal, you really don't know what's good for you. If it wasn't for Peng, if it wasn't for your senior sister and the Fallen Star Alliance, I wouldn't have said so much to you. All right, I'll leave my words here. You have to go whether you want to or not. My Fallen Star Alliance has always been a man of our word." "I'm not going." Zhang Xiaohua sneered. "Ha ha ha, good, good, good. I like men like you." Huang Chang was so angry that he laughed. "However, men like you always don't live long." "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua wasn't nervous at all. This is the legendary saying that good people don't live long while bad people live long. It seems like Brother Huang's life is quite long. Who has the patience to argue with you? Huang Chang waved his hand. "In any case, you are a nameless junior. If it wasn't for your senior sister, this young master would have already killed you. Since you don't know what's good for you, then become a nameless spirit." As he spoke, he waved his hand and shouted, "Capture this untactful brat. Regardless of whether he's dead or alive, be careful of this woman." Peng. Peng thinks highly of her. Yes. The 5 people surrounding them got the order and surrounded them. Meng's expression changed. She clenched her teeth. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "Meng, see? This is the true nature of Jianghu. The strong bully the weak, the strong bully the weak, and the bloody rain. You need to be careful." Meng blamed. Don't worry. Since they want your brother Xiaohua's life, then I'll let you see Brother Xiaohua's methods. Let's see if he is as useless as Chen Chen said." Before he finished speaking, he held the great wisdom sword in his hand and his body suddenly rose. Like an eagle pouncing on a rabbit, he flew towards one of the people. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's excellent qigong, Huang Chang's eyes twitched. Just as he was about to warn her to be careful, Zhang Xiaohua's sword came down like lightning. Although this strike was very similar to the one Zhang Xiaohua had used before he entered the fragrant cult, there was a huge difference. This was the result of Zhang Xiaohua's meticulous study of the heaven-shocking strike over the past month. When the man on the horse saw Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword coming at him, he was first disdainful, then surprised. However, when he felt a gust of wind that made it difficult for him to breathe and the sword seemed to have locked down all the space he could dodge, he was scared out of his wits. He hesitated, not knowing where to thrust his sword. With a kacha sound, the man's sword finally pierced out. It was a pity that his sword was broken into 2 by the heavy sword. Moreover, the sword didn't stop Great Wisdom's sword from falling. With a poo sound, Great Wisdom's sword fell on the man's chest. The man's chest immediately caved in. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell on his horse. Not only that, Great Wisdom's sword continued to fall. With a pa sound, it hit the man's horse. With a kacha sound, the horse looked up to the sky and neighed in grief. Its 4 hooves went limp and it fell to the ground. Blood seeped out of its mouth and nose. Ah! Huang Chang was shocked. What kind of strength is this? While Huang Chang was panicking, Zhang Xiaohua's figure didn't stop at all. She killed 2 people like 2 horses. This is bad. It seems that this young man has some skills. Huang Chang was panicking at first. However, when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was still using the same sword, his heart gradually calmed down. He held the folding fan in his right hand and reached out with his left hand to pull out the sword at his waist. He circulated his energy and rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua. You also want to come? Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly turned around and said as if she had eyes behind her back. You. Huang Chang was shocked. Without waiting for Huang Chang to get close, Zhang Xiaohua lifted the great wisdom sword and easily killed 2 people. The remaining person's eyes flashed and he wanted to retreat. He turned his horse around and wanted to escape. Zhang Xiaohua didn't let him escape. Her figure didn't even touch the ground. She floated forward and stepped on his head. With a poo sound, Zhang Xiaohua's head was pushed into his chest. Zhang Xiaohua took advantage of the momentum and turned around. The great wisdom sword in her hand smashed towards Huang Chang's head. Huang Chang originally despised Zhang Xiaohua's swordsmanship. However, when he faced this heavy sword himself, he understood the terror of this sword. Zhang Xiaohua had comprehended the essence of the heaven-startling staff of the immortal way. How could a martial artist like Huang Chang imagine it? Although Huang Chang's martial arts were second-rate in Jianghu and were much stronger than the previous 5 people, under this sword, he was no different from the other 5 people. Even the way he died was the same. With a poo sound, the heavy sword broke Huang Chang's long sword and fell on his chest. In Huang Chang's incredulous and unwilling eyes, his chest immediately collapsed. Wao Meng's eyes flashed with stars. She covered her mouth with her hand. She never thought that Zhang Xiaohua would win so easily and kill without hesitation. You broke through the mountain like this, right? Meng asked. Although Zhang Xiaohua had told her about the process of breaking through the mountain, Meng still couldn't believe it when she saw it with her own eyes. No, those are the disciples of the Rui Jin Palace. I can't kill them. Zhang Xiaohua was afraid that Meng would say that he was ruthless. He explained, but these people obviously wanted to kill me. Moreover, I can't leave them alive. Meng didn't care. She patted her chest and said, I didn't expect. You are so powerful in Jianghu. It makes me feel relieved. Hee, next time when there is a chance, let me practice. How about it? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. He had never seen Meng display her martial arts. Naturally, he didn't know the level of her martial arts. However, she was the disciple of the Mon Palace of the Fragrant Cult. Although she only had 4 or 5 years of cultivation, she could be considered a chivalrous woman in Jianghu. Thinking of chivalrous woman, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Huang Chang's godfather. He felt disgusted for no reason. What? You don't believe me? Meng was a little angry when she saw Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak. No. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, next time, I'll leave it to you. Okay, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Meng Yanran smiled sweetly, but suddenly asked, Io, after talking for so long, you still haven't told me what hunting is. Chapter 963. Zhang Xiaohua rode on the odd beast while Dream rode on the white horse. They chatted and laughed as they continued their journey. It didn't seem like they had just gone through a battle of life and death. Zhang Xiaohua took advantage of Dream's inattention and threw a few fire talismans on the ground. She separated a few strands of divine sense and controlled the fire talismans to burn the corpses of Huang Chang and the others. Not a single trace was left behind. They didn't encounter any trouble in the next few days. They arrived at Vao City safely. Zhang Xiaohua followed the convoy of fragrance cult to fragrance cult. It took almost a month. This time, they came out quickly. It only took a dozen days. Looking at Macho City in the distance, Zhang Xiaohua involuntarily released his divine sense. The entire Macho City did not seem much different from before. There was still a faint fluctuation of primordial qi at the bottom of Macho Lake. However, there were many more Jianghu people in the city, dressed in martial attire and wielding weapons. Could it be that there's a martial arts competition for marriage? Why is Vow City so lively? So this is Carefree City. Meng looked at it curiously. You haven't been here before? Sure Tai didn't bring you here? Zhang Xiaohua asked casually. I'm not too sure. I don't remember. I was muddle-headed at that time. Everything was out of curiosity. Perhaps I have been here before. I don't remember. Dream shook her head. Following the crowd into Vow City, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, What did Lord Leader tell you? Didn't I tell you? This is a matter of Mo Xian's disciple. I can't tell you. You don't have to follow me. Let's find a place to meet at night. You want to go alone? Zhang Xiaohua was still worried. She thought for a moment and said, There's a Moon Elder Temple in the west of the city. That's the only place I know. Why don't we meet there? Moon Elder Temple? A strange expression appeared on Meng's face as she said, I seem to have heard that this Yu Lao is in charge of people's marriage. How come you are so familiar with this place? This. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. She could only stammer, that day when I sent Niechinyu to the west of the city, it was on the way to Rejuvenation Valley. I just passed by at night. Hee. Meng didn't say anything and just smiled. However, this smile seemed to make Zhang Xiaohua feel worse than any words. Oh, right, take this. Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade pendant from her bosom and attached a strand of her divine sense to it before handing it over to Dream. Why are you giving this to me? Meng felt a little strange. Why are you giving it to me for no reason? I don't want your things. Don't. Zhang Xiaohua forced the jade pendant to Dream and said with a smile, This is my amulet. I got it from the Daoist temple. Later when I'm not by your side, I'll let it protect you. What do you think? I don't think so. Meng held the small jade pendant in her hand and felt sweet inside. She hung the jade pendant on her waist and scolded, What are you talking about? Although my martial arts aren't good, you've practiced for 5 years and so have I. There's no reason for my martial arts to be worse than yours. There shouldn't be anything that can't be moved around in this Vow City. Alright, you're the best. No matter what, it's still my goodwill. Zhang Xiaohua felt at ease when she saw Meng accept the jade pendant. She watched Meng leave and then stood on the side of the road. She rubbed her chin and thought for a moment. Then she stopped a passerby and asked a few questions. Following the direction the passerby pointed, they walked through several streets and arrived in front of a large gate. She saw that the gate was the entrance of a cave. On both sides of the gate, there were stone lions that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They stepped on embroidered balls and looked mighty. There was a golden signboard above the gate that said, Tong de Escort Agency. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and tied the David's deer to the gate before walking in. All the escort agencies in the world had the same layout. Zhang Xiaohua had been in the Lotus Escort Agency for a long time and found the place very easily. At this time, there weren't many people in the agency. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the place, she was greeted by a short and skinny escort. He cupped his hands and said, Little brother, are you here to deliver goods or people? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I have a letter that needs to be delivered to the vicinity of Pingyang City. I wonder if your agency can accept it? Deliver a letter? The escort was stunned. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe. She was dressed in bright clothes and didn't look crude. He didn't dare to be negligent and said apologetically, Little brother, is there a mistake? My Tong de Escort Agency has always been a guarantor of people and goods. We have never delivered letters before. You don't deliver letters? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Why can't you deliver letters? The escort frowned slightly, but he still said patiently, letters aren't worth much. How do you expect us to deliver them? A letter from home is worth 10,000 gold. Look at you. Zhang Xiaohua lamented. Little brother, you better go to the storm carriage company on the street. They should be here to deliver letters. Little brother, you have found the wrong place. Carriage company? They are in charge of delivering letters? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She had never thought that the storm carriage company would be in charge of delivering letters. Seeing this, the escort ignored her and cupped his fists to greet the rest. Zhang Xiaohua blushed a little and went out to look for a carriage company. Indeed, when the storm carriage company's worker heard her, he asked, do you want to send to Pingyang City or somewhere near Pingyang City? If it is too far away from Pingyang City, we will charge a fee. Zhang Xiaohua was elated to hear this. He was obviously an expert. Then, do you deliver to Lu Town in Pingyang City? Lu Town? Please wait a moment, I will check. The staff said and was about to go to the counter to check. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Do you deliver to the Guozhuang house in the north of Lu Town? Zhang Xiaohua quickly asked. Little brother, can you make it clear in one go? The staff looked at her angrily. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua was in a good mood and didn't mind. She said, this is my first time delivering a letter. How would I know so much? Okay. The staff returned to the counter and took out something that looked like an account book. He flipped through it for a long time. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was feeling uneasy, he smiled and said, I found it. You can get to Lu Town. Our storm carriage company has a business in Lu Town called Storm Carriage Company. We can entrust them to deliver it. However, the Guozhuang house in the north of Lu Town. Our carriage can't reach there. I'm afraid we can't deliver it. It can't be. Zhang Xiaohua wailed, then, of course, it's not that we can't negotiate. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was anxious, the staff smiled and said, however, we will have to make a trip to the Guozhuang house alone. We will have to charge more. Sure. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about this and asked, how much will it cost? Copper coins? The staff laughed and picked up the abacus. He made some calculations and said with a smile, customer, I've calculated it. It's exactly 3 taels of silver. 3 taels of silver? Zhang Xiaohua shouted, why is it so much? As you know, Macho City is far from Lu Town. You still have to entrust someone to deliver it to the Guozhuang house. This is very complicated. This little bit of silver. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that you are in a hurry, it wouldn't be so cheap. In a hurry? Cheap. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. It was probably because he was in a hurry that he asked for more silver. But did he have a choice? However, although he had a lot of treasures in his purse, he lacked silver. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, shop owner, please wait for a moment. I'll be back soon. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua turned back and took out a letter and 2 taels of silver. She handed it over and said, shop owner, this is 3 taels of silver. Take it and deliver it to the address on this letter. The shop assistant beamed with joy and weighed the silver in his hand before putting it into his pocket. Then, he took the letter and looked at what was written on it. He smiled and said, sir, please be at ease. My storm carriage company's reputation has always been good. I will definitely deliver this letter. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, then I'll have to trouble you. After she finished speaking, she turned and left. After Zhang Xiaohua left, a trace of confusion flashed across the staff's eyes. He quickly walked to the back of the shop and not long after, a lean man came out with the taels of silver that Zhang Xiaohua gave him. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the lean man came back and handed the taels of silver to the staff. He whispered a few words into the staff's ear. The staff frowned slightly, but his eyes were shining with joy. He couldn't help but nod his head, although Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was powerful, he didn't expect such a thing to happen. He left the carriage company and walked to the street with a relaxed mood. He couldn't go back to the Guozhuang house, but he could use the carriage company to bring the news that he and his second brother were still alive back to the Guozhuang house. This way, his parents wouldn't be worried. There was only one sentence in the letter. When he entered the carriage company, he checked with his divine sense and didn't find anyone strange. There shouldn't be any mistakes. There were still many people on the streets of Sorrowless Lake. Zhang Xiaohua stopped for a moment and found a tea house. He asked for a pot of tea from the tea server and sat upstairs to look at the people below. Just as he was thinking about the time he met Ji Xiaohua in Songning Town in the same tea house, a few words from a few well-dressed men beside him fell into his ears. "Brother, this Rejuvenation Valley is really something. They've been surrounded for more than 20 days and they still haven't been breached." "Oh my, that's right. That's the Soaring Dragon Villa, Moon Sea Sect, Flying Fish Sect, Raging Waves Sect, and more than 10 other sections. Yet, they still haven't taken down this Rejuvenation Valley. They're really something. What's so strange about that? I heard that the entire Jade Foundation Alliance is here. Of course, they can withstand it. Forget it. How would the entire Jade Foundation Alliance dare to come? Weren't they afraid that someone would raid their lair? Even if the Deer Cry sect was included, there were only 6 sections. How could they compare to the other sects? Although Rejuvenation Valley has held on for more than 20 days, it will be breached sooner or later. This Rejuvenation Valley. I don't know how they offended the fragrant cult and lost their protection. Serves them right. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, her expression changed greatly. Chapter 964. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face immediately changed. She took out a piece of silver and threw it on the table, shouting, "Shopkeeper, the bill." She got up and went downstairs. The waiter came over and saw the large piece of silver on the table. He quickly shouted, "Customer, there's too much silver." But when he reached the stairs, there was no one there. Rejuvenation Valley. When the sun rose, the orange light shone in front of the 100 Herb Hall. Everything was full of vitality. But, at this time in the hall, more than 10 people were frowning. How could there be such a beautiful scene in their eyes? Valley Master Nya was sitting in the seat of honor. His left arm was wrapped in a white cloth. Although the white cloth was pure white, there were faint traces of blood seeping out. His black hair was also somewhat messy. On the left side, there was a large patch of hair that was much shorter, as if it had been cut off by a sharp weapon. Looking at the people in the hall, other than Nie Qianyu and Nie Qianrong, the others were more or less injured. Even Master Yu of the Deer Cry sect had a slanted cut on his face. Although it was not enough to kill him, it was enough to disfigure him. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that they did not rest last night. Nie Qianyu and Nie Qianrong's faces were pale and could not bear it. Valley Master Nya looked at his 2 daughters with heartache and said, "Little Yu, Qianrong, go rest first. They attacked last night and there were countless casualties. They probably won't come again for a while. When they come again, I'll send someone to call you." "I'm not tired, father." Nie Qianyu bit her lips and said, "You and the other martial uncles should rest first. This 5 elements formation needs my attention. If I'm not careful and they attack, it won't be good." "Little Yu, is your body okay?" Nie Qianrong also advised, "You're the same as us. You haven't rested for several days. Don't, it's okay, big sister. I can support you." Nie Qianyu forced a smile. "Don't lie to big sister. It's not like I don't know your body. I reckon that I've already taken away half of your life. If you didn't try to be brave." Sigh, Nie Qianyu was also puzzled. She had been weak since she was young and could not practice martial arts. If it were in the past, she would have collapsed long ago. However, she had not had a good rest for several days. Although she was tired, it was not as serious as what her father and elder sister said. Could it be that this is related to the mental cultivation method that Big Brother Ren taught me? Nie Qianyu thought of the mental cultivation method that she often practiced but had no effect at all. She could not help but understand. AI. Seeing that Nie Qianyu wasn't going to rest, Valley Master Nie couldn't help but sigh. He looked at everyone and bitterly smiled. Big Brother C, brothers, and Brother Yu, I've implicated you all. Hee hee, it's already come to this point. What's the point of saying that? Si Yakong chuckled. We're all brothers of the Yuli Alliance. If we don't come to help, how can we call ourselves the Yuli Alliance? That's right, second brother Nya. I haven't seen you for a few years, but your martial arts have improved a lot. It's actually slightly higher than my Nigong cultivation. Ingzhizhu said. Look at what you're saying. It's as if your second brother will never be able to compare to you. Valley Master Nya did not mind. Second brother Nya, sixth brother is right. I've always been curious. Your performance in the past 20 days has also been extraordinary. It's far beyond what I know of you. Are you? Si Yakong looked at Valley Master Nya and asked. This. Valley Master Nya smiled bitterly. There is indeed a reason, but what? Are you saying that we brothers can't talk about it? Are you afraid that all of us brothers will surpass you? Zhua Xiqing laughed. No. Valley Master Nya knew that Zhua Xiqing was joking. He shook his head and said, if it's possible, I naturally hope that all of you can improve greatly in your martial arts. It's just that there are too few opportunities. Even Qingxian and Fei he didn't, otherwise, they wouldn't have died in the hands of the enemy. When Mu Qingxian and Fei he were mentioned, everyone fell silent. The two of them led the troops and killed the enemy in the Five Elements formation, but they were killed by the enemy. Their martial arts were not high, but they represented Rejuvenation Valley. They had to go. If Valley Master Nya had the means to improve their martial arts, he would have improved their martial arts long ago. They would not have died in the hands of the enemy. However, brothers, don't worry. If Rejuvenation Valley escapes this calamity and has such a fortuitous encounter, Rejuvenation Valley will definitely not disappoint you. Second brother, you've said too much. We only asked because we saw that second brother's martial arts had improved greatly. It'll be good if we have such an opportunity, but if we don't, we won't be jealous, Ma Fuhu said disapprovingly. Right, it's been 20 days. Elder Zhang and the others have gone out to travel. Shouldn't they have received the news and returned? Returned? What's the use of returning? Valley Master Nya smiled bitterly. Although the Five Elements formation is powerful and has blocked Lonting Villa and the others, it can't kill people. Under Little Yu's guidance, it can only confuse the enemy. We still have to rely on our brothers from the Jade Foundation Alliance to kill the enemy. If we use the Five Elements formation, we will lose 300 of our own men, but we can't stop Lonting Villa and the other sections. There aren't many disciples left in Rejuvenation Valley who can kill the enemy. Even if Elder Zhang and the others return, what can they do? It's better to let them escape. At least we can protect Rejuvenation Valley. Hearing this, Old Master Yu of Deer Cry Sect also smiled bitterly. That's right. We've been surrounded for 20 days, but no sects have come to help. Usually, when there's nothing to do, all the sects come to Rejuvenation Valley to take advantage of us. Now that there's trouble, none of them dare to come. This Jianghu is too realistic. Lonting Villa and Yuehai sect are even more despicable. They actually used Big Brother Ren as an excuse. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let Big Brother Ren meddle in their affairs. Nie Qianyu said in exasperation. Sigh, it's all. Valley Master Nya didn't know what to say. It's our Rejuvenation Valley's fault. Don't blame Ren Xiaoyao for this. Nie Qianrong consoled. This is probably related to the force that chased after Little Yu. If it weren't for them, why would Longting Villa make things difficult for us? I remember Ren Xiaoyao said that there was something wrong with this young Master Long. That's right. Ma Fuhu chimed in. But we've been watching them for a long time at Subdue Tiger Racecourse. We didn't find anything and were surrounded by them instead. It's been 20 days. I don't know how much longer we can hold on. Zhen Xian sighed. Outside Rejuvenation Mountain Villa, the original walls had disappeared. Only clouds of white fog were left covering the entire mountain villa. There were some different colors in the white fog. The white fog looked very faint, but the sunlight couldn't penetrate it. Even when the wind blew, the white fog billowed and couldn't be blown away. The sun gradually rose, but the outside of the white fog was still peaceful. When the sun was high in the sky, there was a sudden commotion on the east side. Not long after, an injured disciple ran into 100 Herb Hall. Valley Master, there are a dozen people fighting with Longting Villa's men outside the Great Formation on the east side. From their shouts, it's the Whale Gang and the Second Miss. Qianxiu. Valley Master Nye frowned. Why did they only arrive now? Valley Master Nye looked at Si Yakong, then at Elder Yu. He said in a low voice, I've already notified the Whale Gang, but Elder Yu arrived a long time ago, but the Whale Gang didn't reply. I originally thought that they wanted to draw a clear line between themselves and Rejuvenation Valley. I didn't expect that they would only arrive now. Could there be something fishy going on? I'm afraid there is. Si Yakong nodded. Longting Villa has been attacking for many days without success. They've also suffered great losses. They'll definitely think of other ways. The Whale Gang might be one of their tricks. Zhua Xiqing was quite certain. But Qianxiu is also outside. Valley Master Nye didn't quite believe it. A married daughter is spilled. Ma Fuhu blurted out, but then realized something. He looked at Nye Qinrong and said with a smile, Little Rong, Martial Uncle wasn't talking about you. Nye Qinrong smiled bitterly and nodded. Valley Master Nye looked at the disciple who came to report, then instructed, Ignore them for now. Let's wait and see. If anything happens, report back. The disciple returned in the time it took to eat a meal. He reported, Valley Master, the Whale Gang sent 19 people. 4 have already died in battle, and there are 15 left. The second miss is anxiously crying outside the villa. She said that they brought 40 people, but now there are only a dozen left. If Rejuvenation Valley doesn't send help, they'll all be killed by Longting Villa. The Whale Gang's elder Chang is also cursing. He said that he was blind. He came to Rejuvenation Valley to help, but he had good intentions. He also said that if Valley Master doesn't go out to help, no one else will come to help in the future. Valley Master Nye was in a difficult position. He looked at Elder Chang, then at Si Yakong. The two sighed and said, It depends on your decision. This is a difficult decision to make. Valley Master Nye thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Fine. Then this old man will believe in familial love one more time. As he spoke, he stood up and said, Little you, open up a small path in the Great Formation on the east side. We'll kill our way out. Once we bring your second sister and the others back, immediately close the path. Yes, father. Nye Qinyu nodded. She didn't forget to remind her father, if anything goes wrong, father will immediately return to the Great Formation. I understand. Valley Master Nye led the group out of the 100 Herb Hall. When they reached the area shrouded in white mist, the mist in front of them gradually thinned, revealing a small path. Valley Master Nye waved his hand and brought a few people with weapons in their hands. They used their qinggong to rush out. Outside, the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa's men were locked in battle with the Whale Gang's men. When they saw Valley Master Nye and the others emerge from the white mist, the Whale Gang members' faces lit up with joy. A short old man shouted, Disciples, Valley Master Nye from Rejuvenation Valley has come to rescue us. Let's put in a little more effort and charge over. the whale gang disciples shouted, "Good, good, good! Kill, kill, kill!" In an instant, their momentum was like a rainbow. It was as if they were working together from the inside and the outside. They slaughtered their way out of the encirclement of the people from Longting Villa. Chapter 965. The Whale Gang's disciples and Rejuvenation Valley's disciples met up. Without further ado, they turned around and rushed back to the villa. Valley Head Nya was also a bit more cautious. He had the disciples cover their backs to prevent any accidents from happening. The Whale Gang disciples were astonished when they saw the Rejuvenation Manor shrouded in white mist. When they saw the passageway through the mist, their astonishment was indescribable. The leader of the group was an old man who wasn't very tall. His triangular eyes blinked continuously, revealing the envy in his heart. The two groups entered the white mist. The mist swirled and returned to its original state. When everyone disappeared into the white mist, Manor Master Long looked on expressionlessly from a distant mountain forest. He waved his hand and ordered, "Follow the plan." "Yes." A disciple cupped his hands and left. A smile appeared on Manor Master Long's face as he disappeared into the forest. Elder Chung of the Whale Gang entered the white mist. All he could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. He couldn't see anything. He could only see the backs of the Rejuvenation Valley disciples. After following them for a long time and making several turns, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw the Rejuvenation Manor from before. "Elder Chung." A shout came from behind him. "Valley Master Nya, my in-laws. I'm ashamed that I came late to your rescue." There's no need to say anything. It's good that you came. Please, come to 100 Herb Hall for a chat." Nya Qianyu also came out of the white mist. Her face was clearly paler than before. When she saw Nya Qianxiu, she said, "Second sister, your waist is injured?" Nya Qianxiu smiled and waved her hand. "It's nothing. It's just a cut from a sword. Hurry up and bandage it." Nya Qianrong also walked over. The three sisters chatted and entered the room. When everyone returned to 100 Herb Hall, Valley Master Nya said, "Old brother Chang, this Nya can't thank you enough for coming to our aid. I heard from Qianxiu that you lost dozens of people at the Soaring Dragon Manor. This Nya is truly apologetic." Elder Chang cupped his hands and said, "Old brother Nya, this Chang hasn't come for a long time. I don't have any news. I'm afraid that you are a little, not at all." Valley Master Nya shook his head with a smile. "Father-in-law, it's not that my Whale Gang didn't come to your aid in time. It's just that the Jade Foundation Alliance has already come to your aid. Even if my Whale Gang comes, we'll only be able to contribute some meager strength. It won't be of much use." Changsheng stood up and explained, "After considering all of this, Father secretly contacted some sects in the southern Wulin that were dissatisfied with Longting Mountain Villa's actions. There were 11 sects in total. However, in order to conceal the news, we didn't dare to inform father-in-law, fearing that Longting Mountain Villa would find out. It was only yesterday that my Whale Gang led 11 sects and 300 people to Worry City." When Valley Master Nya heard this, his expression changed greatly. He stood up and walked in front of Old Man Chang. He bowed to the ground and said with shame, "Old Man Chang is so righteous, this Nya really can't compare. I'm ashamed. How could that be? You and I are related by marriage. Furthermore, the Soaring Dragon Manor has gone too far. Sending 11 sects as reinforcements isn't just the Whale Gang's idea, but the entire southern martial world's. This is also Rejuvenation Valley's repayment for their kindness to the southern martial arts world." Valley Master Nya seemed to understand now, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. "However, letting the Whale Gang charge into the encirclement and losing so many of our brothers really makes this Nya sad. Living in the pugilistic world is like licking blood from a blade's edge. Everyone is prepared to die. Moreover, Rejuvenation Valley has always been known for their benevolence. Being able to shed their blood for you is also a worthy death. Old man Chang was a bit dejected as he said, besides, if this Chang hadn't come and brought this news to old man Nya, even if our 11 sex disciples attacked from the outside, Rejuvenation Valley wouldn't have been able to coordinate with us and defeat Longting Mountain Villa. Valley Master Nya nodded. Old man Chang's words are reasonable. Longting Mountain Villa has used all sorts of schemes to lure us out in the past 20 days, but we didn't fall for it. If old man Chang really did attack, my Rejuvenation Valley wouldn't dare believe it. This Longting Mountain Villa is also ruthless. They actually surrounded Rejuvenation Valley so tightly that not even a drop of water can trickle through. If it weren't for the other sects attracting attention from outside, my whale gang really wouldn't have been able to enter. But then again, this Chang didn't think that we would be able to attack Rejuvenation Valley so easily. Otherwise, this Chang wouldn't have waited for the news and would have led people to attack directly. Old man Chang, this is considered lucky. Rejuvenation Valley had just fought fiercely with Longting Mountain Villa for an entire night. If it were any other time, how could you have gotten so close? Old man, you said with a smile. Is that so? Old man Chang's face was full of astonishment. It seems that the heavens really are protecting Rejuvenation Valley, allowing this old man to enter so easily. Moreover, this is also the heavens' help. Our pincer attack this time was successful. This gang leader Chang. Zhua Xiqing coughed and said, the Jade Foundation Alliance hasn't thought of breaking out of the encirclement yet. This pincer attack, shouldn't we have a long-term plan? What? Are you going to defend Rejuvenation Valley to the death? Old man Chang raised his eyebrows, feeling that this answer was extremely inconceivable. Although, the white fog outside the villa is very powerful, but, if we are suppressed by Longting Mountain Villa, we can only retreat like a turtle. We can only be annihilated forever. Si Yakong stroked his beard and said with a smile, Old man Chang, you're wrong. What Xiqing said was only a long-term plan. She didn't say that we shouldn't break out of the encirclement. Right now, our Jade Foundation Alliance has easily taken over Rejuvenation Valley and killed many enemies of Longting Mountain Villa. If we suddenly change our strategy, it's possible. Old man Chang didn't think much of it. He waved his hand and said, the men I brought are currently lying in ambush in the forest not far from Rejuvenation Valley. If we cooperate with the outside, at the very least, most of us can escape from here. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. As long as Brother Nya leads the disciples of Rejuvenation Valley out of here, there's always a chance for us to succeed. Moreover, if it's as Brother C says, that Longting Mountain Villa's vitality has been greatly damaged and that even our whale gang can't stop them, then we should cooperate with them from the outside and annihilate them in one go. Hearing these words and thinking about the 11 sects outside as reinforcements, even Si Yakong and the others felt a rush of excitement, let alone Valley Master Nya. However, they still couldn't be sure if there were really people from the 11 sects outside the valley. Gang leader Chang, then, how do we contact our brothers outside the valley? Ma Fuhu asked. Old man Chang took out a signal from his bosom and said with a smile, this is my whale gang's special signal. Once we've finished our preparations, we'll follow our previous agreement. As long as we release this signal into the air, we'll attack from the inside out. Then gang leader Chang, what time did you agree on? Zhen Xian suddenly interrupted. Oh, I've temporarily agreed on midnight. Longting Mountain Villa has been attacking for a day, but they still haven't stopped at night? Isn't that when they're at their weakest? After old man Chang finished speaking, he said apologetically, but I didn't expect that Longting Mountain Villa would attack from morning to night. This is difficult. Si Yakong looked at Valley Master Nya and said, then let's do as gang leader Chang says for now. Let's discuss it again. All right. Brother Chang, it must be tiring for you to come from afar. Why don't you take a rest first? Valley Master Nya stood up. Just as he was about to leave, he heard hurried footsteps outside. When he looked up, a Rejuvenation Valley disciple covered in blood ran in and said loudly, reporting to Valley Master, Longting Mountain Villa has launched another attack. Third Miss, please hurry and take charge of the Great Formation. Also, the brothers of Rejuvenation Valley who were lying in ambush in the Golden Formation have suffered heavy casualties. There's almost no one who can fight. Valley Master, please think of a way. What? Longting Mountain Villa is attacking again? Nie Qinyu walked out with her two sisters. She was very surprised. Little you, I'm afraid that Longting Mountain Villa has seen us attack. Perhaps they're angry out of humiliation, or perhaps they're afraid that something unexpected will happen. That's why they seized the time to attack. Nie Qinxiu frowned. Then, she said to Valley Master Nie, Father, Rejuvenation Valley's matter this time might have something to do with my recommendation. I feel very guilty. Yes, father-in-law, your son-in-law thinks so too. If it wasn't for my nephew, then the incense cult might not have. Changsheng said sincerely. AI, now that things have come to this, what's the point of saying all this? Let's think of a way to get through this crisis. Valley Master Nie sighed and waved his hand. Seeing Nie Qinyu turn around and leave, Nie Qinxiu said anxiously, Little sister, who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, can still contribute to Rejuvenation Valley. My martial arts are even stronger than big sisters. There's no reason for me not to go. Father, I just heard a disciple report that our Rejuvenation Valley's disciples have suffered heavy casualties. Changsheng and I didn't bring many disciples this time, only a dozen or so. If we can contribute, then we'll contribute. When Valley Master Nie heard this, he frowned slightly. He raised his eyes and looked at Si Yakong. After exchanging a glance, he thought to himself, although the whale gang came suddenly, they're still relatives by marriage. Moreover, I was the one who presided over the 5 Elements Great Formation. What can a dozen or so people do? Even if there are some abnormalities, it's fine. Thus, he nodded and said, Rejuvenation Valley doesn't have any disciples left. If you want to go, then go. However, you must listen to Little Yu's arrangements. Otherwise, if you fall into the Great Formation, your lives will be in danger. Nie Qinxiu was overjoyed. She nodded and said, Your daughter understands. Old Master Chang also stood up. In-law, I won't rest either. Let's get through this matter first. Oh. In that case, I'll have to trouble old brother Chang. Let's discuss the pincer attack tonight. Hee, all right. Take your time to discuss. There's still time. Old Master Chang said as he led the whale gang members out with Nie Qinyu. Nie Qinyu brought the whale gang to a corner and briefly explained the things they needed to pay attention to. She pointed at a few Rejuvenation Valley disciples and said, Second sister, you don't need to take the initiative to attack. Just be like these disciples. Wait for the enemy to walk up to you, then quietly attack. However, you must take the enemy's life the moment you attack. Otherwise, you'll be exposed in front of them. Nie Qinxiu was shocked. Little you, Since when did Rejuvenation Valley have such a miraculous thing? Why didn't I know about it? Nie Qinyu smiled but didn't answer. Nie Qinxiu said again, If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. Xiaoyu, go ahead. I can do such a simple thing well. Okay, be careful, second sister. Nie Qinyu nodded and left in a hurry. Less than half an hour after Nie Qinyu left, the battle cries of the soaring Dragon Mountain Villa drew closer. Nie Qinxiu looked at Changsheng, and Changsheng looked at Old Master Chang. Both of them nodded, and the dozen or so whale gang disciples gathered around Nie Qinxiu. Nie Qinxiu calmly took out something from her bosom. Chapter 966. By the time the battle cries from the soaring dragon villa drew closer, the whale gang disciples had already formed a circle. Nie Qinxiu stood in the middle, taking out a diamond-shaped object from her bosom. The object was light purple, and a tear-shaped object was suspended in the middle of the diamond-shaped object. This should be the place. Elder Chang looked around and said, Villa Lord Long said that this object must be placed in a place where the Rejuvenation Valley disciples appear. It cannot be placed anywhere else. At this moment, a person dressed in Whale Gang disciple robes stepped out from the crowd and walked up to Elder Chang. He smiled and said, "This is the place. Thank you for your hard work, Gang Leader Chang. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to find this place no matter how much effort we put in. You're welcome. This is part of my duty. It's all for the Master's plan," Elder Chang said politely. The ordinary disciple didn't say anything else. He walked up to Wuxia Xianxia and took the diamond-shaped object. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the crowd, holding the object in his right hand and taking out a small stone from his bosom with his left hand. The disciple circulated his energy for a long time. The small stone in his left hand glowed faintly. At the same time, the diamond-shaped object in his right hand glowed purple. Although the purple light was dim, when it shone on the white mist, it was like boiling water splashing on snow. The white mist immediately disappeared. This disappearance seemed to spread. Silently, a large patch of white mist didn't even wait for the purple light to pass through. It immediately turned transparent. Not only that, but at the same time, the white fog in other parts of the Five Elements formation also disappeared abruptly, revealing the Jade Foundation Alliance disciples hidden within. More and more of the white fog was disappearing at an increasing speed, like a chain reaction. In less than 10 minutes, all the Jade Foundation Alliance disciples were exposed. Even Wuxia Xianxia, who was commanding the formation, and Valley Master Nia, who was channeling his inner energy, were exposed. Wuxia Xianxia's face was filled with astonishment. "Father, what's going on?" Valley Master Nia activated a key stone in his hand, trying to activate the Five Elements formation. However, using his inner energy to simulate true energy, the key stone only glowed faintly before disappearing. Whale Gang. Wuxia Xianxia immediately thought. Sure enough, a wild laugh rang out from where the Whale Gang was. Manor Lord Long's plans are flawless. Valley Master Nia, you should just surrender. Wasn't that old Master Chang's voice? Let's go. When Valley Master Nia heard this, he immediately pulled Wuxia Xianxia and rushed back to 100 Herb Hall. Behind them, the battle cries of the soaring Dragon Mountain Villa were several times louder than before. They must have been prepared for the Whale Gang's scheme to succeed. The battle cries of Longting Villa had long alarmed everyone in 100 Herb Hall. Seeing Wuxia Xianxia, who was commanding the Five Elements formation, and Valley Master Nia, who was controlling the Five Elements formation, returning, they were all shocked. Si Yakong shouted, "Nia, you just went out without telling Old Man Chang. Why, let's not talk about it anymore. We've all been deceived by Old Chang. He was sent by Longting Villa." Ingzhizhu stomped his foot and cursed, "Damn it. I knew that there was something wrong with this fellow. However, he still managed to sneak up on me. But right now, with the Longting Villa going all out, I'm afraid that our Jade Establishment Alliance, don't panic." Valley Master Nia's expression didn't change. He waved his hand and said, "Before Longting Villa attacks, let's set up an empty fort strategy and escape from the back mountains of Rejuvenation Valley." Back mountains? Si Yakong asked curiously, aren't the mountains of Rejuvenation Valley all extremely tall? What kind of path would there be? Enough idle chatter. Valley Master Nia snorted. Rejuvenation Valley has been operating here for 1,000 years. How could we not have a backup plan? Only the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley knows about this path. Even Little Yu doesn't know about it. Alright, there's no time to lose. Let's go. The members of the Jade Foundation Alliance saw that they had a chance of survival and did not intend to fight Longting Villa head-on. They counted their men and immediately retreated into the inner valley. The members of the Jade Foundation Alliance had been guarding Rejuvenation Valley for more than 20 days. Now, there were only a few dozen of them left. They left a few men of sacrifice to guard the entrance of the valley while the rest followed Valley Master Nia to the elixir refinement area in the inner valley. Valley Master Nia walked to the elixir refinement room. There were 2 earth fires inside. One of them had an elixir furnace while the other was empty. Valley Master Nya walked to the front of the elixir furnace and hugged it without hesitation. He exerted force in his arms and rotated the elixir furnace 3 times in the direction of the furnace. Then, he rotated it 4 times in the opposite direction. Everyone heard a creaking sound and a stone cave appeared on the stone wall on the left. Inside the stone cave, there was a flight of stairs that led to the top. Let's go. Valley Master Nya heard the noise outside the valley and urged them. After everyone had entered the stone cave, Valley Master Nya moved to a spot inside the stone cave and the stone cave slowly closed up. Outside the elixir refinement room, a commotion could be heard. The interior of the stone cave was pitch black. Yu Zhonglin lit a torch in the stone cave and led Nya Qianrong and Nya Qianxiu in the front. Behind them, everyone lit their own torches. Little you, did you know there was a mountain path here? Nya Qianrong asked quietly. I didn't know. I've never heard father mention it before. This is also my first time here. Nya Qianyu said without hesitation. Seeing how certain Nya Qianyu was, Nya Qianrong didn't ask any further. Everyone looked curiously at the man-made staircase and quietly climbed up. The staircase was very long and it took them a full hour to walk out of the cave. Everyone's eyes lit up. When they saw clearly, they had actually arrived at the peak of Rejuvenation Valley's inner valley. Si Yakong shook his head and said, Second brother Nya, you really hit it well. I never knew that your Rejuvenation Valley had such a secret passage. Beside him, Old Man Yu also asked curiously, Brother Nya, your Rejuvenation Valley is also strange. Why don't you just dig a secret passage that leads to the outside of the valley? What's the use of running to the top of the mountain? Valley Master Nya smiled and said, Brother Yu, I'll let you know that there is a secret passage that leads to the outside of the valley. However, the 2 secret passages are not together. As for why, the previous Valley Master didn't explain, so I can't answer you. Zhen Xian stomped his feet and said, maybe there's earth fire in this mountain, or maybe there's some rock that can't be directly excavated. That's why we have to go to the top of the mountain first. And then go out of the valley. Who knows? I'm afraid it's not the time to be calculative. Let's get out of the valley first. Ma Fuhu urged. Hee, don't worry. This secret passage can't be found by Longting Mountain Villa no matter what. We should rest here and wait until we have enough energy, or when Longting Mountain Villa's guard outside the valley relaxes. It won't be too late to go down. Valley Master Nya squinted his eyes and looked at the sun directly above his head. Ha 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 ha. Just as Valley Master Nya's voice fell, a burst of wild laughter came from behind everyone. Valley Master Nya, how have you been? I just wanted to talk to you. Why is it so difficult? You. How did you find this secret passage? Valley Master Nya turned around and asked incredulously with his eyes wide open. Is there even a need to ask? Of course, it's because of your precious second daughter. Manor Master Long laughed and pointed at Nya Qianxiu who just walked out of the secret passage. Qianxiu. You. Valley Master Nya said angrily, how can you be such a traitor? Father, look at what you're saying. I'm a married woman, a spilled water. It's not like I'm a traitor. Nya Qianxiu smiled and said, besides, what's the use of guarding the fragrant religion? You've worked hard for so many years and they still didn't protect you. It's better to follow the master. Master? Valley Master Nya was shocked, who's your master? This. Nya Qianxiu realized her slip of the tongue and immediately covered it up, let's not talk about this first. You'll know sooner or later. The point is, if the fragrant religion doesn't protect Rejuvenation Valley, then Rejuvenation Valley will become a big piece of fat meat in the pugilistic world. You've seen it too. Cold Ice Garden, Divergent Yellow Mountain. They're all eyeing it covetously. Rather than letting them benefit, why not let my daughter benefit? Don't you think so? You. Valley Master Nya was so angry that his face turned white. Besides, I've asked the emissary for a promise from the master. If you submit to the master, then our Rejuvenation Valley won't be divided up by others. Father can still be the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley. You can just let me be the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley after 100 years. Evil creature. Valley Master Nye scolded. Father, don't be angry. This is all my wishful thinking. I still don't know if His Excellency will agree. His Excellency possesses remarkable abilities. If His Excellency doesn't agree, our Rejuvenation Valley will only have the path of annihilation. Of course, I and the Whale Gang have contributed a little to the Master. Who knows, maybe the Master will agree. As they spoke, more and more people came to the mountain peak of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. They surrounded the Jade Foundation Alliance in front of a stone wall. Old Nya, is there still a need to consider? Your daughter is doing this for your own good. She has no choice but to do this. She's also saving your Rejuvenation Valley. Bah, if it weren't for this evil creature, how could my Rejuvenation Valley be invaded by you? Now that you've turned black and white upside down, it's all your fault. Hee hee, old Nya, you think too highly of yourself. It's just a 5 elements formation. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have anything useful, I would have broken it long ago. Ah. You. How do you know this is a 5 elements formation? Valley Master Nya was a little surprised. Is there a need to ask? Of course it was the Master who taught me. The Master is a celestial being. His wisdom is as vast as the sea, and his abilities are vast. Your little tricks are nothing in his eyes. Manor Master Long then shouted, Old Nya, haven't you realized it yet? Even now, you're still thinking of spreading the incense order's protection? Why don't you submit to the Master now? That way, you can still escape with your life. Also, give your Nye Chinyu to me as a concubine. Only then can I get rid of the shame of being humiliated by a nameless junior. Another voice said arrogantly. Nye Chinyu was ashamed and angry. When she looked up, she saw Mr. Long walking out of the secret passage. Chapter 967. Young Master Long was still as handsome as ever. However, the lustful expression on his face revealed all his ugliness. When the sect masters of Freezing Ice Garden and the other sects heard Villa Master Long of Soaring Dragon Manor mention something about Master, they were shocked. Which one of them wasn't a sly old fox who had been in the pugilistic world for a long time? When they heard that Villa Master Long seemed to be summoning them to surrender, which was different from their agreement, their expressions changed subconsciously. When they heard young Master Long's arrogance, their hearts were once again at ease. Frozen Ice Garden's sect Master Peng smiled and said, Young Master Long is indeed a dragon among men. Your words are exactly what this old man wants. Rejuvenation Valley used his daughter as bait to lure us in and humiliated us. Now that we have taken down Rejuvenation Valley, we will humiliate his daughter and give them a taste of their own medicine. Flying Fish Sect's Zhou Tai stood beside Villa Master Long and whispered, Villa Master Long, right now, we're like fire and water with Rejuvenation Valley and Yuli Alliance. How can there be any room for reconciliation? Why don't we destroy them on the spot? 1 valley, 2 sects, and 3 horse farms will be our spoils of war. We can discuss it later. A bunch of ignorant fools. Manor Master Long despised these boorish people from the bottom of his heart. He thought to himself, who knows how many treasures this Jade Foundation Alliance has behind the scenes. Even this 5 elements formation. If it wasn't for Master's men, how could we have broken it? Just Rejuvenation Valley alone has the legendary item of the Immortal Tao. Needless to say, the other 4 sects have even more. Of course, I have my reasons to persuade them to surrender. Before Villa Master Long could speak, Valley Master Nya laughed bitterly. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Old Fogey Long, bring out your sword and let me experience it. As he spoke, he waved the sword in his hand and leaped towards Villa Master Long. Haha, little Nya, how can I not know how good your martial arts are? Even if I let you have 8 to 10 moves, you're still no match for me. Seeing that there was no room for reconciliation, Villa Master Long thrust his sword forward. The two of them stood in a circle. Brothers, we'd rather die than live in dishonor. The Yuli Alliance only has men who die on the ground. There are no pussies who live on the ground. Go, let's fight it out with Soaring Dragon manner. Ma Fuhu roared and charged forward. The two forces immediately clashed. Yu Zhonglin was originally standing beside Nie Qianrong and Nie Qianyu to protect them. Now that someone was attacking them, he was also defending himself. As he drew his sword, he didn't forget to remind Nie Qianrong, little Yu doesn't know any martial arts. Protect her carefully. Yes, I know. Be careful. Nie Qianrong watched as her husband tried his best to defend himself, but soon fell into a disadvantageous position. Her heart turned cold as she stood in front of Nie Qianyu with a dagger in her hand. Although the number of Jade Foundation Alliance members was small, those who remained were all elites. Even though Longting Manor and the others tried their best to kill them, they did not seem to have any significant effect. You, what are you doing? Nie Qianrong held the short sword in her hand as she stared at young Master Long who was slowly walking towards her. Ha, what am I doing? What else can I do? I just want to bring my beautiful wife home. Young Master Long glanced around the battlefield as he sneered, I didn't expect Rejuvenation Valley's first miss and second miss to be as beautiful as flowers. This third miss just has to be a flower bud that hasn't bloomed yet. TSK, under my nourishment, I'm sure she'll be a great beauty in the future. As he spoke, young Master Long took a step forward and grabbed Nie Qianrong's chest. You. Nie Qianrong's face flushed red. She swung her short sword towards young Master Long. Young Master Long retracted his hand and raised the long sword in his right hand. Very exquisitely, he tapped on the short sword. With just a slight activation of the Soaring Dragon mantra, Nie Qianrong felt waves of boundless power surging from the short sword. She couldn't hold it in her hand and the short sword flew diagonally out of the mountain. That wasn't all. Just as Nie Qianrong's gaze shifted to the flying short sword, young Master Long's left leg kicked Nie Qianrong's chest. With a pu sound, Nie Qianrong spat out a mouthful of blood. She was sent flying to the other side of the stone wall. Hee, first miss, although you're dignified and beautiful, you're still a withered flower. This young master doesn't care for you. It's better for you to hide to the side. Big sister, Nie Qianyu shouted and chased after Nie Qianrong. Little girl, let this young master see, how old are you? Young Master Long was obviously humiliated by Zhang Xiaohua in the past. Now that he had a chance to regain his face, he actually acted like a ruffian. He didn't restrain his words and didn't have the bearing of a young master. His hand actually grabbed Nie Qianyu's slightly protruding chest. Little you. Seeing that Nie Qianyu was about to be humiliated, Valley Master Nie, who had been paying attention to this scene, was furious. The sword in his hand was a little flustered. With a kchi sound, Manor Master Long's long sword pierced Valley Master Nie's wrist. With a clang sound, Valley Master Nie's long sword fell to the ground. Valley Master Nie, you're too stingy. You're actually multitasking. Manor Master Long pointed his long sword at Valley Master Nie's throat and sneered. At this moment, how could Nie Qianyu escape from young Master Long's hands? How dare you! There was a clear roar and a figure jumped out from behind Nie Qianyu. It was Little Orange, who had been hiding behind Nie Qianyu all this while and didn't dare to make a sound. She only jumped out when her young mistress was humiliated. Little thing. Young Master Long was furious. It seems that if I don't show you my power, you won't know how powerful my Tinglong Villa is. Young Master Long threw his long sword away and grabbed Little Orange's left hand with his left hand. At the same time, his right hand moved forward and grabbed Little Orange's left arm. You! What are you doing? Little Orange shouted in panic. Young Master Long didn't answer. Instead, he glanced sideways at Nie Qianyu, who was also a little frightened. With a kchi-la sound, Little Orange's scream was heard. Little Orange's left arm was torn off by young Master Long. Little Orange. Nie Qianyu couldn't bear it anymore. She forgot to run to Nie Qianrong and turned back to run. Young Master Long's body was splashed with blood. With a hideous smile on his face, he opened his left hand and grabbed Nie Qianyu again. This time, he didn't grab her chest, but her throat. Little you. Seeing that Nie Qianyu was about to fall into young Master Long's hands, Valley Master Nie ignored Manor Master Long's long sword and rushed over. At this moment, a roar that resounded through the 9 heavens came from the distant sky. Thief, how dare you! Before the voice died away, 8 rays of sword light fell from the sky like lightning. They didn't wait for anyone to react and shuttled through the crowd at lightning speed. The first ray of sword light flashed through young Master Long's throat with a poochie sound. With a slight trace of blood, the sword light turned and rushed into another group of people, cutting the throat of the disciple who injured Yu Zhonglin. Who? Young Master Long didn't move. His left hand was still stretched forward, but his head was slightly tilted as if he was looking for the person who scolded him. His right hand moved back and was about to cover his throat. When he touched his wound and saw the trace of blood on his hand, he didn't know what was going on. With a plop sound, he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. He died with grievances. When Manor Master Long heard the scolding in the air, he felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect things to turn out so quickly. When he saw young Master Long fall to the ground after being stabbed to death by the flying sword, he shouted. Just as he shouted, a ray of sword light appeared in front of him. Manor Master Long was shocked and raised his sword to block it. However, the sword light was invisible and couldn't be blocked at all. Before Manor Master Long could make any other plans, the sword light had already reached his throat. Manor Master Long felt a chill in his throat, and just as he touched his wound, he blacked out and fell to the ground. 8 streaks of sword light flashed with a cold glint, like a sickle used to harvest crops. Everywhere it passed, a life would be reaped. The man who was so arrogant earlier and had killed many of the Jade Foundation Alliance's disciples was now like a baby without any ability to move. He was easily killed on the spot. Little Orange. Nie Qianyu didn't notice what was happening. She only focused on the girl who grew up with her. Although she treated her as a sister, she had always been taken care of by her sister. Just now, she knew that nothing would happen to her, but she was afraid that Nie Qianyu would be humiliated and blocked in front of her. Little Orange's left arm was torn off and fresh blood covered the ground. Her face was extremely pale and it was obvious that she wasn't going to live. Little girl, you, get out of the way first. A somewhat familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar voice rang out in the air. Big brother Ren? Nie Qianyu was overjoyed. When she turned her head, she saw a handsome young man dressed in a simple robe standing in the air outside Rejuvenation Valley's mountain peak. He was not very tall, but he was not very handsome. Nie Qianyu's face turned red and she felt sad. It wasn't her big brother Ren. Only then did Nie Qianyu see clearly that the person was floating in the air. Deity. This was the first thought that came to Nie Qianyu's mind. Then, her eyes lit up and she fell to the ground. She knocked her forehead on the mountain rock and cried, "Granddad Deity, quick, save Little Orange." The mountain rock on the mountain peak was very sharp. Nie Qianyu only knocked a few times and her forehead was bleeding. The person who appeared in the air was Zhang Xiaohua. He originally wanted to save Little Orange, but he didn't expect Nie Qianyu to treat him as Granddad Deity. Moreover, after knocking her head, he waved his hand and a force appeared out of nowhere. He lifted Nie Qianyu up and said, "I don't know medicine, but there are a few pills here. Maybe they can save this little girl's life." As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle. With a wave of his hand, the jade bottle flew to Nie Qianyu. Nie Qianyu reached out to catch it and kowtowed again, "Thank you, Granddad Deity." However, she couldn't continue kowtowing. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua frowned and looked at the secret passage again. Chapter 968. Zhang Xiaohua came from Don't Worry City and saw everything that happened on the mountain peak with her divine sense. However, she was still a little late and couldn't stop young Master Long's evil deeds. Therefore, the 8 sword rays showed no mercy and killed all the disciples of Soaring Dragon Villa, Flying Fish Sect, Raging Waves Sect, and those who weren't part of the Jade Foundation Alliance. However, there were many disciples of Soaring Dragon Villa and many of them were gathered at the side of the secret tunnel. When they saw the sudden change, they hurriedly rushed into the tunnel like a swarm of bees. Zhang Xiaohua killed all the leaders with her sword. Then, she killed some of the lackeys. When she saw the Jade Foundation Alliance disciples chasing after her, she frowned and recalled her flying sword. The 8 sword rays flew back to Zhang Xiaohua's side like fish and in a flash, they turned into one and circled around Zhang Xiaohua a few times before disappearing. Sword Immortal. When the Jade Foundation Alliance saw this, they were dumbfounded and thought of the legendary term. That's right, the mountain peak of Rejuvenation Valley was extremely high and this person could fly beyond the cliff. Moreover, she didn't even need to use her hands to execute sword techniques. That incomparably strange sword ray that even the eyes couldn't follow. Who else could it be but a sword immortal? Everyone was terrified and didn't know how to face this legendary immortal. When they saw Nie Qinyu kneeling down and begging for help, everyone came to their senses and hurriedly knelt down. Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. She flicked her sleeves and the people in front felt a surge of energy surging towards them. They couldn't kneel down. Zhang Xiaohua then said, "I don't like conventional etiquette. Feel free to do as you wish." How could they dare to do as they wished? Although Zhang Xiaohua disguised herself as Panan and looked young, everyone knew that immortals could regain their youthful appearance. Perhaps this person before them was a few hundred years old. Therefore, Valley Master Nya took a few steps forward and bowed deeply. He said respectfully, "I am Commander Nya from Rejuvenation Valley. Greetings. Immortal Elder." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's easy. I have heard of Rejuvenation Valley's reputation before, and it has quite a clean reputation. And, what exactly is going on?" Then, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nie Qinyu, who was holding the jade bottle, and said to Valley Head Nya, "I've long heard of Rejuvenation Valley's amazing medical skills. Although I have some medicinal pills, I still have some ability to save a little girl. I'm afraid I can't satisfy this girl's request." Valley Master Nya said respectfully, "It is already Little Orange's great fortune that Senior Immortal has bestowed the medicinal pill. How would my Rejuvenation Valley dare to ask Senior Immortal to help? It's just that, my disciples have all died. If you want to save Little Orange, only I can do it. I'm afraid I've neglected you, Senior Immortal." Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed. She scolded, "A life is at stake. Although she is just a maidservant, she may have stood up to save her master. She has noble moral integrity. How can you delay the treatment for mundane matters? If Rejuvenation Valley is like this, would have saved you in vain." Valley Head Nya's face was filled with shame. He bowed deeply again, "Thank you, Senior Immortal, for your teachings. I'll do it right away. Although Little Orange's arm is broken, it hasn't been broken for long. With Rejuvenation Valley's medical skills, it should be able to be reconnected. With Senior Immortal's medicinal pill, it should be fine. Go, don't be noisy." Zhang Xiaohua was worried about Little Orange's life and was too lazy to be long-winded with him. Valley Head Nya didn't dare to delay. He turned to look at Si Yakong and Old Man Yu, and hurriedly led a few disciples to carry Little Orange down the mountain peak. Nie Qinyu was anxious and wanted to follow, but Valley Head Nya pushed her and gave her a look, telling her to stay where she was. Nie Qinyu knew her father's intentions, but she was really worried about Little Orange. Her gaze followed Little Orange's bloody body until it could no longer be seen. At this time, Si Yakong stepped forward and saluted, "I'm Si Yakong from Weapon Forging Sect." "Greetings, Senior Immortal." "And, you're from Weapon Forging Sect. Why are you in Rejuvenation Valley?" Zhang Xiaohua asked even though she already knew the answer, "Tell me the reason." Yes, Senior Immortal. Si Yakong was unusually respectful. He stood there and told her the whole story. After listening to the process of the matter, Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. Her heart was also in turmoil. What happened to Rejuvenation Valley was because of her. If she hadn't entered the fragrant religion, how could there be so many waves? Admittedly, in order to enter the fragrant religion, she had given Rejuvenation Valley many benefits and also taught them the 5 elements formation, which could be considered as helping Rejuvenation Valley defend against the enemy. However, if she hadn't entered the fragrant religion, there wouldn't have been so many effects. Mu Qingxian and Fei He also wouldn't have lost their lives. Thinking that Mu Qingxian, who once earnestly taught her, was no longer in this world, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel sad. After Si Yakong finished telling the story, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was still floating in the air, with an apprehensive expression. These were all mundane matters of Jianghu. He didn't know if this senior immortal cared. Looking at her calm expression, perhaps she just treated it as a story. Because this was the first time they saw someone from the immortal Dao, and because they didn't know her temperament, they were also shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's thunderous killing methods. Other than Si Yakong, who told the whole story, the rest of the people were silent and solemn. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Nie Qianrong, who had fainted by the stone wall, woke up with a groan, startling Zhang Xiaohua out of her reverie. Even Yu Zhonglin, who was lying at the side with serious injuries, woke up at this moment. He struggled to get over. Nie Qianyu had been standing quietly by the side, frowning as she looked at Zhang Xiaohua. She clearly knew that the person before her was an immortal. Although she looked young, she was definitely older than her grandfather. Moreover, her height was obviously different from that person. But why did she feel a sense of familiarity? Hearing Nie Qianrong's groan, Nie Qianyu seemed to wake up from a dream. However, she moved her body and stopped. She carefully looked at Zhang Xiaohua. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua nod, she hurriedly ran over. Big sister, as she spoke, she helped Nie Qianrong up, took out an elixir, and fed it to Nie Qianrong. At this moment, although the scene was still silent, everyone was relieved. Although they didn't know the senior immortal's temperament, based on his actions just now, he should be kind. Or rather, he was kind to the people of the Jade Foundation Alliance. Sigh, after a while, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. The grudges of the pugilistic world aren't something that I can meddle in. But I happened to pass by here and saw that this girl's bones were very good. Perhaps fate has brought us together, so I made an exception and wanted to take this girl as my disciple. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, she pointed at Nie Qianyu. Instantly, the eyes of the people of the Jade Foundation Alliance flashed with eagerness. Becoming a senior immortal's disciple. That was something that they had never even dreamed of. Moreover, he was the one who offered himself to be their disciple. This was a rare opportunity. Although Nie Qianyu wasn't their disciple, she was still a member of the Jade Foundation Alliance. Everyone knew that when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to the heavens. With a senior immortal as her backing, who in the pugilistic world would dare to bully her? This was so much more powerful than the incense cult. Everyone wanted to reach out a third hand from their eyes and grab Nie Qianyu, forcing her to kowtow to him immediately. However, an unexpected answer came out of Nie Qianyu's mouth. Senior Immortal, I appreciate your kindness, but I've already become a disciple of the Beidou school. Although I haven't officially taken you as my disciple, I've already cultivated the internal cultivation techniques of the Beidou school. If I don't get the approval of the Beidou school and become your disciple, wouldn't I? Everyone was shocked and their expressions changed. Putting aside the fact that Nie Qianyu had rejected such a great opportunity, even going against the senior immortal's wishes was a huge risk. If the senior immortal got angry, no one dared to think about it. Zhang Xiaohua frowned as well. He had personally taught the first level of the Carefree Heart Sutra to Nie Qianyu, so he naturally knew about this. However, he wanted to take Nie Qianyu as his disciple because he wanted to find a reason to help her. Even if Nie Qianyu had countless reasons, he would have countless ways to deal with it. Nie Qianyu said this, but she was also nervous. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's solemn expression, she didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse. Beta school? Zhang Xiaohua pretended not to know and asked curiously, "What school is that?" "I've never heard of it." "However, you only learned the chant and didn't take anyone as your disciple, so you can't be considered a disciple of Beta school?" "Although I haven't taken anyone as my disciple, but I've long considered Beta school as my master." "Ha, good girl, good disciple, whatever." Everyone felt extremely regretful. This was a great opportunity to become an immortal, and it was wasted just like that. Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic and said, "I'll temporarily take you as a registered disciple. If the elders of Beta school don't agree, then forget about it." As she spoke, she took out an item from her pocket. With a stretch of her hand, the item flew to Nie Qianyu's eyes. "This is a jade talisman for communication. If Beta school replies, crush it and I will know. This is fate for I to meet you." Everyone was shocked again. Of course, Immortal Elder's jade talisman had a profound meaning. It was simply a life-saving talisman. Further down the line was Rejuvenation Valley, the life-saving talisman of Yuli Alliance. Whether it was useful or not aside, with this item, who would dare to touch Rejuvenation Valley? How could Nie Qianyu not understand? She reached out to take it and bowed to thank her. "Thank you for your kindness, Immortal Elder." Before Nie Qianyu could finish, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, don't thank me, don't thank me. I'm leaving." As she spoke, she headed in the direction of Don't Worry City, disappearing in an instant. "Farewell, Immortal Elder." On the mountain peak, everyone bowed and called out. Even when Zhang Xiaohua was gone, they didn't dare to stand up. "Sigh, we can't do as we please in the Jianghu." Although Mu Qingxian and Fei He are in Rejuvenation Valley, taking care of the herbs and managing Qihuang, their lives are still in danger. Second brother is now the head disciple of Ethereal Hall, which is even more dangerous. With Incense Sect open, won't Abbess Jing Yi care more about Ethereal Hall? Since we're already in the Jianghu, perhaps we can only cultivate our martial arts to the peak to have the ability to protect ourselves. The Immortal Tao. The Qi of heaven and earth is gradually recovering. The Immortal Tao will be the main character in the future. The martial Tao may gradually decline. It's better to find an opportunity, to see if second brother has any immortal fate. Chapter 969. After Zhang Xiaohua left Rejuvenation Valley, she saw the disciples of the Jade Foundation Alliance chasing after the disciples of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. The disciples of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa fled pathetically, not daring to fight back. She couldn't help but think of drawing Zhang Xiaohua into the path of immortality. Immortal fate? In the eyes of others, it might be an indiscernible thing, but what about me? Zhang Xiaohua was a little proud. Although the qi of heaven and earth was recovering and not enough for cultivation, she had already learned the spirit gathering array in the jade mine under 9 Radiance Peak. Moreover, the 5-colored jade essence was the essence of the 5 elemental jade. In time, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely be able to use this jade essence to set up a true 5 elemental spirit gathering array. The problem of the qi of heaven and earth needed for cultivation should be solved. The only thing left was Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude. This wasn't something Zhang Xiaohua could help with. Zhang Xiaohua concealed herself and flew to a secluded corner of Sorrow City. She revealed herself and released her divine sense, wanting to find Meng's location. However, after searching for a long time, she still couldn't find her. Strange? Did something happen? Zhang Xiaohua was a little anxious. However, she thought again. If something had happened, her divine sense would be able to find traces as well. She must have entered some kind of restriction that concealed her tracks. Then, she thought about the methods of the incense cult. Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved. She strolled to a tea house and sat at the side, slowly sipping her tea. News spread quickly in the tea house. In less than half a day, the soaring Dragon Mountain Villa attacked Rejuvenation Valley. Rejuvenation Valley retreated to the top of the mountain in defeat. Just as Rejuvenation Valley was about to be exterminated, another immortal appeared and killed everyone from the soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. There were even rumors that the immortal was more than 50 feet tall, had white hair and a youthful face. He even held a walking stick in his hand. With a wave of his walking stick, there was the sound of thunder and lightning, killing everyone from the soaring Dragon Mountain Villa while leaving those from Rejuvenation Valley unharmed. You don't know this, but that immortal was standing hundreds of meters in the air. His body was glowing with multicolored light, and everyone on the mountain peak was kneeling down. When that immortal waved his hand, everyone involuntarily stood up. That's right, Valley Head Nya of Rejuvenation Valley has always been benevolent. The immortal said that he came down from the heavens to help because he's usually a good person. What do you know? That's the immortal Dao. Immortal Dao? More powerful than martial arts? I heard about it from Grandmaster. Say, when that immortal waved his walking stick, could the internal energy in his meridians fly out? Kill him? It's not internal energy, it's flying swords. I heard that when the immortal waved his hand, thousands of flying swords flew out of his sleeves and chopped Manor Lord Long and the others into minced meat. Listening to the rumors in the tea house, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head slightly, and a bitter smile appeared on her face. Rumors stopped with the wise. Perhaps it should be so, but could the rumors stop? Perhaps it was Rejuvenation Valley's intention, or perhaps it was the boredom of bored people. It wouldn't be long before this rumor spread throughout the pugilistic world. But thinking of the consequences she brought to Rejuvenation Valley, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to correct anything. Perhaps this was also a kind of protection she brought to Rejuvenation Valley. There were more and more people in the tea house, and all of them were glowing with excitement. As soon as they entered, they opened their mouths and told her what they knew had happened in Rejuvenation Valley. Seeing that the tea house was even noisier than the restaurant, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Suddenly, her mind stirred, and she released her divine sense. She saw Meng appear beside Carefree Lake, and she was still dressed in her original attire. Looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua went down the tea house and headed straight for the Moon Elder Temple in the west of the city. The Moon Elder Temple was still cold and cheerless. Zhang Xiaohua sat on the back of the four odd beasts and watched from afar. She didn't push open the door and enter. When she saw the smiling Moon Elder in her divine sense, she thought of Meng and felt a trace of sweetness. It was a pity that although her divine sense was strong, she couldn't see if the two people's feet were tied with the same red thread. Just as she was thinking, Meng appeared in her vision riding a white horse. Zhang Xiaohua patted Huanhuan's bald horn and said with a smile, "Is everything settled?" Yes. Meng smiled and then hesitated. "But, on the way to... I heard someone talking about Rejuvenation Valley. I don't know how it is now." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I also heard about it. But now, things have taken a turn for the better." Turn for the better? Meng was a little puzzled. Could it be that Qinglongting Manor has been withdrawn? You didn't hear any other rumors after you finished your business? Other rumors? What do you mean? Meng was a little puzzled and said with a slightly red face, "I finished my business and was in a hurry. I came to the Moon Elder Temple and didn't hear anything." Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed. She said gently, "I heard in the tea house that someone from the immortal Dao came to the rescue and killed the people of Qinglongting Manor. Now that Rejuvenation Valley is very safe, there shouldn't be anyone in the Jianghu who would rashly invade." Someone from the immortal Dao? Meng was shocked. Who is that? How would I know? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. There are all kinds of rumors in the tea house. I don't know either. Meng said, "Then, should we go to Rejuvenation Valley first?" Sigh, "I don't know either. Since we're already here, we should go and take a look. But the root of the matter in Rejuvenation Valley is still with me. I'm a little embarrassed to go. Moreover, we're going to the Daoist Temple with a heavy responsibility." We can't leak the news of the incense cult opening. I'm afraid that the cult won't be able to make proper preparations. If we go to Rejuvenation Valley, won't everything be leaked? Meng pursed her lips and smiled. Then when you came out, did the cult leader tell you not to go to Rejuvenation Valley? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, of course the cult leader didn't say that. That's right. Meng said, in the cult leader's eyes, the matter in Rejuvenation Valley is really insignificant. The punishment that day was only because Rejuvenation Valley agreed on the surface but disobeyed in secret. Otherwise, the cult leader would have absolutely ignored it. Since I came to Sorrow City, you must follow. The cult leader must have thought that you would go to Rejuvenation Valley, but she still didn't say anything. Firstly, she didn't take it seriously. Secondly, she didn't care about whether you went or not. As for your whereabouts being leaked, that's even less of a consideration. You're just a nobody in the Jianghu. Who would know who you are? Heh, even if you made a name for yourself in Rejuvenation Valley's arena, who would remember you now? You and I entered the valley at night and warned them repeatedly. Do you think the people of Rejuvenation Valley would dare to spread the word? Even if they made a connection with someone from the Immortal Dao, our incense cult is a great sect of the Immortal Dao. Rejuvenation Valley will probably have to rely on our incense cult in the future. They definitely won't place their hopes on an illusory person from the Immortal Dao. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and nodded. You're right. I originally thought too lightly. The grace of a drop of water must be repaid with a gushing spring. I still have to go. However, Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic. Nie Qianyu and I really. Meng laughed out loud when she saw Zhang Xiaohua's cautious appearance. She pinched Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, I've already said it no less than 100 times. If you don't have a guilty conscience, why are you nagging here? Heh, I actually want to see this little girl. Night quickly arrived. The entire Rejuvenation Villa was shrouded in darkness. The walls surrounding the villa had long been removed. Now, only a few idle disciples were patrolling around. Presumably, even they themselves knew that the appearance of someone from the Immortal Dao during the day had already shocked the Jianghu. Even those who coveted Rejuvenation Valley couldn't reach out to Rejuvenation Valley at this time. Say, do you think our third miss has a screw loose? A disciple looked at the lights of 100 Herb Hall in the distance and said in a low voice, the Immortal Elder wanted to take her as a disciple, but she actually refused. She wants to be a disciple of some Beidou school. She'll lower your voice. Another disciple said, our Rejuvenation Valley managed to escape with our lives. Isn't it all thanks to the third miss? It's not that I don't appreciate the third miss, but I just don't understand. If you don't understand, then don't think about it. The Immortal Elder didn't take a fancy to you. The disciple said disdainfully, besides, according to the Immortal Elder, there will still be opportunities in the future. As long as the people of Beidou school agree, the third miss can still become an immortal. Also, don't you think that Beidou school isn't normal? Yeah, now that you mention it, I kind of understand. You should have known long ago. The third miss set up some kind of formation outside the villa. I heard, it was taught by Ren Xiaoxia who used to be here. Yeah, if it weren't for that formation, you and I might have died in the hands of the enemy long ago. At this moment, a woman's voice came from the forest not far away. She said in a low voice, Xiaohua, what formation? Heh, it's nothing much. It's just a strange formation I learned in the past. I used it to exchange for Rejuvenation Valley's pill formula. And a book from the Jade Foundation Alliance's weapon forging sect. Where did you learn it from? Can you keep it a secret for now? Let's go out now. I'll tell you when I have the chance in the future. Remember to tell me in the future. Sure, of course. With that, the two of them drifted away like the autumn wind, drifting through the silent night sky. They went straight into Rejuvenation Mountain Villa without attracting the slightest bit of attention from the patrolling disciples. At this moment, 100 Herb Hall was also filled with people. The atmosphere couldn't be described as festive or gloomy. It was just quiet, and no one spoke. 2 people were kneeling in 100 Herb Hall. One was Wuxia Xianxia, and the other was, of course, Changsheng. Father, I did it for Rejuvenation Valley out of goodwill. Don't you know? Longting Mountain Villa allied with a group of sects to take over Rejuvenation Valley's foundation. I had no choice. I knew that I couldn't fight them head-on, so I discussed with Changsheng. Rather than letting Frozen Ice Garden take advantage of us, it's better to let the Whale Gang, no matter what, we're still family. Family? Valley Master Nya was furious. Since we're family, how could you lead a wolf into the house? If you hadn't broken the formation and led Longting Mountain Villa's people to the mountain peak, I wouldn't have been able to escape from Rejuvenation Valley. Father, the people outside the valley are all from the Longting Villa. Where are you going to escape to? Among the conditions that I discussed with them, there was a condition that they couldn't harm father and little sister. Chapter 970. Then as her father, I have to thank you. Valley Head Nye's face was full of mockery. Didn't you see that young Master Long's appearance? He didn't plan on taking your little sister's life, Valley Head Nye couldn't continue. He tore off Little Orange's arm in front of Little Yu. Wasn't that a direct threat? If it weren't for the fact that an immortal elder passed by today and was fated with Little Yu, not only would Little Orange's life have been lost, but Little Yu and I, even if our lives were saved, we would still be humiliated. Father. Nye Qianxiu begged. Soaring Dragon Villa, Flying Fish Gang, and even the disciples of my Whale Gang were all killed. Right now, the Whale Gang has no leader. If Changsheng and I don't return, then our ancestors' foundation will be taken over by others for nothing. Father, if you let us live, Changsheng and I will definitely merge the Whale Gang into Rejuvenation Valley. What do you think? I'm already old, and I don't have much ambition. I'm already satisfied to be able to protect Rejuvenation Valley. Why would I covet anything else? Valley Head Nye sneered. Moreover, you're the daughter-in-law of the Whale Gang. You led your Whale Gang disciples into Rejuvenation Valley. Right now is the time to punish you for your crimes. What's the point of saying all this? Father. Nye Qianxiu wailed. Father, I've said so much to you. Isn't it because I want you to know my difficulties? You don't know how great the power of that Longting Villa is, and how powerful the master behind them is. Daughter's actions are also to find a bright way out for Rejuvenation Valley. After all, without the protection of the fragrant cult, who knows how many rascals in the pugilistic world are eyeing our Rejuvenation Valley. If I can clear the path of the master of Soaring Dragon Villa, then I can protect Rejuvenation Valley. I won't let down father's decades of kindness in raising me. Nye Qianxiu's words were sincere, and tears flowed freely. It was as if she was going to dig out her heart for Valley Head Nye to see. Valley Master Nye sighed and said to Si Yakong, Big Brother Si, you're the boss of the Jade Foundation Alliance. You should make the decision. Si Yakong also sighed. He had watched the 3 sisters of the Nye family grow up. Based on Nye Qianxiu's crime, even if she was executed on the spot, it was only right. But this was Rejuvenation Valley after all, Commander Nye's place. At this moment, Si Yakong was almost complaining to the immortal elder. Why don't you just casually stretch out your hand and kill these 2 people? Wouldn't everything be over? Second brother Nye, Si Yakong shook his head slightly. The people of the Jade Foundation Alliance are all here to help Rejuvenation Valley. Of course, Rejuvenation Valley should be the leader. Qianxiu is your daughter. You should decide for yourself. Valley Master Nye looked up. Zhua Xiqing, Zhen Xian, and the others all lowered their eyebrows and didn't say anything. Valley Master Nye was truly in a difficult position. He unconsciously raised his eyes to look at Old Man Yu of Deer Cry Sect. Old Man Yu was originally lowering his head, but when he felt Valley Master Nye's gaze, he sighed in his heart and raised his head. Brother Nya, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. Valley Master Nya was overjoyed. Brother Yu, please speak. From what I heard from Qianxiu, although there were many fallacies in her words, they were filled with the intention of protecting Rejuvenation Valley. Perhaps she fell into the enemy's trap and her kindness was taken advantage of? Valley Master Nya pondered for a moment, then said, Brother Yu's words make sense. Moreover, after this battle, the whale gang is no longer a force to be reckoned with. It's not that I'm exaggerating, but by the time the sun rises tomorrow, someone might have already swallowed up the whale gang. Even if they return strong and powerful now, it's useless. Our Jade Foundation Alliance can forget about meddling in their affairs. Of course, I'm not saying this to side with Qianxiu. After all, she made a mistake by opening the formation and sending the enemy into the secret passage. She can't shirk her responsibility. So, since the immortal elder on the mountain peak didn't kill her with his sword, we, as her elders, shouldn't be too ruthless. When Nye Qianxiu heard this, she was overjoyed. Thank you, Uncle Yu. Sigh, you don't have to thank me. As the saying goes, the death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment cannot be avoided. What I mean is, to cripple their martial arts and imprison them in the valley. Ah. Nye Qianxiu was shocked. She turned around and begged, Father, please be merciful. If you cripple my martial arts, won't I be powerless? This can't be done. When Valley Master Nya looked at Elder Yu again, he had already returned to his chair and was silent. Valley Master Nya knew that there was no other way out now. He could only wave his hand and say, Take them away and break their dantian, Father. Nye Qianxiu begged. Changsheng's face was ashen. Wait. A voice sounded from outside the door. It sounded familiar. Who is it? Valley Master Nya was shocked. When he looked up and saw Zhang Xiaohua and Meng slowly walking in from the door, he couldn't help but be stunned. Is it Nephew Ren? Valley Master Nya asked in disbelief. It is me. How is Uncle Nya? Seeing that it was Zhang Xiaohua, everyone in the hall stood up and looked at Zhang Xiaohua and Meng in surprise. Nephew Ren. Didn't you go to the fragrant religion? How? How can you appear here? Could it be you didn't enter the fragrant religion? This lady. Who is she? Valley Master Nya asked several questions in a row. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, I will answer these questions later. Now I would like to ask Valley Master Nya. Can you lend me these two people for a while? Valley Master Nya frowned and said, Nephew Ren, what is the matter? Please tell me clearly in person. Zhang Xiaohua said awkwardly, after thinking for a while, he said, Uncle Nya, please know that this nephew is now a protector of the fragrant religion. This young lady is an inner sect disciple of the fragrant religion's fragrant peak. Just now, I heard the two of them talking about a master. This master has some grudges with the fragrant religion. This nephew wants to know from their mouths who this master is. You are fragrant religion? Protector disciple? She is an inner disciple of the fragrant religion? With Master Kong and the others. Valley Master Nya is right. I am Senior Peacock's junior sister. Meng said coldly, then took out a token from her chest and said, I wonder if Valley Master Nya wants to check. This. Valley Master Nya hesitated. Then he seemed to think of something and shook his head. How can Rejuvenation Valley compare to an inner disciple of the fragrant religion? Naturally, I don't dare to verify your authenticity. However, if the fragrant religion doesn't protect Rejuvenation Valley for 10 years, this Qianxiu and Changsheng can't be questioned in private. Of course, if Nephew Ren has any questions, it is better to ask them in person. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and shook her head, since Uncle Nya has such thoughts, then forget it. Good, take these two people away. Come and find a seat for Nephew Ren and this lady. When the two were seated, Valley Master Nye invited them to drink tea and asked, "There is still a year before the fragrant religion leaves Jianghu. Why did nephew Ren come out? Could it be?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng and turned to Valley Master Nye with a smile. "Uncle Nye, how I came out is a secret of the fragrant religion. Moreover, the reason why I came here at night is because I considered that this matter is very important and cannot be leaked. Therefore, I cannot tell you for the time being. Also, I ask Uncle Nye and everyone here to keep my whereabouts a secret. If anything is leaked, I don't need to tell you the consequences. I'm sure all the uncles here know." Valley Master Nye looked at everyone with a slight change in expression. Since nephew Ren's whereabouts are a secret, why? Valley Master Nye was very puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua stood up, bowed to the ground and said, "Because I came to Sorrow City because I heard about Rejuvenation Valley being surrounded by Longting Villa. I also know about the punishment that the hierarch has given to Rejuvenation Valley. Furthermore, this punishment was caused by this nephew. Therefore, this nephew has no choice but to come and explain the reason behind this." "You? It's really you?" Valley Master Nye was angry. He had some suspicions earlier. Now that he heard that Zhang Xiaohua had become some guardian disciple and even went in and out with the inner disciples, how could he not vaguely know? But when he heard Zhang Xiaohua say it personally, how could he not be angry when he thought about Rejuvenation Valley's current miserable state? However, when he thought about the method of refining pills, the wonders of the 5 elements formation and Zhang Xiaohua's current identity, Valley Master Nye's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Alas! He let out a long sigh and waved his hand. "Ren Xiaoxia, things have already come to this. Even if I blame you, what's the use? The matter of going to the fragrant religion was also brought up by me. Sending you to the fragrant religion was also agreed by me. You have also given Rejuvenation Valley a lot of benefits. When all these things are tangled together, I can't explain why. Since Ren Xiaoxia has now made a name for himself in the fragrant religion, I hope that you will take care of Rejuvenation Valley in the future." Valley Master Nye. Zhang Xiaohua changed her words. "No matter what, this disaster was caused by me. If not for the appearance of the people from the immortal Tao today, my sin would be great. I have nothing to compensate. These few bottles of pills are from the fragrant religion. I hope that Valley Master Nye will accept them as my apology, Big Brother Ren." "Is that you?" A timid voice sounded from behind Valley Master Nye. "Nye Xiaoyu?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's me. Are you, well?" A petite figure flashed out from behind Valley Master Nye and quickly ran in front of Zhang Xiaohua. However, when she saw Meng beside Zhang Xiaohua, she couldn't help but be stunned. A woman's intuition flashed through her and she immediately stopped. She was somewhat vigilant as she asked, "This young lady is?" "Xiaoyu." Valley Master Nye scolded, "This is the inner sect master of the fragrant religion. Don't be rude." "Ah." Nye Qianyu was shocked and hurriedly bowed. "Nye Qianyu of Rejuvenation Valley greets." "Master." Meng pursed her lips and smiled. She walked forward and held Nye Qianyu's hands. "Don't be so polite, Nye Xiaoyu. My name is Zi Xia, a disciple of Mo Nai Gong. On Lingering Fragrance Peak, Ren Xiaoyao talked a lot about you." When these words stopped in Nye Qianyu's ears, it was like thunder in the night sky. It shocked her so much that her face turned pale. Chapter 971. How would Nye Qianyu know what a disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak was? She was only thinking about what Meng said just now. On Lingering Fragrance Peak, Ren Xiaoyao talked a lot about you. Suddenly, Nye Qianyu's face turned pale and tears welled up in her eyes. She bowed again and said, "Greetings, Lord Zixia." "I said you're welcome." "I mean it," Meng said with a smile. "Little you, these are the pills that Ren Xiaoxia took out. He said it was compensation for Rejuvenation Valley. Ren Xiaoxia has just admitted that the leader of Lingering Fragrance sect blamed Rejuvenation Valley because of him. This this disaster was caused by him. Father. Even if it's because of Big Brother Ren, he also left behind a formation to help us defend against the enemy. Moreover, because of this matter, all the sects in the pugilistic world that coveted our Rejuvenation Valley were wiped out in one fell swoop. In the future, no one will dare to underestimate our Rejuvenation Valley. Nie Qianyu glanced at her dream and continued to defend Zhang Xiaohua. Little you. Valley Master Nie was a little unhappy. Nie Qianyu, you should accept it. Rejuvenation Valley suffered heavy casualties because of me. If you can accept these, I'll feel better. Zhang Xiaohua said. Take it, Nie Qianyu. These are healing pills from Lingering Fragrance sect. If anyone in Rejuvenation Valley is injured, taking one will be extremely effective. Meng also advised. Thinking of Nie Qianrong and Yu Zhonglin's injuries, Nie Qianyu's heart moved slightly. She nodded and said, then. I'll accept it. Zhang Xiaohua nodded with a smile. Then, she said, the matter has been explained. I have something important to do, so I'll take my leave. Please keep the matter of my arrival a secret for me. Okay, I understand. Valley Master Nie stood up and said. Everyone also stood up. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and was about to leave. At this time, Si Yakong pulled Zhang Xiaohua and whispered, Ren Xiaoxia, I don't know if I should say something. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Please enlighten me, Sect Master Si. Yes. Si Yakong looked at everyone and pulled Zhang Xiaohua to the side. He said in a low voice, that, the heavenly book that I gave to Ren Xiaoxia to comprehend. Cough, cough. I wonder if Ren Xiaoxia brought it back to Beta School. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, not yet. Headmaster Si knows that this is the first time I've left the School of Fragrance. I haven't returned to Beidu School yet. I see. I'm sure Xiaoxia hasn't comprehended the secrets of the heavenly book yet. Zhang Xiaohua was about to speak, but Si Yakong didn't give her a chance. He smiled and said, of course, it's a bit difficult for me to bring it up now. Although I had an agreement with Xiaoxia before, but my sect has a senior, cough cough, he seems to be able to decipher this heavenly book, so. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, her expression became very strange. She asked, Sect Master Si, you mean, yes, it's a bit embarrassing to take the heavenly book back from Xiaoxia now, but this heavenly book is related to the future of our weapon forging sect. As long as there's a glimmer of hope. I want to give it a try, ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, I thought it was something else. It's okay, Sect Master Si. Since you have a better solution, I will definitely support you. However, the heavenly book is in my mount's bag. Please wait a moment. Zhang Xiaohua went out and returned in the time it took to smoke a cigarette. She returned Si Yakong's wordless heavenly book intact. Si Yakong flipped it over and over again. When he saw that it was exactly the same as when he gave it to him, he carefully put it in his pocket and cupped his hands. Many thanks to Ren Xiaoxia for your kindness. Zhang Xiaohua also laughed and said, you're too kind. I still have to thank Sect Master Si. Si Yakong didn't understand. Zhang Xiaohua also didn't explain and left 100 Herb Hall. In the shadows outside 100 Herb Hall, Valley Master Nie and Nie Qianyu were accompanying Meng as they waited for Zhang Xiaohua. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua come over, Valley Master Nie whispered, Ren Xiaoxia, I also have something to tell Ren Xiaoxia. Zhang Xiaohua was even more curious. Valley Master Nie, why didn't you say anything earlier? Valley Master Nie glanced at Nie Qianyu and told her about how the immortal elder asked Nie Qianyu to become his disciple. He then laughed and said, I know. Of course, it was just a joke that you accepted little you as your disciple on behalf of your sect's elder. Although you taught little you some formations, it wasn't an internal cultivation technique. Also, I don't think you've returned to your sect. I think, Valley Master Nie means to pretend that I didn't say anything? Or, when I return to the sect, I don't need to mention it to the sect's elders and head? Zhang Xiaohua said calmly. Father. Nie Qianyu said, I've already told you that I'm a disciple of Beidou school, shut up. Valley Master Nye scolded. You're still young, how would you know the pros and cons? Listen to your father, it's definitely not wrong. Hee hee, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Valley Master Nye, whether she wants to become my disciple or not is up to Miss Nye. If she doesn't want to become my Beidou school's disciple, how can I force her to become my disciple? Even the immortal elder you mentioned didn't force her to become his disciple. So, all the initiative is in Miss Nye's hands. I already understand Valley Master Nye's meaning. Before Miss Nye tells me that she wants to become my disciple, I definitely won't tell my sex elders in advance. Of course, if Miss Nye doesn't want to become my disciple, then don't practice the cultivation technique that I taught. Big brother Ren. Nye Qianyu felt bitter in her heart. Alright, I've finished my business here. Goodbye. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and pulled Meng along with him as he left using his lightness skill. Nye Qianyu felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart when she saw Zhang Xiaohua holding Meng's hand. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng left Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw that there was no one around. She whispered, Meng, wait here for a while. I'll be back soon. What are you doing? Meng whispered, don't tell me you're going to meet Nye Qianyu behind my back. Forget it. Do I need to do that? Zhang Xiaohua had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She said, didn't you hear Nye Qianyu's second sister talking about some master? This is a big fish. No matter what, we have to see if we can find any clues. I'm fine with it, but if you can find out who's behind all this, wouldn't it be a great merit? Pfft. Meng laughed. Aren't you worried about Nye Qianyu? You want to borrow the sect leader's hand to get rid of this person? I'm not thinking that much. Zhang Xiaohua looked around. Forget it. Even if what you say makes sense, the atmosphere in the incense sect has been so foul because of these people that they even dared to make a move on Grand Elder Jing Gang and the others. If you really can find the culprit behind this, perhaps Rejuvenation Valley's punishment will be reduced. Maybe Rejuvenation Valley doesn't care about this punishment anymore. Meng said with a meaningful smile. Alright, then I'll go now. You aren't coming with me? No. You're familiar with this place. It's better if you go early and return early. Meng shook her head. Zhang Xiaohua leaped into the air and slipped into the darkness of the forest. She entered Rejuvenation Valley like a wisp of smoke. When did Xiaohua's lightness skill become so good? Meng was stunned. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and easily found Changsheng and Nye Qianxiu's location. The two of them were in a secluded hut by a pea oil lamp. Their faces were filled with dejection and disappointment. They appeared to be in a sorry state. Outside the hut, several Rejuvenation Valley disciples were patrolling the area with weapons in their hands. Zhang Xiaohua entered the hut. Before the two of them could react, she sealed their acupoints in the air. Then, she walked in front of them and stretched out her finger to seal the acupoint on Nye Qianxiu's head. It was the bewitching finger. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Xiaohua appeared under a big tree outside the hut. Her face was filled with disappointment. It was obvious that she hadn't gained anything. She was about to leave the valley, but when she used her divine sense, she had a strange expression. She formed an incantation gesture and entered the ground. However, the direction she went wasn't outside the mountain villa. In the peach blossom forest of Rejuvenation Valley, the peach blossoms had already turned into fallen petals. At this moment, they had turned into spring mud and nourished the peach trees. In the dark night, under the full moon, a slender figure knelt in the peach blossom forest. She put her palms together and muttered, Mother, I really can't tell if I like it or if I'm in pain. Today, I unexpectedly saw Big Brother Ren. I'm so happy that I'm even happier than when I saw the immortal earlier. However, Mother, Big Brother Ren didn't come alone this time. There's a girl called Zixia with him. She's an inner disciple of the fragrance sect. She looks very kind and treats me very well. She's even more kind than the previous inner disciples, but I know that she's here because of Big Brother Ren. Actually, I quite like Lord Xianxia from the bottom of my heart. But, when I saw her standing together with Big Brother Ren, my heart began to ache. Moreover, when I saw Big Brother Ren holding her hand, my heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Mother, I know that I'm in the wrong. Big Brother Ren, he didn't say anything to me before. I'm definitely not worthy of him. Now, he's seen the person he likes. I should smile and give him my blessings. But I really can't do it. Mother, I can't do it. Nie Qianyu choked with sobs and covered her face with her hands. Mother, just now Father told me that although Big Brother Ren has done a favor for the fragrant sect, he's also brought us trouble this time. Let's call it even and don't have any more dealings with him. Although he's a guardian disciple of the fragrant sect, but our Rejuvenation Valley has the immortal as our backer. In the future, we don't have to give face to the fragrant sect, but, Mother, if I crush that jade talisman, although I can follow the immortal to practice the way of immortality, but, in the future, how can I meet Big Brother Ren? I'd rather follow Big Brother Ren to practice that obscure mental cultivation method than to learn the immortal's cultivation method. Mother, I've also told you before. Every time I practice that mental cultivation method, although Big Brother Ren isn't around, but I feel that Big Brother Ren is beside me and even watching me, this way, I'll have the energy to practice it, but... Father, the Rejuvenation Valley has become like this. If we don't have the immortal support, I'm afraid. Sigh, Mother, I know Father's difficulties, but, Mother, tell me, what should I do? In the distance, on top of a tall peach tree, a slender figure stood. He stared in a daze and listened in a daze. It was as if he had long been dumbfounded. Chapter 972. As the night deepened and Meng grew anxious, Zhang Xiaohua came out of Rejuvenation Valley. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she had something on her mind. Meng whispered, "What's wrong? You didn't find Nie Qianxiu? Let's go. It's getting late. Let's talk as we walk." The two of them used their lightness skills and rushed to Vao City. On the way, Zhang Xiaohua said, "We did find Nie Qianxiu and Changsheng, but they were fooled and used as pawns. How could they know anything about the Lord? She only saw Manor Lord Long and that so-called person sent by His Highness. That person seemed to have inconceivable skills and promised to hand over Rejuvenation Valley to her after taking it down. That's why she was blinded by greed and used the trick of injuring herself to become a spy. What about the person sent by the Lord? He was killed by that mysterious immortal on the mountain peak this morning. Well, this is great. We worked for nothing." Well, it's not like we worked for nothing. Nie Qianxiu also said that she vaguely heard Manor Lord Long mention something called Shui Yun. It seems to be a place where the Lord is. It's in the northeast of Vao City. As for the specific location, we'll have to ask carefully. It's a place called Shui Yun in the northeast of Vao City. It's easy to find out. When we arrive at Vao City, we'll send a message to the outer disciples of Incense Cult and have them investigate. On the one hand, we'll let them investigate. On the other hand, we'll have to secretly keep an eye on this so-called Lord. I'm afraid that ordinary outer disciples won't be able to find out. That's reasonable. But our main task is to send the invitation card back to Lingering Fragrance Peak and have Marshal Uncle Shuezhen busy. We'll do as you say. I'll leave this task to you. You can't do it? Of course I can't. I don't know where the disciples of Incense Cult are in Vao City. Zhang Xiaohua said with conviction. You win. Meng glared at him. At the same time, in the northwest direction of Wuri City, there was a continuous stretch of lakes of various sizes that were connected to each other. In the middle of the large lake, there were several large docks that were also connected together. They were brightly lit, illuminating this area of water. Not far away, the reeds and other things that were exposed on the surface of the water could be seen clearly. On the dock, in a magnificent hall, Peng Yeyu, whom Zhang Xiaohua had seen earlier, was sitting in the seat of honor. Accompanying him was an old man who looked very similar to Huang Chang. The old man raised his cup and said with a smile, "Young Master Peng, you've been in my Falling Star Alliance for quite some time. Are you satisfied with us?" Peng Yeyu raised his cup and smiled gracefully. "Of course, Chief Huang's hospitality is perfect. How could I not be satisfied?" Then he looked around and asked, "Where is your young master? This period of time has been hard on him, we have to thank him." Gang leader Huang looked a little worried, but it disappeared in a flash. He said, "That brat doesn't know what's good for him. I don't know where he went. I sent several disciples to look for him, but they couldn't find him." Although young Master Huang is a little rough, but Peng Yeyu obviously saw the old man's worry and comforted him. Maybe he has some personal matters to attend to. He will be back in a few days. That's true. This child has grown up, I have a lot to worry about. Come, young Master Peng, let me send you off tomorrow. Please put in a good word for me in front of the Lord. Of course, you're welcome. Peng Yeyu finished his cup in one gulp. The people in the hall also laughed. All kinds of people came forward, exchanging toasts with Peng Yeyu. After a while, seeing that Peng Yeyu was happy, Chief Huang probed, "Young Master Peng, this old man wants to ask if it's convenient for you?" Peng Yeyu was taken aback. He smiled and said, "Chief Huang, please go ahead. As long as it's not a secret, I will tell you everything I know." "No," Chief Huang quickly shook his head, "the Lord is very gracious to us. We know that the Lord is very important, so how can we not know the severity of the matter? This old man just wants to ask if you remember the couple that my son met when he was hunting with you? Those two people?" Young Master Peng seemed to have a deep impression of this matter. He immediately frowned and asked, "Chief Huang, what do you mean?" "Oh, it's like this." Chief Huang chose his words carefully and said, "I heard from my brothers that after young Master Peng met that couple, my son searched for them and never came back." Peng Yeyu frowned. At first, he was dissatisfied, but then, he gradually calmed down. Then, he was surprised and said, "Could it be that there's something wrong with that couple?" Then, he muttered to himself, "This is not possible. Then, his expression changed greatly. Could it be that they could hide from my eyes? Therefore, this old man wants to confirm with young Master Peng about the origins of these two people. My son must have died in their hands. But I heard from my disciples that they were very young. Although my son is ridiculous, he has more than 10 years of cultivation. Moreover, he brought 5 people with him. There's no way he would have failed." Peng Yeyu frowned and said, "From what I saw, those 2 people are exactly as Chief Huang thought. They are just 2 juniors who have just entered the Jianghu. It can't be." Chief Huang wanted to ask more, but at this moment, hurried footsteps were heard. Someone shouted, "Chief Huang, there's an urgent report from Don't Worry City." Chief Huang frowned and scolded, "Can't you see that I have something important to do? Let's talk about it tomorrow." When the person heard this, he was about to leave. "Chief Huang, this is your fault. This is an urgent matter of the Falling Stars Alliance. How can you delay it because of me?" Peng Yeyu shook his head slightly. Young Master Peng is lucky." Chief Huang panicked, but he wasn't nervous. He waved his hand and said, "Come in and report." "Yes, sir." The disciple outside said urgently, "I just received an urgent report from Don't Worry City. This afternoon, Longting Villa attacked Rejuvenation Valley but failed. An immortal suddenly appeared and killed all of them." Not only Chief Huang, but young Master Peng's expression also changed. He said loudly, "What happened? Tell me in detail." After the disciple told him the whole story, young Master Peng frowned and said, "This is all hearsay. It doesn't count." "Right, where are the people of Longting Villa? Were they all killed? No one was left alive?" Villa Lord Longting and other experts were all killed. Many of the disciples also escaped. "All right, Chief Huang. Since something happened in Don't Worry City, I can't rush back. I'll go to Don't Worry City now. Find a reliable person to go to Longting Villa and deal with the matter there. Find someone who knows the truth and ask him about it. Then, report back to the Lord in detail." Chief Huang stood up and said with a serious face, "As you command, young Master Peng." "All right, all good things must come to an end. This banquet is over. Chief Huang, prepare the horses. I'll go now." "Yes, sir." The group dispersed. They left the dock and boarded boats to the shore. Then, they rode their horses and prepared to deal with the situation. As for the culprit, Zhang Xiaohua, she had already left Don't Worry City with Meng. They set up their tents in a forest and rested. News traveled fast in the Jianghu. In just a few days, news of immortals appearing in Don't Worry City had spread. Many people changed their plans and went to Don't Worry City to gather information. Lingering Fragrance Peak, Don't Worry Palace. Jing Yi frowned and said to the people in the hall, "Immortals are rare in the Jianghu. How can there be such a coincidence?" First, traces of immortal seniors appeared in the ruins of Huanshu. Then, our restriction formation collapsed. Then, immortals appeared in Don't Worry City and went on a killing spree. Is the young miss of Rejuvenation Valley really so talented? Or is this just an excuse? Jing Fan said, "No matter what, the appearance of immortals in the Jianghu is the beginning of chaos. It's in line with the forefathers' prophecy." "That's right. Although the failure of our sect-protecting formation is inevitable due to the change in the world's primordial qi, it's also true that the primordial qi of heaven and earth is gradually recovering. The rise of immortals is also an irresistible trend. The immortals must have seen some clues and appeared, so they want to reap benefits in the Jianghu in the future. Since that's the case, the other great sects must have made preparations. If we don't plan ahead, we'll lose the initiative in the future." "Yes, I want to hear your teachings." If you only think of it now, won't it be too late?" "Don't worry, we've already planned ahead. We'll start now. You're wise, Hierarch." A towering mountain peak that was shaped like a heaven-piercing sword pierced through the white clouds in the sky. There were continuous rows of houses on the mountain peak. In a magnificent hall, there was a yellow-faced old man with an uncertain expression. He frowned slightly as he looked at a disciple in front of him and said, "Is what you said true? Did Rejuvenation Valley really get in touch with immortals?" Reporting to the Alliance Master, "It's true. Everything this lowly one has said is true. This lowly one has seen and heard everything in Sorrow City that day." "Good, I'll remember your contribution. You may leave." After the disciple left, the old man with a yellow face pondered for a long time. He raised his eyes to look at the people below and said, "Everyone, our alliance of righteousness started after the immortals. We don't have any inheritance to speak of, so we don't have any relationship with immortals. This immortal, we have to believe it." Then he hesitated and looked at a tall and thin old man beside him. He said in a low voice, "Vice Alliance Master Chai, do you remember the evil tiger gang outside Pingyang City? That time, Vice Alliance Master Jiang disappeared mysteriously. There were only traces of fire in the underground hall. Moreover, all the lids of the jade coffins were missing. I heard from the disciples on duty that there were only a group of men from the pugilistic world and soldiers who surrounded them. Those hostages were rescued. They didn't take away the jade coffins. How could so many lids disappear?" The old man also cupped his hands and said, "Alliance Master's words are reasonable. This subordinate is also thinking. I wonder, is this immortal the same person who attacked the evil tiger gang? Forget it, it shouldn't be." Zhang San waved his hand, hatred in his eyes. "That bastard ruined my plans. What's the use of knowing? Sigh, immortals, immortals, do you know about immortals? Chapter 973. The vice leaders of the Righteous Alliance looked at each other. At their level, how could they not have heard of the immortal Tao? Didn't the Righteous Alliance attack the Misty School because they coveted the Misty School's immortal Tao legacy? Reporting to Alliance leader. A tall and thin old man with only a left arm said, "Our Righteous Alliance. Although we claim to be a first-rate sect in the pugilistic world, we don't have any immortal Tao legacy. Our position has always been awkward, ranking last among the 4 sections. Even sects like the incense cult that don't appear in the pugilistic world are ranked ahead of us. However, over the past few decades, under Alliance leader Zhang's guidance, the situation has improved. Our Righteous Alliance has not only searched for items related to the immortal Tao in the pugilistic world, we have also accumulated quite a lot of immortal Tao mantras and so-called Dharma artifacts. Especially after joining forces with the Daolan Temple and the incense cult to destroy the Misty School, our Righteous Alliance took over the Misty Peak and found the right path in exploring the immortal Tao. However, the Misty Peak is the foundation of the Misty School for 10,000 years. There are many mysteries in it. Our alliance has occupied it for many years, but we haven't found any clues about some of the forbidden areas. In other words, our Righteous Alliance in the Misty Peak has only obtained some ordinary martial arts items and very few immortal Tao items." Hearing that person mention the Misty School, Zhang San's face darkened. He said, "Vice Leader Chai's words are very reasonable. I thought that if we could take over the Misty Peak, there must be many secrets of the immortal Tao. Unfortunately, things don't go as planned." Another person stood up and said with a smile, "Alliance Leader Zhang and Alliance Leader Chai are overthinking. The Misty School has long been removed from the pugilistic world. This Misty Peak belongs to our Righteous Alliance. In time, we will definitely find the secrets of the immortal Tao legacy. If the immortal Tao legacy is so easy to find, then the immortal Tao wouldn't be so coveted by us." Zhang San smiled and nodded. Vice Leader Chai's words are reasonable. However, the Misty School has merged with the incense cult and probably won't appear in the pugilistic world anymore. We don't have to care about it. However, Hu Yuni's group is still hiding at the side. It's quite a headache. They're just a bunch of useless people. Why should Alliance Master Zhang care about them? That's not true. Zhang San shook his head and said, "We have to eradicate all evil. We can't leave any traces behind. We've been paying attention to the path of immortality for the past few years and have spent a lot of money. Now, we can consider wiping out the remnants of the Misty School." "Yes, Alliance Leader." Previously, Alliance Leader was worried about the incense cult. Over the past few years, the incense cult hasn't paid any attention to Hu Yuni and the rest. It's time to take action. Everyone chatted for a while before leaving. Zhang San stood up and walked to the back of the hall. He pushed open the door and entered a secret room. He sat down cross-legged and took out a small scarlet flag the size of a palm. His eyes were filled with hesitation and struggle as he looked at the flag. After a long time, a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. He seemed to have made a decision. Zhang San bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the small flag. The strange thing was that the small flag wasn't contaminated by the blood. Instead, due to the blood, it glowed with a faint red light. This red light flashed and disappeared. The blood on the flag also disappeared as it was absorbed by the small scarlet flag. Following which, Zhang San took out a green origin stone. He closed his eyes and muttered as his face slowly turned pale. The skinny vice leader Chai came down from the hall. Just as he walked past a moon door, a disciple wearing the uniform of the Righteous Tao Alliance quietly walked over and whispered a few words into his ear. Vice leader Chai's face lit up and he blurted out, "Is what you said true? Shui Yupeng was actually captured by you guys?" That disciple was a little embarrassed and he softly said, reporting to Lord Alliance Leader, "It wasn't due to our efforts. It's just that Shui Yupeng was seriously ill and it was just a coincidence. It can't be considered a contribution. Ha ha ha. Vice Leader Chai laughed heartily and patted that disciple's shoulder. You are honest. Our righteous Dao Alliance only cares about the results and not the process. Since you were able to capture Shui Yupeng, regardless of whether he was ill or if you did your best to capture him, it is still a great contribution. This Alliance leader will definitely not overlook it. Thank you, Lord Alliance leader. That disciple was overjoyed and cupped his hands to express his gratitude. Where is Shui Yupeng? Quickly bring him to see this Alliance leader. I still have some questions to ask him. Vice Leader Chai couldn't wait any longer. This Shui Yupeng is seriously ill and this disciple has already found a divine doctor in the Alliance to treat him. However, he can't move around freely. If the Alliance wants to interrogate him, then I will have to make a trip personally. Hee, that's for sure. Vice Leader Chai laughed. Back then, when we destroyed the Misty School and killed their gang leader O at the Misty Peak, only 3 of the Misty Peak 6 tigers were left. Other than Hu Yuni, who was seriously injured, the other 2 were crippled. Only Shui Yupeng, who was the rightful vice gang leader of the Misty School, escaped because he was commanding the Navy and wasn't at the Misty Peak. In recent years, he was chased by the Dalan Temple and the Xian Rong gang and disappeared without a trace. Hee, now that we have captured him, it is another great contribution after destroying the Misty School. If this Alliance leader doesn't go and see him, how can I show his importance? Yes, Alliance leader is wise. After that disciple finished speaking, he brought Vice Leader Chai to a rather luxurious guest room. Vice Alliance Leader Chai frowned as soon as he entered the room. He smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. When he looked at the bed, he saw a yellow-skinned man lying on his back. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Beside the bed sat an old man dressed as a doctor. He had just removed his fingers from the man's wrist when he saw Vice Leader Chai enter. He quickly stood up and cupped his hands. Greetings, Vice Leader Chai. Vice Leader Chai snorted. How is this person's illness? Reporting to Alliance Master, this person's illness isn't serious. It's just that he's been delayed for too long, so he's scratching his head a little. I've already asked the medicine boy to brew some medicine for him. Just now, I checked his pulse, and it's gradually stabilizing. If he takes the medicine for another 7 days and recuperates for a month or 2, he should be fine. Good. Vice Leader Chai clapped his hands. This person is very important to our righteous Dao Alliance. As long as you treat him, you will naturally be rewarded. Thank you, Alliance Leader. The doctor was overjoyed. He no longer called him Vice Leader and directly called him Alliance Leader. Vice Leader Chai walked to the bed and saw that the man's eyes were tightly shut. He couldn't help but sneer. Shui Yupeng, Vice Leader Shui? Since you are already in our righteous Dao Alliance, why are you pretending to be unconscious? Hearing Vice Leader Chai's words, Shui Yupeng's eyelids trembled. She hesitated for a moment before opening her eyes. Her eyes were filled with fatigue and indignation. Vice Leader Chai, I have long heard of your name, but I have never had the chance to meet you. Now that I am seriously ill, I can't greet you. Hee, this old man has always wanted to meet you, but you've always been hiding from this old man. How do you expect this old man to meet you? If not for your illness, I'm afraid, it would be extremely difficult to meet you. Shortly after, Vice Leader Chai mocked himself. What great name. I am just this old man. On Ethereal Peak, my right arm was chopped off by Li Jian from your Misty School. Vice Leader Shui, you must have heard more about this. Shui Yupeng's eyes twitched a few times. Her tone was filled with indignation. I am just a nobody on the water path. I don't know why the alliance leaders of the Righteous Dao Alliance think so highly of me. Even if I am seriously ill, you still invited me to Righteous Dao Peak? Seriously ill? You are seriously ill and you still know that this is Righteous Dao Peak? Vice Leader Chai mocked. If you are just a nobody, why would the Xian Rong gang join forces with the Daoist Temple to occupy your territory? Why would the monks from the Daoist Temple look for you everywhere? Forget it, Vice Leader Shui. Let's not beat around the bush. You are the vice leader of the Misty School. The alliance of the righteous Dao, the Daoist Temple, and the incense cult joined forces to destroy the Misty School. You should know the reason. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Just tell me the secret. Then, he looked at the herbs in the room. Look at you now. Even an ordinary illness can make you like this. If the alliance of the righteous Dao didn't find you, you might have died of illness. If this spread to Jianghu, wouldn't you become a laughing stock? Cough, cough. Shui Yupeng was so angry that her face turned red. She said, isn't it all because of the monks from the Daoist Temple? He, Vice Leader Shui, if you are sensible, the alliance of the righteous Dao will guarantee that the monks from the Daoist Temple won't cause you any trouble in the future. Also, you might be able to remove the vice from your title. Shui Yupeng raised her eyebrows. What do you mean, Vice Leader Chai? What do I mean? Vice Leader Chai smiled. I remember that when Hu Yuni from the Misty School escaped, he brought a disciple called Tian Tian with him. Do you know him? Shui Yupeng's expression changed. So what if I know him? So what if I don't? I also remember that Tian Tian's surname is Shui. Also, he is the disciple of the chief disciple of the Misty School, Zhang Qingyue. Well. Shui Yupeng suddenly felt like she had lost all her strength. She waved her hand and said, Vice Leader Chai, if you have anything to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Vice Leader Shui, after your brothers from the Misty School were destroyed by the Shinrong gang and the Daoist Temple, they have been hiding. Why didn't you go find Hu Yuni? Or perhaps the remaining members of the Misty School don't recognize you as their vice leader? Vice Leader Chai looked at Shui Yupeng and continued, you should know that you are the vice leader of the Misty School. After O Peng died, you should be the leader of the Misty School. Although Hu Yuni is O Peng's senior and can be considered the grand elder of the Misty School, he still has to listen to you, the vice leader. Even if you don't become the vice leader, that disciple called Tian Tian is the disciple of the chief disciple of the Misty School. The chief disciple should have inherited O Peng's position. Now that the chief disciple is dead, his disciple, Tian Tian, should have inherited O Peng's position as the leader of the Misty School. Tian Tian is only an 11 or 12-year-old disciple. If he doesn't have a strong backer in the Misty School, how can he be the leader? If you don't go back to the Misty School and stay by Tian Tian's side, how can he be the leader? Not only that, if someone wants to be the leader of the Misty School, then Tian Tian's life can't be saved. Shui Yupeng's expression turned ugly. It was as if he had spoken her mind. Why didn't Hu Yuni let you go find them? I'm afraid, you know better than me. Vice Leader Chai asked with a smile. The Misty School has already been destroyed. It's extremely difficult to rebuild it. Moreover, Hu Yuni is heavily injured and hasn't recovered for many years. If he wanted to be the leader, he could have done it a long time ago. Why did he have to go through so many twists and turns? Shui Yupeng said coldly, but the look in her eyes showed that she wasn't determined enough. Ha ha ha. Vice Leader Chai laughed. You may know a person for a long time, but you don't know his true nature. Moreover, Vice Leader Shui is still in the prime of her life. If you can become the leader of a large faction in the martial arts world, who says you won't be remembered for generations to come? People need to have a little ambition. Shui Yupeng laughed. Vice Leader Chai, you've said so much. I understand, but I don't know what the Righteous Alliance is thinking. Even when you three factions destroyed the Misty School, I was still in the dark. I still don't know the reason. Vice Leader Chai clapped his hands and said, I love talking to smart people. Vice Leader Shui, why don't you tell me? There's nothing much to say. Vice Leader Chai, think about it. I just joined the Misty School before it was destroyed. Oh, Peng only let me take the position of vice leader because he didn't need to control the Luo Shui faction. Moreover, he used the chance to get the Misty School's legacy cultivation method as bait. So, Oh Peng, or the 6 Misty Tigers didn't think of me as a direct descendant of the Misty School. Or rather, they didn't have enough time to trust me. Yes, Vice Leader Chai nodded. Vice Leader Shui is right, didn't you notice something strange, Vice Sect Master Shui? He asked. Shui Yupeng smiled bitterly. How would I know? I was sent back to the Luo Shui faction the moment I joined the Misty School. My family members were all in the Misty School. How would I know about the Misty Mountain Manor? Even every day. I rarely see it. I only treated Zhang Qingyue to a banquet when he was my disciple. Vice Leader Chai hesitated for a moment before asking, Then, Vice Leader Shui, have you seen a sheepskin scroll? Sheepskin scroll? Shui Yupeng thought for a moment and shook his head. No, I have never heard of it, let alone seen it. Yes, Vice Leader Chai thought for a moment and said, Vice Leader Shui, only you and I will know about today's conversation. No one else will know. Moreover, the matter of Vice Gang Leader Shui coming to my righteous Dao alliance is between you and me. There is absolutely no third person who knows about it. Vice Gang Leader Shui, please rest assured that my righteous Dao alliance will definitely help Vice Gang Leader Shui fulfill her promise. Shui Yupeng wanted to say something but stopped. Vice Alliance Leader Chai walked to the door and turned around. As for whether Vice Alliance Leader Shui or Tian is the alliance leader, our righteous alliance doesn't care. What we care about is that sheepskin scroll. After speaking, he closed the door and left. It was a quiet room. It was very simple. On the wall, there was a merciful-looking Buddha holding 7 bamboo sticks. There was a bookshelf under the Buddha and a few yellow cloth praying mats. At this moment, there were a few old monks with white hair sitting on the praying mats. The one in front was the head elder of the Daoist temple. Abbot, I have already reported the matter of Worry-Free City. Do you have anything else to say? The head elder closed his eyes and slowly moved his Buddhist beads from one to the other. The sandalwood beside him still emitted a faint fragrance. After a long time, the head elder opened his mouth and said, Our Daoist temple has been in Jianghu for tens of thousands of years. Since the path of immortality, we have not fallen behind anyone. Now that the path of immortality is flourishing, our Daoist temple is flourishing. Why are you so nervous? But the monk said, that person from the path of immortality is very skilled. He has the legendary flying technique and flying sword technique. I'm afraid, this is the doing of the Tenryu sect. Does the abbot not feel that this is a provocation from the Tenryu sect? Brother Changgung, others may not know the strength of our Daoist temple, but don't you know? Years ago, after our founder founded the Tenryu sect, we were surrounded by the Misty School and the Incense School. At that time, the situation was very bad. How is it now? It's like the difference between heaven and earth. Years ago, the Tenryu sect couldn't destroy our Daoist temple. Today, it's even more impossible. Moreover, Macho City belongs to the Incense School. Since the Incense School hasn't done anything, why should we be worried? Moreover, we are people who are not part of this world. We are free and quiet. Why should we be bothered by external things? The abbot is right. Changgung put his palms together and said in a low voice. Our Daoist temple is not like the Misty School. If the path of immortality comes, we will use earth to block them. If soldiers come, we will block them. Why should we be afraid? When he said this, the head elder raised his eyebrows. His calm demeanor disappeared and his voice was full of arrogance. It was a simple and unadorned hall that occupied a vast area. It was more than 10 times larger than the Mo Xian Palace on Lingering Fragrance Peak. The entire hall was dark red in color and exuded a mysterious aura. The thick pillars that even 10 people couldn't wrap their arms around were engraved with all kinds of strange malevolent faces. All of them didn't look human, but they also had human expressions. Some had wings on their backs, some had 3 heads, and some were spitting out scarlet flames while chewing on something bloody. The hall was over 100 feet tall, and there were many carvings on the ceiling. These carvings were arranged in groups, and they seemed to be telling a story. The main characters in the story all had horns on their heads, and they were human-shaped and ghostly. There were also some who had handsome faces, but their bodies were grotesquely shaped. Among the patterns, many faint talismans could be faintly seen. These talismans were different from the ones Zhang Xiaohua learned from Elder Hua. They were also different from the ones on the Xiao tablet of Chuanxiang cult. However, they were similar to the innate divine restriction that Zhang Xiaohua was practicing. At this moment, there were a few people in the hall. However, their clothes were different from the ordinary people of Jianghu. Some of them had their clothes half torn, revealing their bare arms. Some of them only wore a few pieces of cloth to cover their important parts. The rest of them were naked. Some of them were completely black and covered their entire body. Above them, there was a chair. It was very strange. The back of the chair was about 10 feet tall. At the top of the back, there were 2 strange beast heads. The beast heads spat out a white bone from their mouths. The bone was long and embedded at the edge of the chair. The armrest of the chair was pitch black. At this moment, there was a white skull at the top. A fair and slender hand was pressing on the skull. The hand moved and the index finger moved slightly. A magnetic voice sounded, "A person of the immortal Tao actually appeared in Sorrow City? Hee, this is interesting. It's a pity that the Chuanxiang cult is in seclusion and they don't care about it. Who would care about this?" However, this person of the immortal Tao appeared out of nowhere. Other than the Chuanxiang cult, the Daoist temple, and my dragon god sect, where else could there be a person of the immortal Tao? Could it be the Misty School? Hee, if it were them, the first thing they would do would be to the Righteous Alliance. Why would they have the time to care about Rejuvenation Valley? Everyone in the hall was silent. They were as silent as statues as they listened to the person talking to himself. "Gennaro, how is that matter going? It's been 5 years. Why is there no news at all?" A beautiful woman with a graceful figure replied, reporting to Lord Sakra, "This subordinate has been working on it ever since I received Lord's decree. However, I still haven't found a single clue, hurry up." On the tall chair, the tall figure covered in a loose black cloak appeared somewhat thin and small. Hee, flying technique. Garuda, you can't compare to this person. Reporting to Heavenly King, this subordinate's imperial wind technique is also at the great accomplishment level. There may be a gap between us, but the gap shouldn't be too big. After all, our dragon god sect's imperial wind technique is different from others. A lean man wrapped in pitch-black clothes said arrogantly. "Forget it. Since this person has shown his face, he will probably appear in the Jianghu in the future. We'll talk about it when we meet him. However, the Qi of heaven and earth has recovered and the immortal Tao is about to flourish. My dragon god sect also has to deal with this. That Righteous Alliance destroyed the Misty School, and the Chuanxiang cult and the Daoist temple were also involved. There must be some unknown secret behind this. However, the news that our disciples sent was for some martial arts secret manual. But, until now, the Misty School has been destroyed for 4 years and I still don't know the reason behind it. Don't you think this is ridiculous?" The Sakra said sternly. "No matter if it's the Chuanxiang cult or the Daoist temple, there's no need to fear them. Even if the Misty School and the Chuanxiang cult were destroyed, it has nothing to do with us. However, the reason why they were destroyed and why the 2 big sects were involved is related to us. This I must know." Seeing that the Sakra was angry, everyone in the hall didn't speak. After waiting for a long time, a very ugly man said. Reporting to Heavenly King, the reason why the Misty School was destroyed is only known by the 3 sect leaders. The others are not clear. The survivors of the Misty School were all captured by the Chuanxiang cult. If we want to get information, we have to start with these people. But although we have direct subordinates in the Chuanxiang cult, but the Chuanxiang cult's protection array is very powerful. The news can't be spread out. Even if there is any clue, we won't know. What about the Misty School's Hu Yuni and the others? Aren't they in the Jianghu? Why can't we find any loopholes? This Heavenly King, if I capture Hu Yuni, I may be able to find some clues. But wouldn't this be beating the grass and alerting the snake? If the Chuanxiang cult and the Daoist temple are prepared, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to Heavenly King's actions. There's nothing this or that. The Sakra was still unhappy. When my dragon god sect does things, how can there be so many taboos? Quickly do it, I want to know the reason. Chapter 974. The morning sun gushed out from the mountains in the east, waking up the birds in the forest. The continuous mountains, which looked like creeping monsters, gradually revealed their outlines. The faint mist dissipated, tearing apart the veil covering the small stream by the mountain. On the lush grass in the forest, the dewdrops were like tears, sparkling and translucent. A few nameless wild flowers, either yellow or red, had just bathed in the sunlight when they heard the sound of hurried horse hooves in the distance on a small path in the forest that was not very wide. When they got closer, they could see that one of them was a handsome white horse. On the horse was a woman in a light purple palace dress with a white veil covering her face. The other was a monster that looked like a donkey, but it wasn't one. On the monster was a slender young man with a slightly tender face. These two people were Zhang Xiaohua and Dream, who had been traveling for half a month. Zhang Xiaohua's face showed a little bit of wind and frost. Dream looked at her and said with concern, "Xiaohua, why are you in such a hurry? According to the map of the hierarch, we should reach the Daoist temple in a few miles. We can get there at noon. Look at you, you've been traveling for a long time and you look haggard." Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and said, "In Jianghu, of course we have to eat and sleep in the open. We're quite relaxed. Besides, I'm not as tired as you said." "Not tired?" Dream curled her lips and said, "I used to think about how free it was to travel in Jianghu, but now that I'm in Jianghu, I know how dangerous it is. Not to mention those strong people who rob us, there are also many thieves who secretly covet our belongings. If you didn't have some experience in Jianghu, I'm afraid we don't know when we'll get there. Senior sister Chen Shen has always been thinking about traveling in Jianghu. I think even if she comes, she may not be able to get any advantage." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's right. Traveling in Jianghu is not just about martial arts. Vision, experience, and so on are all very important. Chen Shen will certainly be at a disadvantage at first, but it may not be the same in the future. Of course, if you go out with them as an emissary, right now, put on your palace robe and veil. Anyone with a discerning eye will know that you are an inner disciple of the fragrant cult. Who would dare to have any ideas about you?" "That's right. Now that I think about it, having a powerful sect is such a fortunate thing." Well, you have everything you want now. You'd better hurry up and send the invitation to the Daoist temple. Now that I've been out for more than a month, I wonder how things are at Dianxi Lake. Senior sister Peacock and senior sister Yuyan have both come out. There are also many disciples who have gone to other sections. I'm sure that the matter of me spreading the incense order has already caused a stir in the martial world." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. "The day before yesterday, in the restaurant by the river, I heard the men who were escorting people talk about some anecdotes of the Jianghu. The matters of Rejuvenation Valley were all mentioned, but there was no mention of the incense cult. I'm afraid, then why did you make me wear this palace dress and veil?" Meng rebuked. Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and said, "Perhaps, the hierarch has a good plan? He wants us to leave at different times but arrive at our destination at the same time? Isn't that so?" Meng was startled. "I was wondering why the two of us were allowed to leave first. According to the rules, senior sister Peacock should be the first to leave." As the two of them chatted, they walked up the mountain ridge. From the top of the mountain ridge, they could see that there were temples with green tiles and red walls. All of a sudden, the melodious sound of a bell rang out, causing one to feel refreshed. What a place! The green tiles glowed brightly under the sunlight, and the green forest around the temple exuded a rich vitality. Zhang Xiaohua could faintly see the incense burning in the temple, and he could not help but exclaim in admiration when he noticed a refined atmosphere that was different from that of the incense cult. Isn't that so? This temple is so vast and majestic. It's worthy of being called an immortal sect. It's not inferior to my incense order. I wonder what the other Tenryus sect is like. Who knows? However, the Tenryus sect is known as the #1 sect in the world. It should be more majestic than the Daoist temple and the incense order. Isn't that easy? Let's go back and ask senior sister Peacock. As the two of them spoke, they descended the mountain ridge and rode their horses towards the temple. Looking from afar, they didn't feel anything. When they got closer, they saw that there were people coming and going in front of the temple. There were many people offering incense and praying. Zhang Xiaohua was riding a David's deer, and he was wearing a palace dress. He was very different from the others. Before he reached the door of the temple, he attracted the attention of many people. Everyone was pointing at him in surprise. Xiaohua? Something isn't right. Meng looked at the crowd in front of the temple and said, "Didn't the hierarch say that women are forbidden from entering? The Daoist temple forbids women from entering. That's why they sent you here. But, look, there are many women carrying incense and candles in." Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua was startled. He looked carefully and said, "That's right. The plaque above the temple also says Daoist temple." Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart. He didn't dare to release his divine sense. The Daoist temple was a colossus on par with the incense order. Moreover, the immortal who saved Rejuvenation Valley was in the limelight. If he released his divine sense, not only would the Daoist temple know, but the incense order would also know. Then, there would be a reasonable explanation for all the inexplicable matters. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua jumped off his deer and walked towards an old man. He bowed and said, "Sir, may I ask if this is the Daoist temple?" "Yes." "Young man, don't you know how to read?" The old man smiled and pointed at the words on the plaque. "If the young don't work hard, the old will be sad. You should study hard and learn how to read." Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. However, he still cared for the elderly and said respectfully, "This one has already seen it. I just want to ask if this is the only Daoist temple in this area." The old man slammed his walking stick on the ground and said angrily, "Young man, are you here to offer incense? There is only one Daoist temple in this area. How can there be another Daoist temple? Hee, please forgive me. This one is here to fulfill a wish for others. If I enter the wrong temple, won't I be ridiculed by Buddha? Go in, go in." The old man waved his hand. "This is the only Daoist temple in this world. It can't be wrong. But I heard that the Daoist temple doesn't allow women to enter. Is this true? It's all a rumor. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Out of the 10 people who come to the Daoist temple, 70% are women. If women are not allowed to enter, how can the Daoist temple prosper? Don't worry, old man. This one has one last thing to ask." "Yes. May I ask who is the current abbot of the Daoist temple? Is it still Master Changsheng?" "Master Changsheng?" The old man was obviously stunned. Although this Buddhist name sounds nice, the abbot of the Daoist temple is a good friend of mine in my early years. His Buddhist name is Wu Ho, not Changsheng. Thank you for your explanation." Zhang Xiaohua returned after bowing. She frowned and said, "It's just as you said. This temple is strange and the abbot has been changed to Wu Ho. Did something unexpected happen to the Daoist temple in this month? Then, since women are allowed to enter, how about I follow you inside and take a look?" Zhang Xiaohua had no objections. The two of them entered the Dalan Temple hand in hand. Inside the Dalan Temple was an extremely spacious and empty space. It was several times bigger than the square of the Lotus Escort Agency in Pingyang City. Unlike the Lotus Escort Agency, there were many pilgrims gathered in the square. All of them were holding lit incense sticks in their hands. Huge incense burners were placed in pairs in the four corners of the square. These incense burners were open and many pilgrims lit the incense sticks in their hands. They placed them in the burners and then walked to the back of the main hall in twos and threes. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng didn't hold any incense sticks. They just followed behind and watched with interest. After passing the main hall, there was another square. Beside each incense burner in the square stood a handsome young monk who wasn't very tall. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng came in front of a monk and bowed. "Little master, there's something I need your help with." The monk put his palms together and said with a smile, "Benefactor, you're too polite." "What's the matter?" "Well, this senior and I came from the incense cult. We're here to pay our respects to the Dalan Temple's Abbot Changsheng." "Abbot Changsheng?" The young monk was stunned and asked curiously, "Little benefactor, are you mistaken? I've been here for 3 years. I only know that the abbot of the Dalan Temple is Master Wu Luan. I've never heard of Changsheng." Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "What about the great Master Changgung and Master Changsheng?" "I've never heard of them." The monk shook his head. "Then, does the Dalan Temple have any little monks called Yuan Lai or Yuan Kong?" "No." The monk shook his head. "I'm afraid you're mistaken." "Oh yes, does the Dalan Temple have a commandment hall and Arhat hall?" "Huh, little benefactor, don't make fun of me. The Dalan Temple is only this big. Why would there be so many things to pay attention to? What commandment hall and Arhat hall? If you want to burn incense and make a vow, please buy some incense and candles and burn them in the Great Strength Hall." Zhang Xiaohua was discouraged. Suddenly, she was stunned and smiled. "How big did you say the Dalan Temple is?" "Little benefactor, don't make fun of me. Isn't the Dalan Temple only this big? Do you think that the entire mountain is the Dalan Temple?" "Ha ha ha," Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "Yes, that's what I thought. However, after listening to Little Master's words, I know. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong either. We're both right." After saying that, she cupped her hands and turned to leave. The young monk was left behind. He looked at the smiling Zhang Xiaohua and thought to himself, "What is this little benefactor thinking? Are you looking for someone to identify Chan Ji?" After pulling Meng Qi out of the Dalan Temple, Meng Qi asked, "Why did you come out? What did you say to that little monk? I don't think I understand." "Huh, it's nothing. I just know that this Dalan Temple is not the Dalan Temple, and this Dalan Temple is the Dalan Temple." Chapter 975. Meng was stunned and asked curiously, "What do you mean by this Dalan Temple? What do you mean by that Dalan Temple? Why am I getting more and more confused?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said mysteriously, "Come with me." After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua pulled Dream's hand. The two of them led their horses past the entrance of the Dalan Temple. They followed the mountain path up the mountain and headed to the back of the mountain. Behind the mountain was a dense forest. From time to time, they could hear the chirping of birds. As the two of them walked through the forest, a sense of serenity filled their hearts. Meng glanced sideways at Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was also smiling at her. Meng pursed her lips and smiled. She leaned her head sideways on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and wrapped his arm around Meng's waist. The two of them leaned against each other as they strolled along the mountain path. Warm times were always short. Just when Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were hoping that they would walk on this path forever, they arrived at a mountain spring. "Are you thirsty?" Zhang Xiaohua whispered into Meng's ear. "No, don't talk. I just want to hear your heartbeat." Zhang Xiaohua laughed, but before he could finish laughing, he raised his eyebrows and looked towards the mountain path in the distance. Meng Shu's eyes were slightly closed, but when Zhang Xiaohua looked up, she opened her eyes as well. At the end of the mountain path in the distance, a group of bald monks ran over. They looked to be in their teens. This group of monks was strange. They were using the qin gong that was commonly seen in the Jianghu. But when they were using it, their arms were spread open, and each of their hands was holding a huge bucket that was about the same height as them. The bottom of the bucket was also different from usual, it was pointed. The monks rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua and company, but they did not even look at them. They walked straight to the mountain spring and each of them threw the buckets in their hands into the mountain spring. They filled 2 buckets with water and just like before, they stretched out their arms and grabbed the 2 buckets in their hands. This. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were shocked. The buckets were quite big and the water must have weighed more than 100 jin. These monks were only in their teens and they were holding the buckets at shoulder height. How could they do it with less than 100 jin of strength? Zhang Xiaohua and Meng looked at each other in surprise. These monks were the lowest disciples of the Daoist temple. Fetching water must be part of their daily routine. As the saying goes, looking at a leopard through a tube. Just by looking at the monks' skills, they knew how rich the Daoist temple was. Little master, is the Daoist temple in front? Meng Qi asked the last monk hurriedly. However, the monk only looked at them from the corner of his eyes and ignored them. He carried the buckets with both hands and turned a corner. This little monk is really ignorant. Meng Qi said softly. The little monk seemed to have heard Meng Qi's words and his ears moved slightly. However, at this moment, perhaps because he was distracted or because the spring was slippery, the little monk slipped and fell into the spring. However, even so, the small monk still held on to the 2 buckets tightly. Because of this, the 2 buckets weighed over 100 jin. The small monk was unable to adjust his balance and fell into the mountain spring. At this moment, it was already too late for him to let go of the buckets. Seeing that the little monk was about to fall into the spring, Meng Qi cried out. She moved slightly and wanted to save him. However, before she could finish her cry, she saw Zhang Xiaohua's familiar figure. She floated towards the little monk like a wisp of smoke. The little monk didn't notice and a hand grabbed him by the back of his neck. He was pulled up from the spring and his body floated back to the top of the mountain. The 2 buckets in the monk's hands were like feathers. Zhang Xiaohua's actions were very fast. When the little monks heard Meng Qi's cry and turned around, Zhang Xiaohua had already landed with the little monk. The little monk was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. He wanted to thank Zhang Xiaohua with his palms together, but when he saw the buckets in his hands, he nodded apologetically at Zhang Xiaohua. He then looked at the group of little monks and raised his right eyebrow. Without saying a word, he stood up and chased after the little monk. This little monk? Why didn't he say thank you? Meng Qi said unhappily, although I didn't save his life, I didn't let him become a drowned rat. Zhang Xiaohua knew that Meng Qi was still wary of the Daoist temple. She complained with a smile, didn't you see that these little monks didn't say a word? Even when the little monk was about to fall into the water, he didn't say a word. Also, look at the sharp bottom of the buckets. It seemed like they weren't allowed to stop. Didn't you see the little monk winking at us? Wasn't he trying to tell us to follow him? Oh, I see. Meng Qi pursed her lips and smiled. Then, she smacked her lips and said, Xiaohua, your qin gong isn't good. Compared to senior sister Chen Chen, you have to work hard to cultivate your nigong in the future. Sai, the Jianghu is so dangerous. I still need you to protect me. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She felt wronged and explained, Meng Qi, I can compete with anyone. Why do I have to compete with senior sister Chen? She is a direct disciple of the inner gate. Now she is a successor disciple. It is said that if there is no accident, she will be in the position of Nanjing Gang. How can I compete with her? Then compete with senior sister Kong? Compare with Yuyan? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She could only pat her chest and said, I know. They are all examples that I have to follow. The hierarch has given me the Nigong Heart Sutra. After I practice well, I will ask you to teach me the peerless Qin Gong of the incense cult. Shu Mengqi stretched out a finger and put it in front of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth to stop him from speaking. She smiled and said, Don't ask me to teach you. My Qin Gong is not as good as yours. If you learn from me, I don't know how I will harm you. She then looked at the little monk who was gradually getting further away. She rolled her eyes and said, Why don't you learn from this group of little monks? They are doing this to train their arm strength and also to practice their Qin Gong. Zhang Xiaohua pinched her chin and said, That is very reasonable. The Qin Gong of the incense cult is very coy. It is obvious that it is practiced by women. It is better to learn from the Daoist temple. There is always some masculine energy. Pay. Meng Qi spat, If I do that, won't I be chased by senior sister Chen for thousands of miles? She then looked in front and smiled, Let's go. If we don't go now, that group of little monks will be far away. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng Qi and smiled sweetly. The two of them quickened their pace and chased after the group of little monks. Although the little monk was young, he walked very fast. It was obvious that he often practiced here. When Zhang Xiaohua passed through a call, there were 3 forks in the road. The 3 paths were exactly the same, and there was no difference. The group of little monks had long disappeared. Xiaohua, look. Meng Qi frowned at first, but then she smiled at the middle path and said, You are not helping people for nothing. You will receive a reward in just a moment. Zhang Xiaohua looked carefully. Indeed, there were some water stains on the side of the road. Hee, this little monk is interesting. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, He didn't ask us why we came to the Daoist temple. He just pointed the way. Hee, what do you want? Do whatever you want. Do you think the Daoist temple is afraid of you? Don't think too highly of yourself. Meng Qi sneered. That is true. Zhang Xiaohua nodded, Lord Hierarch made me a guardian disciple, but he didn't ask me which sect I came from. Isn't that the reason? Well, let's go. Meng Qi pulled Zhang Xiaohua's hand and the two of them walked on the middle path. Although there was a horse, Meng Qi still liked to hold his lover's hand like this. Step by step, it seemed that only by doing so could he feel at ease. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the mountain path gradually leveled out and widened. There was also a piece of bluestone paving the path. Not far away on the left side of the mountain, there was a smooth platform chiseled out. On the platform was a small triangular pavilion. At this time, a tall monk with a shiny head was standing on top of it, holding a crescent moon shovel. When the monk heard the sound of horse hooves and saw Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Qi, he frowned slightly. He didn't get down and shouted loudly, 2 young benefactors, in front of you is a forbidden area of Buddhism. You can't go forward. Please go somewhere else to play. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he also shouted, Master, I would like to ask if this is the location of the famous Daoist temple in the pugilistic world. Huh? When the monk heard, he was immediately alert. He jumped down from the platform and landed on the stone wall. Using the 8 steps overtaking cicada, he came to Zhang Xiaohua. Benefactors, why do you want to know about the Daoist temple? Are you here because of its reputation? Or do you want to become famous? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, If you want to become famous, why do you want to come to the Daoist temple? Hee, young benefactor, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Who in Jianghu doesn't know that our Daoist temple is the most merciful? Most people who come to the Daoist temple to challenge us are welcomed with kindness and no harm. If you are lucky and can defeat one, when you return to Jianghu, you can say that you defeated a monk from the Daoist temple. Then, won't your reputation spread? If you are defeated, it doesn't matter. After eating, wipe your mouth and go back. Come back in 2 days. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and smiled, Master, you misunderstood. We are not the people you are talking about. If it's not me, then why are you here? This is not a place for ordinary people. The monk didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua to finish and interrupted. Zhang Xiaohua bitterly smiled and pointed at Meng, then. Great monk, look at my senior sister's dress. Don't tell me you don't know our origin? What's so strange about this outfit? When the monk heard this, he waved his hand and said, this poor monk has been patrolling this area for a few years now. Every day, there would be women disguised as disciples of the incense cult coming here, but which one of them is real? Don't you dare try to pass me off as genuine. Ah. Not to mention Zhang Xiaohua, even Meng was shocked. They never thought that someone would pretend to be a disciple of the fragrant religion. Chapter 976. Is it strange? The monk laughed. Don't you think your trick is very good? Is it something that others can't think of? Hee, there are many smart people in this world. Your trick is already outdated. Well, I have been talking for a long time. Please turn back. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, may I ask this monk, is the abbot of the Daoist temple an elder? Of course. The monk said proudly. Since you know it's an elder, do you still want to be lucky? Then it's easy. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and looked at Meng. Meng came forward and said seriously, I am Xia, a disciple of the Shirtai of the Incense Order. I am here with my sect's guardian disciple, Ren Xiaoyao. We are here on the orders of our sect's leader to visit the elder. We have something important to announce. Please send the signal to the temple. Ha ha ha. When the monk heard this, he was not in awe. Instead, he held his stomach and laughed. After a while, he held back his laughter and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. Him? He is a guardian disciple. You should have a limit to your tricks. How can he be a guardian disciple? Moreover, don't think that I am just a patrol. But I also know that the incense order can only enter the Jianghu in 2 years. You are here now. How can it be? Ha 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 ha. When the monk finished laughing, he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was expressionless and looked at him coldly. She sneered and said, you can go back. I see that you are just juniors who have just entered the Jianghu. I will not pursue your crime of trespassing into the Daoist temple for the time being. How can I make you believe me? Meng asked. She then took out her waist token and threw it to the monk. This is my waist token. It can be considered a token of the incense order. Check it. The monk borrowed it and looked at it carefully. However, his face was blank. He threw the token back and shook his head. I'm just a patroller. When have I ever seen a token from the incense cult? Even if this thing of yours is fake, I wouldn't know. You. How can you believe me? Meng Qi said anxiously. I don't know. I only know that the incense cult will only have someone appear the year after next, especially a so-called inner disciple like you. You. Meng Qi was speechless. Master, why don't you take this waste token to the temple and look for Elder Chang'eng or directly report to the elders? Wouldn't you be able to find out the truth? Zhang Xiaohua suppressed her temper and suggested. How can that be? The monk shook his head and said, in my early years, I also fell for the same trick and was even whipped a few times by the commandment courtyard. How can I fall for it again? Seeing the monk's repeated refusal, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but get angry. She sneered and said, then according to the great monk, how can you deliver this token to the temple? How can we meet the elders? Hee. The great monk heard and sneered, not to mention that you are fake and just want to make a name for yourself. Even if you are real disciples of the incense cult, since you are in our Daoist temple, you have to follow the rules of our Daoist temple. Then he looked at the sky and said, at this time, I am the only one on duty. I can't leave my post without permission. You all should wait here. When someone comes to take over the duty, I will bring your so-called waste token to the temple. But great monk, can you please tell me how long it will be until the next shift? Meng Qi sighed and asked. Hee, it's not long, not long. It's only 6 hours. 6 hours? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, after 6 hours, the sun will be setting in the west. Yes. The monk had a look of, you just know. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua looked up and laughed, as the saying goes, it is easy to see the king of hell, but difficult to deal with the little ghosts. It is indeed so. Then she looked at Meng Qi and smiled, I now know why the hierarch sent me here. As she spoke, she reached out and took the great wisdom sword from Huan's back. She jumped up and said while in the air, do you want me to break into the Dalan temple? Before he finished speaking, the great wisdom heavy sword had already struck towards the big monk's face. The great monk had been talking for a long time and was already alert of the two's movements. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua make a move, he was happy and shouted, you finally revealed your fox tail. As he spoke, the crescent moon spade also waved. The egg-sized stick met Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword. It seemed like he wanted to knock Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword away. Clang! A loud sound rang out as the heavy sword clashed with the crescent moon spade. The monk felt a ringing in his ears as his hands trembled violently. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger was immediately ruptured and fresh blood flowed out. His feet also felt the ground tighten as he forcefully sunk half an inch into the limestone floor. Looking at the crescent moon spade in his hand, the great monk was embarrassed and angry. He glared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, You really came to break the gate. After speaking, he did not wait for Zhang Xiaohua to speak. He took out an item from his chest and threw it into the air. The item exploded in the air and a small red signal appeared in the air. If you are a man, don't run away. Don't you want to be famous? I will make you famous. The great monk said fiercely. Humph. Zhang Xiaohua looked at his series of actions and did not say anything. She only snorted from her nose. In a short moment, 4 or 5 monks of the same size ran out from the mountain path. The one in front shouted from afar, Junior Yuan Meng, is there someone breaking the gate? Why can't you stop them? However, when the 5 monks saw Zhang Xiaohua and Meng, they couldn't help but be surprised. I don't dare. Thank you for your trouble, great monk. Great monk? The monk was shocked and waved his hand, this poor monk is Yuan Hai. Benefactor's martial arts are high, so please call me Yuan Hai. I don't dare to call you great monk. Oh, right. Are you and this lady really disciples of the fragrant religion? This lady looks like she is an inner disciple. Could it be that he didn't return to the incense order and has always been in Jianghu? When Zhang Xiaohua saw the monk's amiable attitude, she also said, of course we are disciples of the fragrant religion. As for why we are not spreading the incense cult, but instead suddenly appearing in the vicinity of the Dalan temple, when this humble one meets the elder, everything will naturally be revealed. Just as they were talking, they suddenly heard a slight movement. Several people were running towards them. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and she had already seen the monk who took the dream waste token. He was hiding behind this group of people. Chapter 977. At the front of this group of monks was a small monk who was not very tall. His body was slightly thin, and his face was somewhat young. He looked like he was only 13 or 14 years old. Although he looked young, he had an arrogant look on his face. The dozen monks beside him followed behind him respectfully. Without waiting for the monk to come closer, Yuan Hai saw him and immediately left Zhang Xiaohua behind. He quickly stepped forward, put his palms together and said with a smile, I was wondering who it was. So it's Marshal Uncle Kong Jian. How come you have time to come to the mountain gate? The monk did not return the greeting and only nodded with a smile. Who are you? Are you the junior nephew on duty today? Uncle Master, my name is Yuan Hai. I'm not on duty today. I was practicing Arhat fist with the other junior brothers in front of the mountain gate when I saw junior brother Yuan Meng signal. Without waiting for Yuan Hai to finish, Kong Jian waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say anymore. I'm only asking if you're on duty today." I saw the signal too. What happened? Zhang Xiaohua looked on coldly without any expression on his face. The disciple who took the dream waste token was behind monk Yuan Kong. He must have been stopped by this monk. How could he not know what was going on here? Now that he asked, he was obviously trying to embarrass her. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua did not answer. Sure enough, Yuan Hai looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said to Yuan Hai, "Junior brother Yuan Meng, tell Uncle Master Kong Jian what happened here again." "Yes," Yuan Meng answered respectfully. He walked up to Kong Jian and recounted what had happened just now in full detail. Kong Jian smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He said, "Spreading incense cult? I've only heard of the inner disciples of spreading incense cult. I've never heard of a guardian disciple." The monks at the side roared with laughter. In this pugilistic world, only the Daoist temple has a guardian disciple. Even the Tenryu sect doesn't have one. Since when did spreading incense cult have a guardian disciple? Do you still need to say it? They must be impersonating the aroma cult. How dare they provoke our Daoist temple? Zhang Xiaohua had a light smile on her face. She cupped her hands and said, "I am indeed the protector disciple of the incense cult. Behind me is also the inner disciple of the incense cult's Mo Sun Gong. If little monk does not believe me, you can send your waste token to the temple and ask Great Master Chang Gung to verify it. Why are you being noisy here?" The word little monk caused Kong Jian's expression to change slightly. The other monks also scolded, "You disciple of unknown origins, this is our Daoist temple's guardian disciple, Uncle Kong Jian. How can you call him little monk? Guardian disciple?" Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment before she laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, I was wondering how it was. It turns out that this is also a guardian disciple. However, I am a messenger sent by the incense cult to the Daoist temple. I do not have any seniority with your Daoist temple. This monk is quite young. If I don't call him little monk, what else can I call him? Even if I am also a guardian disciple, I am protecting the teachings of the incense cult. What does it have to do with your Daoist temple?" Kong Jian was furious. He pointed his finger and said, "Which guardian disciple are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in front of our Daoist temple? I am a guardian disciple of the Daoist temple. I am here to slay demons and uphold Buddhism's righteousness. Who's afraid of you?" Zhang Xiaohua also laughed. At this moment, he had a vague feeling that the reason why Abbess Jingyi sent him, a guardian disciple, to the Daoist temple was not as simple as there being no one else to send. "Bring me my weapon." Kong Jian waved his hand. The monks behind him responded and ran back. In just a moment, there were more than 10 of them. They split into 2 groups and carried 2 huge bronze hammers. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was also slightly stunned. The battles in the Jianghu were all about speed and killing. Who would use such a heavy copper hammer? This thing could only be seen in the battle between 2 armies. Seeing that the dozen people were moving slowly, Kong Jian became impatient. He ran over and easily took the bronze hammers. He walked towards Zhang Xiaohua and waved the hammers in his hands. He shouted, "You little brat, tell me your name." Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from Huanhuan's back and held the great wisdom sword in his hand. He walked forward and said, "This one is Ren Xiaoyao. I have already reported it. Could it be that this little monk has a bad memory?" Kong Jian snorted and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, I advise you to tell us your origin honestly. What are you doing in our Daoist temple?" Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips. "You little monk, I've already explained the reason clearly. I didn't say anything else. If you want to fight, go ahead. Who's afraid of you?" "Ha ha ha, straightforward." Kong Jian laughed. Although you are pretending to be a disciple of the fragrant religion, I will still let you off a few moves. As he spoke, he waved his hammers again. Ren Xiaoyao, I will let you know that each of my hammers weighs 3,000 jin. A pair of hammers weighs 6,000 jin. If you know that you are not a match for me, you should tell us your origin as soon as possible. Kong Jian insisted that Zhang Xiaohua was not a disciple of the fragrant religion. It was obvious that he wanted to teach him a lesson. Zhang Xiaohua did not hold back. He waved his great wisdom sword and said, My sword is not lighter than your hammers. I do not know the exact weight. Ha ha ha. Kong Jian laughed. There is actually a brat who is more arrogant than me. You think that your sword is comparable to my hammers? This is the biggest joke in the world. Don't blow your mouth until it is crooked. Do the monks of the Daoist temple only know how to speak empty words? Zhang Xiaohua said coldly. Kong Jian's face was filled with anger. He smashed the two hammers in his hands together, creating a peng-peng sound that shook everyone's ears. Then, he leaped up and swung the hammer down with his left hand. His right hand didn't stop there either, and his left hand also swung the hammer down. Watch out for my hammers. Kong Jian shouted and swung his hammers down. Woo! A strange sound came from the bronze hammer in his left hand. The sound was very strange, and it was directed at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua felt a wave of confusion when he heard it. It was just like when Zhang Xiaohua rushed to Lingering Fragrance Peak and encountered Hu Ben's copper staff. Zhang Xiaohua used God's guidance to calm her mind. She thought to herself, these hammers are really something. Not only did the hammers have some skill, but Kong Jian's hammering technique was also very brilliant. The left hammer smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's head. There was a faint intention of using strength to overcome skill. The right hammer followed closely behind. Its trajectory was ethereal. It was not real, but it was not real. It was just waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to respond before making the final move. Why would Zhang Xiaohua be afraid of him? Seeing that the left hammer had knocked her down, she did not panic. She only raised her great wisdom sword and swung it towards the hammer. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword was not aimed at his wrist or the hammer handle, Kong Jian was overjoyed. He was born with great strength and always liked to compete with others in terms of strength. When he heard that Zhang Xiaohua had bent Yuan Meng and the others' weapons, he was naturally pleasantly surprised. That was why he came over to find trouble with Zhang Xiaohua. However, he was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would avoid him, so he tried to provoke him. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had fallen for his trick and used a stick to collide with his bronze hammer, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Good, then show me how strong you are. As he said that, the right hammer suddenly exerted force and caught up with the left hammer. The two hammers smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom sword. With a loud clang, the twin hammers smashed onto the great wisdom sword. However, there wasn't even a spark. Kong Jian's face was filled with astonishment. His hammers were blocked by Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom sword and could not move an inch. It felt as if the two hammers had smashed onto a stone slab. However, even if it was a stone slab, it should have been broken. This. Kong Jian's eyes narrowed slightly and he laughed. You do have some skills. Otherwise, how would you dare to cause trouble in front of the Daoist temple? As he spoke, he did not hold back. He raised his twin hammers and used the hammer technique, smashing them down on Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua saw Kong Jian's hammer technique, she was also happy. She did not need to learn sword and knife techniques. After all, she had the mysterious sword technique. However, the hammer technique was rare. Her heaven-shocking cudgel was still lacking. If she could learn something from the hammer technique of the Daoist temple, wouldn't it be perfect? How would Kong Jian know what Zhang Xiaohua was thinking? When he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was tired, he smiled and used the hammer technique. He wanted to knock Zhang Xiaohua to the ground with one hammer. In order to see Kong Jian's hammer technique, Zhang Xiaohua memorized it and deliberately showed weakness with her clumsy sword technique. Even so, Zhang Xiaohua's calm appearance made the surrounding disciples speechless. That's right, Senior Kong Jian is an unprecedented genius in the Daolan Temple. He became a guardian disciple at such a young age. However, the strength of his arms, who in the entire Daolan Temple can compare to him? Who is this Ren Xiaoyao? He is actually on par with junior uncle Kong Jian. Although their voices were soft, Kong Jian heard them clearly. He felt ashamed and his hammer was like raindrops that fell on Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom sword. After a while, Kong Jian repeated his technique. Zhang Xiaohua silently went through the entire hammer technique in her heart. She then shouted, "Little monk, you are used to fighting. Now, let's see Ren's sword technique." After saying that, he pulled out his long sword, raised it horizontally in the air, and slashed at Kong Jian's body. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not have any technique and seemed to have no foundation, Kong Jian despised her. Even if it is a sword embryo, you can't possibly treat it as a pedao. However, when Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom sword landed halfway, Kong Jian felt a trace of vigilance in his heart. He felt that the heavy sword technique was very exquisite. No matter what technique he used, he would be hit by the heavy sword. Therefore, he had originally used his left hammer to block, while his right hammer was used to hit Zhang Xiaohua's waist. He immediately withdrew his right hammer, stretched out his arms, and used all the strength in his body to knock outwards. Clang! Another loud sound rang out. This time, it was more dull than the previous few times. Kong Jian's arm felt sore and he felt as though he could not hold the 3,000 gene heavy hammer anymore. Chapter 978. Kong Jian felt his arm go numb and he almost lost his grip on the bronze hammer in his hand. He was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He immediately channeled his inner energy into his dantian and channeled it into the meridians in his hand. He forcefully stabilized the bronze hammer in his hand. Then, he clenched his teeth and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He exerted strength in his arms and forcefully shook the hammer outwards. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to know that he was going to use force. She gently pulled out the great wisdom sword in her right hand. With a woo sound, Kong Jian's bronze hammer hit empty air. The bronze hammer could not hit anything and immediately flew out of his hand. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had blocked his bronze hammer, Kong Jian was shocked. He was even more shocked when Zhang Xiaohua made his arm go numb with a single blow. Now, Kong Jian could only feel horror in his heart. To be able to block his bronze hammer, the sword embryo must weigh at least a few thousand pounds. It should be about the same weight as his bronze hammer. Even Kong Jian himself could not lift his bronze hammer so easily. How could he not be shocked when he saw Zhang Xiaohua easily pull out the heavy sword from his bronze hammer as if it was a piece of straw? However, when Kong Jian saw the hammer flying out of his hand and the shocked expressions of the surrounding disciples, he clenched his teeth and reached into his bosom to take out something. Right at this moment, a clear voice sounded, "Kong Jian, what are you doing?" The voice was not loud, as if the person who spoke was still far away. However, it was extremely clear, as if the person was speaking beside one's ear. When Kong Jian heard it, he immediately took out his empty hands from his robe and put his palms together. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior Kong Chan." Bang, bang. Two muffled sounds were heard. Kong Jian's two bronze hammers fell to the ground. "Kong Jian, why aren't you training in the martial arts field? Why aren't you studying Buddhist scriptures in the meditation room? Why are you here at the mountain gate?" This sentence was different from the previous one. From the sound of it, it was already close. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw a monk in his 40s wearing a moon-white monk robe standing in the mountains not far away. He was looking at them expressionlessly. Reporting to senior brother, "I was originally practicing martial arts in the martial arts field, but when I saw the alarm signal in front of the mountain gate, I came to take a look. I didn't expect that someone would come to my Daolan temple to make trouble. Senior brother Kong Chan, this person is very powerful. Look, my copper hammer was knocked down by him. It's exactly what senior brother wanted to do. Kong Jian reported with a smile, trying to show off his cleverness. Sure enough, senior brother Kong Chan shook his head slightly and ignored him. He turned his head and said, "This poor monk is Kong Chan of the Dalan Temple. I wonder why benefactor is causing a disturbance in front of my Dalan Temple." After beating up the younger generation, the older generation came. After beating up the younger generation, the older generation came. Zhang Xiaohua was repeatedly delayed and was angry. She sneered and said, "I am Ren Xiaoyao, a guardian disciple of the incense cult. I accompanied my senior sister Mo Nonggong Zi Xia to the Dalan Temple to deliver the invitation. You don't want us to meet you politely, but the disciples of your Dalan Temple have repeatedly obstructed us. I really don't know which sect's rules are these. Do you want Ren to break into the Dalan Temple and tear apart the harmony between the two sects? Incense cult? Guardian disciple?" Kong Chan's face changed and he said angrily, "Kong Jian, is what Ren Xiaoxia said true?" Seeing his senior brother getting angry, Kong Jian stuck out his tongue and said in a low voice, "That's what he said, but I've never heard of any protector disciple of the fragrant religion, and there's still more than a year before the disciples of the fragrant religion come out. They must be imposters." "You," Kong Chan said angrily, "since they met us politely, we of the Dalan Temple have to respond with politeness. You are making trouble like this, aren't you losing face for the Dalan Temple? Whether or not Ren Xiaoxia is a disciple of the incense cult, you are being rude. Go to the discipline hall and receive your punishment. Otherwise, I will report this matter to the abbot." "Don't. Senior brother, please calm down. I will go to the discipline hall. Senior brother, please don't tell the abbot." Kong Jian was shocked and begged for mercy. He took the 2 bronze hammers and ran down the mountain path. "Ren Xiaoxia, please forgive him. He is the youngest disciple of the Kong generation. He has always been naughty and mischievous, but he is intelligent and born with divine strength, so, if he is wrong, this poor monk will apologize on his behalf." Kong Chan said and bowed. "Don't mention it." Zhang Xiaohua saw Kong Chan's humility and smiled. "Young people are full of vigor. It is the nature of a young man." "That's good." Kong Chan said with a smile. However, Ren Xiaoxia said that he is a disciple of the incense cult. This poor monk is also suspicious. "So, please show me your token, Ren Xiaoxia." "That. Martial uncle, Ren Xiaoxia's token is with me." The disciple who took the waist token slowly walked out of the crowd and raised the waist token. Ridiculous. Seeing that Ren Xiaoyao had indeed taken out the token, Kong Chan did not dare to be negligent. He jumped down from the mountain. The moon-white figure was like a goshawk pouncing on a rabbit. The momentum and posture were quite different from the incense cult's qigong. Unable to land on the ground, Kong Chan made a grabbing motion. The token flew out of the disciple's hand and landed in Kong Chan's hand. Dragon controlling hand. Several junior disciples exclaimed in a low voice, their eyes filled with envy. Kong Chan took the waist token in his hand and examined it carefully. He handed it back to the disciple and scolded. The disciple of the incense cult took out the waist token. "Why didn't you send it to the temple earlier? Why are you still here watching the fun? Martial uncle, please calm down." "It's martial uncle Kong Jian." Without waiting for the disciple to finish, Kong Chan waved his hand and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Quickly send it to the temple and present it to the abbot. Consider it as making up for your mistakes." "Yes." The disciple did not dare to be negligent. He turned around and flew down. After that, Kong Chan smiled and said, "The Dalan Temple is as famous as your cult. However, unlike your cult, we have the great protective array that can protect us from the harassment of the common people of Jianghu. Every day, there are more than 1 or 2 people who come to our Dalan Temple to become famous. Therefore, the patrolling disciples are really. I've neglected Ren Xiaoxia and Zixia. Miss. It's fine. In the dream, Zhang Xiaohua was blocked again and again. He was unhappy and said, although our incense cult has the great protective array, we still treat the disciples of other sects with respect. Kong Chan smiled bitterly and raised his hand to invite them. Your cult and my cult have been friends for thousands of years. It's not polite to say more. Please, Miss Zixia, Ren Xiaoxia, this poor monk will accompany you to the temple. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and the two of them followed Kong Chan down the mountain path. At the bottom of the mountain path was a very wide open space. At the end of the open space was an antique temple built against the mountain. The antique architecture, the ancient aura, and the faint smell of incense showed that the temple was not ordinary. In front of the temple, there were many monks dressed in different colors. They were either practicing spears and sticks, or practicing martial arts. Some of them were gathered together to discuss their experiences. It was a lively scene. When they reached the middle of the square, Zhang Xiaohua saw that on the plaque at the entrance of the temple, there were 3 ancient characters, Daoist Temple. Each stroke contained a different artistic conception. It was as majestic as the words on the archway of the misty mountain villa. Dong, dong, dong. A melodious bell sounded. The disciples practicing martial arts in front of the temple were surprised. At this time, the monks noticed Zhang Xiaohua and Dream in the middle of the square. They were puzzled and immediately packed up. Some walked quickly into the temple while others found a place to stand. Miss Zixia, Ren Xiaoxia, this is the welcoming bell of the Daoist Temple. It is specially used to welcome guests. Dream's face was covered by a white veil and her expression could not be seen. However, Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of smiles. Kong Chan was one of the few second-generation disciples of the Daoist Temple and naturally knew about the cult of incense. When he saw Dream's waist token, he knew that she was the true messenger of the cult of incense. She came on the orders of the cult of incense. If the Daoist Temple stopped her for no reason, it would be a laughing stock. Therefore, he had to be patient and try to remedy the situation. Of course, at this time, he was muttering in his heart, how can a disciple of the cult of incense appear in Jianghu at this time? After more than 10 bells, the door of the Daoist Temple opened and a short old monk wearing a kasaya walked out. His beard and eyebrows were white and he was a little short. Behind him was another monk dressed in the same way but was much taller. Following the appearance of the 2 monks, there were other monks in different robes. They held wooden fish and other objects in their hands. It seemed like a very grand ceremony. When he saw the 2 old monks in front of him, a strange expression appeared on Zhang Xiaohua's face. He didn't know the one in front, but wasn't the one behind Daoist Temple's law enforcement elder, Master Changgang? Miss Zixia, Ren Xiaoxia, in front of you is the law enforcement elder of the Daoist Temple's Arhat Hall, Great Master Changgang, and the law enforcement elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Great Master Changgang. Please come and greet them. Kong Chan introduced and led the 2 of them to come forward. Without waiting for them to come closer, Zhang Xiaohua and Dream cupped their fists and bowed. Disciples of the fragrant cult, Zixia and Ren Xiaoyao, greet Great Master Changgang and Great Master Changgang. When Great Master Changgang saw Zhang Xiaohua, he was slightly stunned. He felt that she looked familiar but he smiled and put his palms together to return the greeting. Great Master Changgang smiled and said, the fragrant cult has not been in the pugilistic world for a long time and we have not had the chance to meet Abbess Jing Yi. How has she been in the past 5 years? Reporting to Great Master Changgang, our cult master is doing well. We are here to send an invitation to the Daoist Temple and invite the Daoist Temple to our Lingxiang Peak to participate in the martial arts convention. Dream raised her head and said. Next, Zhang Xiaohua stepped forward, took out the jade slip from his bosom, and handed it over. Martial arts convention? Are you going to Lingering Fragrance Peak to participate in the martial arts tournament? Master Changxing wasn't the only one who was surprised. Even the monks who heard this were shocked. However, before Master Changxing could ask, Zhang Xiaohua stepped forward. When Master Changxing saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua who handed over the jade slip instead of Xixia, he was stunned. He glanced at Zhang Xiaohua before turning to Great Master Changgung. He smiled and said, "It seems that Abbess Jingyi is still brooding over what happened in the past." Chapter 979. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua handing over the jade slip, Master Changxing smiled at Great Master Changgung and said, "I say, when did the fragrant school have a protector?" So it turns out that Abbess Jingyi is still brooding over the past. Great Master Changgung snorted from his nose and said, "It has been so many years, yet she still remembers it in her heart. It must have been hard on her. However, the protectors of my Daoist temple are responsible for upholding Buddhism and protecting the Dharma. How could any random disciple compare to them? I wonder what kind of Dharma this Dharma protector of the aroma cult is protecting." Master Changxing smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Young benefactor's surname is Ren Xiaoxia, right? This old monk will call you Ren Xiaoxia." "I wouldn't dare. My name is Ren Xiaoyao, please call me by my name." Ren Xiaoyao, when this jade slip was delivered, did Abbess Jingyi say anything?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "His Excellency didn't say anything special. He only said that he wanted to personally deliver it to Master Changxing." Haha. Not only did Master Changxing laugh, but Great Master Changgung also laughed, causing Zhang Xiaohua to be confused. Master Changxing finished laughing and said, "Young benefactor should know that outside of the fragrant school, the Tenryus sect, and now the righteous Tao alliance, even if the masters of the other sects come to visit, we only need to greet them. Our Daoist temple's abbot won't appear. These three sects, especially the fragrant school, the Tenryus sect, the Misty school, and the Shindao sect, are all great sects with immortal Tao inheritances. If the sect masters come to visit, our Daoist temple's abbot will naturally meet them. As for the other disciples, no matter which sect they are from or what their status is, only us old monks will greet them. The other sects are fine since male disciples are respected. Welcoming them into the temple and offering them tea can be considered our Daoist temple's hospitality as a host. However, your sect is an exception. For many years, only female disciples have come. According to our Daoist temple's rules, they can't enter the temple, so of course, they can't meet Master Changxing. Therefore, your sect has a lot to say about this. Especially Abbess Jingyi. Speaking of which, there's still a past." Zhang Xiaohua slightly frowned after hearing this. Master Changxing saw this and thought that Zhang Xiaohua had other ideas, so he said, "However, Abbess Jingyi naturally has her own ideas for sending you here. Although she didn't make it clear, your coming to the Daoist temple is equivalent to breaking the promise on behalf of Abbess Jingyi. If we don't let you know, it would be unfair to you. Our Daoist temple has always been merciful, so it's better to tell you so that you won't have any misgivings." As he spoke, he beckoned Kong Chan over and whispered a few words to her. Kong Chan had a strange expression on her face. She glanced sideways at Zhang Xiaohua, nodded slightly, and quickly entered the Daoist temple. "Come, benefactor Xixia, you can't enter. Our temple will serve tea here, just like your sect master did back then." As he spoke, a group of monks placed the table and tea set under the big pine tree in the square. Master Changxing said, "Ren Xiaoyao, come, take a seat first. Once this old monk tells you the reason and the temple is ready, you can go in and see Master Changxing." Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were puzzled, but they still cupped their hands in thanks and sat down under the tree with Changgung and Changxing. The small clay pot was originally used to boil wine, but now it was used to boil tea. After Master Changxing personally brewed the tea, Zhang Xiaohua and Meng politely took the simple teacup and drank it. When the tea entered their mouths and teeth began to salivate. A trace of vitality also flowed into their throats, and they felt that their internal organs were incomparably comfortable. "Good tea," Zhang Xiaohua praised. Although the tea brewed by the mountain spring of the Guozhuang house was delicious, the tea leaves were not as precious as those of the Daoist temple, so it was inferior. Young benefactor, you also know the way of tea? Master Changxing asked in surprise. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and said, how would I know? I just felt that it was very thirsty. Oh, Master Changxing was quite disappointed. He poured another cup of tea for Zhang Xiaohua and said, tasting tea and preaching are my hobbies. Huh, I thought I had met a confidant. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Master. Zhang Xiaohua said. Young benefactor, you've been waiting for a long time. Let me clear up your doubts. Master Changxing drank the tea in his cup and said, actually, the reason is very simple. When Abbess Jing-yi was still a direct disciple, she was already a direct disciple at that time. Once, she came to my Daoist temple as an emissary. At that time, Abbess Jing-yi had just received her inheritance and was a little arrogant. She was very angry at the rule that women can't enter the Daoist temple, so she made a bet with my Daoist temple. If she could break into my Daoist temple, I would abolish this bad rule. Otherwise, she wouldn't be allowed to enter my Daoist temple for the rest of her life. This. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat surprised and whispered, Your Excellency, this bet is really interesting. Ha ha ha, Master Changxing also laughed and said, this old man was also one of the disciples present that day. When I heard about this bet, I also had the same thought. Abbess Jing-yi is a woman, so of course she wouldn't be allowed to enter the Daoist temple for the rest of her life. She used this matter as a wager. Regardless of whether she wins or loses, she won't lose anything. On the other hand, if my Daoist temple loses, it will be a great loss of face. In fact, your sect's previous leader didn't allow Abbess Jing-yi to enter the temple. He only allowed her to pass an important message, but I don't know why she did it on a whim. Moreover, my Daoist temple's previous leader was very magnanimous and immediately agreed. As long as Abbess Jing-yi can pass the 3 trials set by my disciples and enter the temple, my Daoist temple will abolish this rule. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He couldn't understand why the Daoist temple's previous leader was so certain that Abbess Jing-yi couldn't pass the 3 trials set by the Daoist temple's disciples. Of course, since the Daoist temple still had this rule, it was likely that Abbess Jing-yi didn't succeed that year. Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat as he faintly sensed something. Master Changxing continued, of course, back then, although Abbess Jing-yi's martial arts were excellent and she easily passed the first 2 tests of my guardian disciple, the 3rd test was a formation. Inside this formation, Abbess Jing-yi couldn't beat it no matter what. Therefore, when she came out of the formation, Abbess Jing-yi said that when she had the chance, she would definitely send a disciple to my temple to fulfill her unfulfilled wish. Of course, my Daoist temple's previous leader said that this bet was biased towards Abbess Jing-yi. If it was someone else who came to break the formation, it naturally wouldn't count. Perhaps Abbess Jing-yi knew that she was in the wrong, so she didn't say anything and left. This matter happened many years ago. If it wasn't for young benefactor claiming to be a disciple of the incense cult's protector and wanting to personally give the jade slip to leader Changsheng, this old monk might not have remembered this matter. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, before this disciple came, His Excellency didn't say anything. I reckon he didn't want to break the rules of your honorable temple. He just wanted this disciple to see the power of your honorable temple's protector so that this disciple can also be a competent protector. This old monk understands what Abbess Jing-yi means, but... Master Changxing frowned. Young benefactor is quite young, which makes things difficult for this old monk. Our Daoist temple has a lot of disciples who are protectors, but young benefactor's age means that their martial arts skills are greatly reduced. If I were to fight someone with profound martial arts skills, it would seem like I'm bullying young benefactor. Seeing that Master Changxing was in a difficult position, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood Abbess Jing-yi's expression at that time. He didn't say anything and just picked up the teacup to taste the tea. Although Master Changxing said he was in a difficult position, how could his face show that? He was also smiling as he drank the tea. Great Master Changgang looked at Master Changxing and asked, Ren Xiaoxia, this old monk thinks you look familiar. Could it be that this old monk has seen Xiaoxia in Jianghu before? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, "This young one has long admired the reputation of the Daoist Temple's law enforcement elder, but I've never had the chance to meet him. Could it be that Great Master has seen this young one somewhere before?" Great Master Changgung pondered for a moment and said, "This old monk saw a person who looked quite similar to Ren Xiaoxia in the Misty School several years ago." "Oh? There was such a thing?" Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise. "Isn't the Misty School now part of my incense cult's Misty Hall? Why haven't I heard of it before?" Haha. Great Master Changgung shook his head and said, "This old monk has forgotten that young man's name, but he doesn't seem to be a disciple of the Misty School. He should be a disciple of some Huanxi manner. However, that young man from a few years ago looked almost exactly the same." If you can see him, oh, that's impossible. Even if you find that young man, it's impossible for him to look the same as a few years ago. Alas, time makes people grow old, and the new generation replaces the old in Jianghu. The ignorant young man from back then is now full of vicissitudes of life. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, but his face was full of longing as he said, "The ancients often say, an old steed crouches in the stable with 1,000 miles of ambition. Great Master Changgung and Master Changxing, although old, are our role models." You flatter me, you flatter me." Great Master Changgung smiled and waved his hand. Then he asked, "By the way, Ren Xiaoxia, just now you said that you came to my Daoist Temple to invite my Daoist Temple to Lingxiang Peak to participate in the Martial Arts Circle Convention. Did this old monk hear wrongly? It should be 1 year later." As expected, the older you get. If it were me, I would have asked in detail from the beginning." Zhang Xiaohua thought in his heart, but he cupped his hands and said, "Great Master Changgung didn't hear wrongly. It's 2 months later." "But, your sect's defensive formation?" Great Master Changgung glanced at Master Changxing and asked. "I'll let the 2 masters know that the sect protecting array of the incense sect has been opened. All disciples can freely enter and leave the incense sect." "Ah!" the 2 masters exclaimed together in a low voice. Then they sighed and said, "When the fragrance sect appears, Jianghu will be in chaos. Perhaps the entire Jianghu will face such a calamity." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought, "This gatha rhymes. I only know that when the fragrance sect reappears in Jianghu, it will set off a bloody storm. Then, your sect must have sent other disciples to send letters to other sects, right? I don't know if your sect has chosen a successor." Replying to Great Master, "The sect leader didn't instruct us on this matter." Please forgive us. Chapter 980. Well said. Great Master Changgung smiled as if he didn't care at all. At this moment, a sudden gust of cold wind blew, making everyone's hair stand on end. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. It was almost noon, and the weather was cool. Moreover, the Daoist Temple was in the mountains, surrounded by trees, so it was normal for there to be cold winds blowing from time to time. However, this gust of cold wind was obviously different from the past. It was bone-chilling and shouldn't have appeared at this time. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to release her divine sense in front of the 2 Daoist Temple elders, who were most likely immortals. She could only raise her head and look in the direction of the gust of cold wind. The 2 great masters were also shocked. They waved their hands and ordered a disciple to go there. The 2 great masters chatted with Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua for a while. Although the 2 great masters wanted to get some useful information from Zhang Xiaohua and Meng, it was a pity that they didn't want to talk. Even if they wanted to talk, neither of them was a disciple of the incense cult. There were many things that even they didn't know, so how could they satisfy the 2 elders' curiosity? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were so tight-lipped, Great Master Changgung was quite disappointed. He waved his hand and a disciple came forward and bowed. Reporting to the 2 martial uncles, the Arhat formation has been set up. Please enter the formation, young benefactor. Good, you can leave for now. Great Master Cheng Gung ordered the disciple to leave. He turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Ren Xiaoxia, the formation has been set up. Please enter the formation, Xiaoxia, and fulfill Abbess Jingyi's long-cherished wish. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that the square in front of the Daoist temple had been cleared. There were 18 monks of different heights and sizes, but they were all wearing the same clothes. They held bronze rods in their hands and stood in a strange formation. The age difference between these 18 people was not that big. Each of them had a soaring aura. When these auras mixed together, it gave off an irresistible feeling. No one dared to underestimate them. Grandmaster, you actually sent out 18 disciples of your esteemed temple to set up a formation to deal with a mere guardian disciple like me, isn't that? The great Master Cheng Gung laughed and said, who in Jianghu believes in fairness? Back then, Abbess Jingyi easily broke this Arhat formation. Don't tell me you're backing out? Retreat? Zhang Xiaohua laughed involuntarily and said, that's not necessary. It's just that disciple is only a guardian disciple. How can my martial arts be compared to my family's Jiaozhu Darren who has received the inheritance? Then, young benefactor, what do you want to say? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, with Jiaozhu Darren as a precedent, this disciple will follow suit this time and make a bet with Grandmaster. What do you think? Huh? What does young benefactor want to bet? Grandmaster Cheng Xing was stunned at first, then he asked, then, young benefactor, there's no harm in saying it. Hee, then this disciple won't be polite, Zhang Xiaohua laughed inwardly, but on the surface, he asked, what does the Daoist temple want to bet? This, since you're a guest from afar, I'll ask Ren Xiaoxia to tell me first. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do my best to agree. Hearing Grandmaster Cheng Xing's words, Zhang Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He thought for a moment and said, I've long heard that your esteemed temple's Sutra Pavilion has secret martial arts manuals that can shock the world. If I may be so bold, I'd like to ask Grandmaster to allow this disciple to enter the Sutra Pavilion and borrow a secret manual to read. That's impossible. Grandmaster Cheng Xing immediately shook his head. Your esteemed temple and my temple are both great sects with 10,000 years of inheritance. My temple has the Sutra Pavilion, and your esteemed temple also has the Technique Inheritance Pavilion. My temple's inner strength cultivation techniques might not be comparable to your esteemed temple's cultivation techniques. Young benefactor, why do you want to seek something far away? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Grandmaster should understand that our temple has always prioritized female disciples. Most of the secret manuals in the temple are for women. This disciple, although I've read some of them, none of them are suitable. I thank Grandmaster for his benevolence. Grandmaster Cheng Xing still shook his head. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, then. Grandmaster, can you lend me a sword or staff secret manual to read? Young benefactor, you're being too greedy. The sword techniques in the Sutra Pavilion are also secret manuals passed down through the Daoist temple. How can they be passed down to outsiders? Then, this disciple can just find an ordinary staff or hammer technique manual. That should be fine, right? Zhang Xiaohua probed. This. Grandmaster Cheng Xing was somewhat hesitant. He changed the subject and asked, young benefactor, what will you use as the wager? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said with a smile, if I lose, I'll never set foot in the Daoist temple again. What do you think? Pfft, Meng was drinking tea when it spat it out. What? What kind of wager is this? When it heard Grandmaster Cheng Xing's words, Meng felt that it was inconceivable. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had actually learned it, how could Meng not spit out its tea? Young benefactor, you must be joking. Grandmaster Cheng Xing said with a smile, back then, Nun Jingyi was a disciple of inheritance and was also a candidate for the next head of the temple. Our Daoist temple gave her face and made a wager with her. Nun Jingyi's wager should be her dignity as the next head of the incense cult. Young benefactor, you don't seem to have such an advantage. Alas, then. Forget it. Zhang Xiaohua's expression was lonely. She shook her head and said, although the head of the temple repeatedly ordered me to deliver this jade slip to Grandmaster Changsheng, but a general is in the field, and the monarch's orders cannot be obeyed. I didn't think that the rumors in Jianghu were wrong. The threshold to enter the Daoist temple is too high. It's fine if I don't enter. Grandmaster Changsheng was unmoved. He nodded and said, young benefactor's words are reasonable. However, this wasn't deliberately set up by our Daoist temple. It was your Honorable Nun Jingyi's idea. If young benefactor doesn't want to, this poor monk won't force you. Zhang Xiaohua despised him in her heart. She scratched her chin and said, alas, this is the first time I've come out as a disciple of a guardian. If I don't meet the guardian disciples of your honorable temple, I'll feel like I'm missing something. Grandmaster Changsheng looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile and didn't say anything. Forget it. Zhang Xiaohua stomped her feet and took out a book from her bosom. She said, this is the inner strength cultivation method bestowed by the head of the temple. Although it's not the top cultivation method of my incense cult, it's still a first-class technique in Jianghu. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to use this as a wager in exchange for a chance to enter the sutra depository. She then asked, Grandmaster Changsheng, what do you think? Grandmaster Changsheng glanced at Great Master Changgung. The two of them exchanged glances and nodded. Since young benefactor admires our Daoist temple's martial arts so much, this old monk will make an exception. However, this old monk must say that if young benefactor wins, you can only look for things that don't involve inner strength cultivation methods in the sutra depository. You can only look at them in the Daoist temple. You can't copy them or take them out of the Daoist temple. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. That's how it should be. If I lose, the inner strength cultivation method will be the same. Hearing this, Grandmaster Changsheng smiled bitterly. She was right. If one memorized the staff and sword techniques well, they could be memorized in a day or a few days. How could one memorize inner strength cultivation methods in such a short time? If Zhang Xiaohua remembered a single word wrongly, it would be a matter of life and death. In that case, Zhang Xiaohua would be at an advantage. Of course, if Grandmaster Changsheng was serious, he could take a liking to him for a month. However, could Daoist temple afford to lose face? Then, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and handed the book over. Grandmaster is an eminent monk. I'll leave this book with you for now. Grandmaster Changsheng waved his hand. No need. It won't be too late to wait until the matter is settled. All right. Zhang Xiaohua put away the book and squinted at the 18 monks standing in the square. She said, then, this disciple will enter the array and try? Young benefactor, please enter the array. Grandmaster Changsheng said again. If young benefactor knows that you're no match for them, you can just throw down your sword. Our Daoist temple will not take advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. Thank you for your mercy, Grandmaster. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and walked into the Arhat array with Hanya in her hand. When the 18 monks saw Zhang Xiaohua enter the array, they all held their staffs and put their palms together. They said in unison, young benefactor, please give us some pointers. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She thought to herself, if I make a move now and can knock down one of them, won't this Arhat array be broken? Of course, this thought only flashed through her mind. She also cupped her fists and said, seniors of the Daoist temple, please give us some pointers. After both sides finished greeting each other, the monks immediately held their staffs in their hands. Their eyes flashed fiercely. The 18 monks were divided into two groups. Like butterflies, they wandered around. The staffs in their hands constantly knocked on the ground as they walked, making irritating sounds. Zhang Xiaohua was slightly taken aback when he saw that the 18 monks were circling around him instead of attacking him. However, when he heard the voice, he came to a realization. He activated God's guidance slightly, and the discomfort in his mind was immediately swept away. Then, Zhang Xiaohua released a little bit of his divine sense. In fact, ever since he saw monk Kongchan, Zhang Xiaohua had been very careful to hide his cultivation and divine sense. On the other hand, he also raised his vigilance to see if there was any divine sense around him. However, when Grandmaster Cheng Xing and Great Master Cheng Gung appeared and talked for a long time, he did not see any divine sense. Perhaps the two grandmasters were self-conscious, or perhaps they did not put him in their eyes at all. Of course, it was also possible that the two grandmasters did not cultivate divine sense. However, no matter what, since he had already entered the array, Zhang Xiaohua could only release his divine sense a few feet. There should not be too much of a problem. Within her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua was keenly aware that although the essence of the world in the Daolan temple was not as rich as that of the fragrance cult, it was still much stronger than usual. Although the essence of the world had begun to recover, it would take several years or even decades to recover to the same level as that of the Daolan temple. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaohua also sensed that although the 18 monks in this Arhat array had martial cultivation, their movements were rather methodical and their rhythmic tapping sounds were actually able to stir up the heaven and earth yuan qi, gradually drawing the yuan qi in the array towards them. Chapter 981. As expected of a great sect with a legacy. It's not a joke to be able to stand for 10,000 years. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but admire them from the bottom of his heart. Of the 5 sects with immortal heritage, Zhang Xiaohua had seen 3 of them. Among them, the Misty School was the one with whom he had the deepest feelings and the closest affinity. However, it was also the worst of the 3. Basically, it only had martial arts and no traces of immortal heritage. Only a few forbidden areas in ethereal heights could prove that the Misty School was related to immortal heritage. Even sect leader O Peng was only at the level of martial arts, and not even at the peak. He didn't even have a trace of divine sense. On the other hand, the fragrance cult was full of immortal heritage. Zhang Xiaohua's series of immortal opportunities were all achieved in the fragrance cult. The fragrance cult's leader, Abbess Jing Yi, was even a cultivator of immortal heritage. What about the Daolan temple? Although he hadn't seen Master Longevity yet, just by looking at the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the Daolan temple and a few ordinary guardian disciples, he could already disturb the yuan qi of heaven and earth with the formation of martial arts. What was there to say about the immortal heritage in the temple? The fragrance cult respected female disciples and their heritage was also strict. The Daolan temple, on the other hand, only accepted male disciples. Although men and women were equal in this world, men's cultivation potential was many times stronger than women's. The number of men who could cultivate was 100 or 1,000 times more than that of women. Therefore, the Daolan temple's strength should be above the fragrance cult. Of course, as for the mysterious Tenryu sect, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't guess. After all, he had only seen Qin Shiyue and the Flood Dragon King of the Seas. Oh, right, I wonder how Xiaoya and that Ajiao are doing now. Don't tell me they're buried in the sea. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua's mind wandered. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's gaze was somewhat sluggish, the monks in the Arhat formation were overjoyed, thinking that they had a chance. Zhang Xiaohua was confused by the sound of the staff. One of the monks immediately raised the long staff and chopped down on her head. That long pole was full of vigor. Not only did it cause the wind to howl, even the little yuan qi of heaven and earth in the array surged along with the tip of the pole. Zhang Xiaohua snapped out of his daze and saw a series of afterimages flashing by the pole before his eyes. He exerted a little force in his legs, intending to use the ethereal steps to dodge. However, just as he exerted force in his legs, his heart skipped a beat. The great master Cheng Gung has been to the Misty School and watched the martial arts exhibition. He should know about my ethereal steps. If I use it here, doesn't that mean that I am the kid he saw before? Even if he can't confirm it, he must know about my relationship with the Misty School. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's feet paused. At this moment, that wooden pole was already in front of his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate and raised Hanya to block in front of his eyes. In his mind, although this long pole brought about a lot of wind, the strength of the pole was limited. Although he blocked it in a hurry, it should be more than enough. Who knew that when the long pole struck Zhang Xiaohua's Hanya, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a jolt. That long pole actually transmitted an incomparably huge force, as though it was going to knock Hanya out of her hands. I-oh. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Without thinking, he clenched his fist tightly and released it forcefully. Keng, Hanya was knocked back. Zhang Xiaohua felt as though he was hit by a huge rock and retreated a few steps. But before he could steady himself, woo-woo, the sound of the wind rose again. The monk behind Zhang Xiaohua also raised his pole and mercilessly struck at the back of his head. Luckily, after the long pole hit, it immediately retracted and didn't pursue. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua have some free time. He turned his body slightly and used Hanya to block the long pole behind him. This time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He used a total of 70% of his strength to block that long pole. It was still the same huge force as before. Zhang Xiaohua's arm was slightly sore and he borrowed the force to retreat a few steps. He wanted to dissipate the force. Who would have thought that after the second strike, there would be another long stick coming from his left arm? My God! After Zhang Xiaohua received the third strike, he couldn't help but be shocked. Are you kidding me? How can this Daoist temple monk be so brave and powerful? Everyone's arms have the strength of over 10,000 jin. With this kind of strength, how can they not dominate the pugilistic world? Unknowingly, Zhang Xiaohua's yearning towards the Daoist temple was like a torrential river, but he was in the array and couldn't use his light body techniques. He could only use Hanya to meet force with force. Another cup of tea's time had passed and Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how many strikes he had received. Luckily, his strength had always been his strength and the Big Dipper magical fist was a daily practice, so he was able to cope with it. But after such a long time, Zhang Xiaohua once again felt that something was strange. Firstly, although there were 18 monks in this Arhat array, every time Zhang Xiaohua was attacked, there was only one person. The rest didn't join in. It wasn't like what he had thought, where everyone would rush up and attack together. Secondly, the strength of each strike was the same. Which meant that the strength of the 18 monks was about the same. This wasn't much, but as time passed, the strength of the strike gradually decreased. What made Zhang Xiaohua very suspicious was that the strength of the 18 monks was also decreasing. Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ponder. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua expanded his divine sense slightly. Not long after, he found something strange. He saw that when a monk raised his staff, two faint and mysterious waves were transmitted from his two sides. And when he struck out with his long staff, an even weaker wave was transmitted from his body to the monks on his two sides. Looking carefully, in the entire Arhat array, between the 18 monks, there was this strange wave that was constantly transmitted. Understood. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly. This is the legendary force transmission. In internal strength, one can transmit one's internal strength to others through the hand or other body parts, allowing one's internal strength to be used by others for a period of time. Or, one can attack others through other people's meridians, such as hitting a cow through a mountain. And this Daoist temple's martial arts seniors are even more powerful. They created this Arhat array, which can actually connect everyone's strength together, using the strength of 18 people to attack one person. I can resist these 18 people, but what if there are 28 people, or 108 people? How can I resist them? Moreover, if there are 10,000 people in the Arhat array, won't the Daoist temple be invincible in Jianghu? Perhaps only the immortal Dao can deal with it. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He seemed to have thought of what Master Changxing said just now, seeing that you're still young, I won't use the real array. Of course, after receiving the attacks of the 18 monks, the strength of the array was gradually weakening. Zhang Xiaohua gradually understood. Since he entered the array, the Daoist temple's monks first used the sound of the rods to disturb his mind, then used the long rods to attack, creating a situation where the one who makes the first move gains the advantage. Stick after stick, the 18 monks' strength flowed between the rods. If Zhang Xiaohua broke their coordination, or if he persisted until the 18 monks' strength was exhausted, the Arhat array would collapse on its own. He understood this logic, but if he really wanted to do it, it would be difficult in the eyes of others. Because the 18 rods in the Arhat array had a tacit understanding, stick after stick, it was seamless, and there was no room for him to take a breath to counterattack. But if he had to fight against 18 people and exhaust his strength, it was impossible for an ordinary person to even think about it. He reckoned that Nanjing Yi had also relied on her exquisite swordsmanship and the Qinggong of Chuanxiang cult to gain the upper hand in the fight against the cudgel. From there, she broke the tacit understanding of the Arhat formation and obtained the final victory. However, these two methods of breaking the formation were as easy as drinking water for Zhang Xiaohua. Once he understood the true essence of the Arhat formation, he naturally had a plan in his heart. Exhausting the strength of the 18 monks was indeed a waste of time. Furthermore, he still had 2 more stages to pass in the future. There were still uses for him to conserve his strength. As for Qinggong and swordsmanship, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to embarrass himself with them, so the only thing left was to use strength to defeat the enemy. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long laugh, and said, "Many thanks for the guidance of the senior brothers of the Daoist Temple, this one is going to make his move." While he was speaking, a long stick came attacking from under his armpit. Zhang Xiaohua held Bo Ri horizontally, and used his strength to chop down diagonally. Dang! It hit the long stick. In his spiritual sense, he saw that the monk on the other side was about to make his move. Bo Ri didn't stop, and directly waved. Woo! Before the monk made his move, Bo Ri had already struck his long stick. Seeing that Bo Ri had anticipated the enemy and suddenly appeared in front of him, the monk was greatly alarmed. His long stick trembled slightly, and before the other 17 monks' strength could reach him, he made his move. Who would have thought that Zhang Xiaohua would only lightly strike Bo Ri on his long stick, and then move his body to the side? Bo Ri rushed towards another disciple who was about to make his move. Ah! That disciple was even more anxious. According to the Arhat formation, the next one to make his move would be him. Moreover, this sequence wasn't the same every time. No matter what, he couldn't believe that Zhang Xiaohua would actually attack him before he was completely unprepared. He had no choice but to fight back. As long as he waved his long stick, he would strike. However, he wasn't in a hurry to make this move, and the flow of his strength was interrupted. This strike only had his own strength, so how could it compare to Zhang Xiaohua's Bo Ri? Just as he was about to be hit by Zhang Xiaohua's Bo Ri, he heard praise from outside the formation. Good move. Young benefactor, not only do your internal strength is profound, your mind is even more meticulous. You actually guessed which disciple made the move, and you can still maintain such a calm mind in this dangerous situation. Even Abbess Jing Yi from that year couldn't compare. Hearing Reverend Chang Xing's words, Zhang Xiaohua held Bo Ri in his hand and laughed. Not at all, Reverend Leader's wisdom is as vast as the sea. This disciple can't compare to you. Being able to find a way to break the Arhat formation is also a great fortune. Chapter 982. After hearing Master Chang Xing's words and seeing Zhang Xiaohua stop, the Arhat formation also stopped. Knowing that the formation had been broken, all the monks' faces were filled with shame. You can leave now. Great Master Chang Gung said expressionlessly, remember, there is always someone better than you. Although Ren Xiaoxia is young, his martial arts are strong and his inner strength is rare. You all underestimated him from the beginning. Thank you for your teachings, martial uncle. The 18 monks put their palms together and bowed before retreating. Meng, who was beside Great Master Chang Gung, anxiously ran over and asked softly, How are you? Are you injured? Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly at her and smiled, Thank you for your concern, senior sister. Meng pursed her lips and smiled, not saying anything else. A monk in black walked quickly to Master Chang Xing with a heavy expression and whispered a few words into his ear. Master Chang Xing raised his white eyebrows and was somewhat surprised. He inadvertently looked at Zhang Xiaohua and gave a few more instructions. The monk then walked away. Zhang Xiaohua felt a bit strange. Something must have happened in the Daoist temple. However, he didn't cause any trouble, so Master Chang Xing shouldn't have any reason to suspect him. It was rare for Zhang Xiaohua to be so magnanimous. "All right, young benefactor, I didn't expect you to break the Arhat formation so easily. It really exceeded my expectations," Master Chang Xing said with a smile. "Master, you flatter me. I still have to thank you for your mercy. If there were a few more people, I definitely wouldn't have been able to break the formation," Zhang Xiaohua said modestly. Master Chang Xing smiled and said, "This Arhat formation has a base of 9. There are at least 9 people, then 18, 27, until 81 people. Old Na wanted to gather 27 people, but it's a pity that the requirements for the monks to set up the Arhat formation are too high. The 18 people that young benefactor saw just now grew up together, ate and drank together, and practiced together. Among them, many people were eliminated before these 18 people were selected, and they were able to communicate with each other in mind. Alas, even if that is the case, just now, if that disciple had ignored young benefactor's longsword, when the focus of the formation had shifted to him, young benefactor might not have been able to break it so easily. It's just that, between life and death, who can blame him?" Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization and nodded. "What Master said makes sense. All right, let's not talk anymore. Would you like to take a rest?" Master Chang Xing asked. That day, Your Honorable Sect Shitai Jing Yi also rested for half a day before continuing the next match. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, "That's fine. Since Cult Master has learned from his mistakes, how can this disciple not follow?" Very good. This old monk has some mundane affairs to deal with. Young benefactor, please rest for the time being. This old monk will return in a moment, and then I will pass through the next stage." Soon after, the two masters got up and went to the place where the cold wind came from. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng sat under a tree, accompanied by a monk who was in charge of receiving guests. So something happened to the Daoist temple. I was wondering why they kept telling me to rest. They even used Shitai Jing Yi's story. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the monk who was brewing tea and asked, "Master, may I ask where senior brother Kong Chan went?" "This." The monk was a little embarrassed. "Martial uncle Kong Chan has something important to do." Perhaps young benefactor will see him in a while. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless, but Meng scolded, Why did you create so many problems? What are you thinking of doing? Cult Master also didn't say that we would embarrass the Daoist temple for no reason. It's precisely because of the previous embarrassment that Cult Master didn't specifically warn us. Think about it, Cult Master promoted me to a guardian disciple for no reason. Wasn't it because he valued the strength of my arms? He didn't even ask about my background. Now that I think about it, he had already made up his mind. Even if I didn't break through the array today, he would still want me to help him gain face in the future. Meng also suddenly understood. That day on Lingering Fragrance Peak, she only reunited with Zhang Xiaohua and obtained the cult master's permission. She didn't think much about these details. Now that Zhang Xiaohua mentioned it, wasn't it exactly the same? But, you don't have to take out our fragrant religion's internal cultivation method as a wager. If Cult Master finds out, wouldn't, seeing that Meng was worried about her, Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed up. She said, although it's a bit dangerous, I don't know what's so scary about the next 2 trials, but Cult Master has passed these 3 trials, and he thinks that I can do it. Perhaps I really can. This internal cultivation method is just a wager. If I don't lose, can Cult Master still scold me? What's more, do you think the mental cultivation method that the hierarch gave me is the best mental cultivation method in our fragrant cult? Meng was speechless. The Daoist temple benefited. It's not a big deal. Grandmaster Chongsheng can tell Cult Master that our Daoist temple has seen your internal cultivation method. What about your protector disciple? Hee, if you don't say anything, who will know? Meng rolled her eyes at him and said, your little abacus is really good. That's right. This one is called the Golden Abacus in Jianghu. Ren Xiaoyao. After a while, Grandmaster Chongsheng and Great Master Chonggung returned. Their eyes were slightly gloomy, but their faces were smiling. They said, young benefactor, have you rested well? Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, many thanks, Grandmaster. I have rested well. Please advise me. Good. Great Master Chonggung smiled and waved his hand. The door of the Daoist temple opened. A middle-aged monk wearing a moon-white frock slowly walked out with a weapon similar to the sword embryo in Zhang Xiaohua's hand in his arms. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes first fell on the monk's face. She was slightly startled. Wasn't this the Kongchan monk she saw on the mountain just now? When her eyes fell on the weapon in Kongchan's arms, she was even more surprised. The weapon looked like a long sword, but it was not a long sword. If it was a sword embryo, it was 100 times more complicated than a sword embryo. The top of the weapon was like a sword tip, but it was divided into 4 sides. Next, there was an undulating bump. This bump was engraved with strange patterns. The patterns were divided into several small sections, and between each section, there was a slight bulge. Then, there was a handle, which should be the place to hold the weapon. Finally, there was a statue's head. The statue's face was very ferocious, baring its teeth. It was abnormally fierce. Knowing that Kongchan was the host of the second test, Zhang Xiaohua walked forward with the sword in her hand. After the two greeted each other, Kongchan said, Benefactor Ren, I didn't expect your martial arts to be so profound. You actually broke the Great Arhat formation so easily. I have no choice but to see your martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. It turns out that Grandmaster Kongchan is also a protector's disciple. I was rude just now. By the way, what is the weapon in Grandmaster's arms? Why does it look so different from ordinary long swords and other items? Hee. Kongchan held the weapon's handle with one hand. His face flashed with a green light. He waved the weapon and said proudly, this is a treasure passed down by the Daoist temple from 10,000 years ago. It is called the demon-subduing pestle. It is the weapon in the hands of my protector's disciple. Demon-subduing pestle? Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened. He secretly placed a wisp of his spiritual will on the demon-subduing pestle. Indeed, there was a large amount of heaven-earth yuan qi on the pestle. From top to bottom, from inside to inside, it was unknown how many talismans had been added to it. Between the bumps and the fine lines, there was a fluctuation of talismans. I wonder if this demon-subduing pestle, is there anything special about it? I hope Senior Kongchan can enlighten me. Hee, this demon-subduing pestle is used by the outer sect protectors. It is a treasure used to subdue demons and devils. This poor monk doesn't fully understand the wonders of it. It is a shame to say that in this poor monk's hands, this demon-subduing pestle can only be used as an ordinary weapon. The only special thing is that this demon-subduing pestle is as light as a piece of grass in this poor monk's hands. But when used against those of the unorthodox path, it is as heavy as a mountain. TSK Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when she heard this. Oh my, this kind of thing is still not satisfied? You are holding a piece of grass, and when used against me, it is as heavy as a mountain. This immortal weapon is really indescribable. Moreover, this is clearly using an immortal weapon to bully a martial weapon. Who can beat you? Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself. But now that they had reached the second stage, Zhang Xiaohua could only brace herself and step forward. That. Senior Kongchan, I am not from the unorthodox path. If this demon-subduing pestle hits me, it won't be as heavy as a mountain, right? Kong Chan glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a faint smile, "Benefactor Ren, you can try it and you will know." "Fine." Zhang Xiaohua waved Hanya and stepped forward. "Since this is a famous treasure of the Daoist Temple, wouldn't it be a pity if I don't take a look at it?" "Sure, Benefactor Ren, this poor monk will make his move now." "Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Go ahead," and Kong Chan made his move. His face turned green and he lifted the demon-subduing pestle easily. Buzz! The demon-subduing pestle emitted a terrifying sound. The elemental energy around Zhang Xiaohua surged and pressed against Zhang Xiaohua. Before the demon-subduing pestle could even get close, Zhang Xiaohua found it difficult to breathe. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his forehead. All right. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he was determined to win. He shook the great wisdom in his hand and pointed it at the tip of the demon-subduing pestle, unwilling to admit defeat. Kong Chan did not dodge, and the demon-subduing pestle did not change its move. It was extremely soft, even softer than when Pan Roa hit the long rod. But then, there was a series of creaking sounds, which made people's ears straighten. It was the sound of Pan Roa's sword tip sliding on the demon-subduing pestle. Zhang Xiaohua thrust out Bo Ri and stabbed it into the exorcism pestle. However, the exorcism pestle was just as Kong Chan had said, heavier than a mountain. Zhang Xiaohua's arm was a little numb, and the tip of her sword couldn't resist it. She took a few steps back, and the exorcism pestle flashed with a green light, increasing its weight. The tip of her sword that was pressed against the exorcism pestle slid forward, making an ear-piercing sound. This. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Doesn't this demon-subduing pestle weigh more than 20,000 kilograms? Chapter 983. Monk Kong Chan was right. 20,000 jin was as heavy as a small mountain for a martial arts expert, not to mention an ordinary person. When this exorcism pestle hit a person's body, it was as heavy as a mountain. However, strength was Zhang Xiaohua's forte. With the fist of the North Star honing his bones every day, the strength in his arms was constantly increasing. Although 20,000 jin of strength sounded shocking, it was not unattainable for Zhang Xiaohua. Moreover, when Zhang Xiaohua received Kong Chan's exorcism pestle, he already had a plan in mind. Although monk Kong Chan was a guardian disciple and his arms were not weak, far from Kong Jian's, Zhang Xiaohua believed that his single arm strength definitely did not exceed 20,000 jin. As for why he could wave the exorcism pestle around like it was a piece of grass, it could only mean one thing. He used his mana. He used his mana to drive the talismans on the exorcism pestle, causing it to produce a huge amount of weight. This method of exchanging mana for weight was unique to the immortal Dao. If it was during the immortal Dao's heyday, needless to say, there would be limitless vitality in the world for people to squander and use as mana to support the exorcism pestle's weight. If Zhang Xiaohua purely relied on his own strength and did not use the immortal Dao's methods, he would not be a match. But what was the situation now? The martial Dao was flourishing and the vitality of the world had just recovered. Zhang Xiaohua did not know what method Kong Chan used to use his mana to support the exorcism pestle, but he knew that it was definitely an expedient tactic. It was a trick that the martial Dao's seniors learned from the immortal Dao's methods. The direct result of this method was that it could not last long and could only be effective for a short period of time. As long as he could endure the most difficult initial stage, even if he did not counterattack, Kong Chan would be defeated. Perhaps last time, Nanjing Yi had seen through the peculiarity and won the competition. However, it was difficult to put it into practice. Monk Kong Chan waved the exorcism pestle like a long sword, sometimes pointing, sometimes stabbing, and sometimes chopping. Every time he waved, there was a strong pressure, forcing Zhang Xiaohua to dodge. Kong Chan's qinggong was good, so Zhang Xiaohua could barely fight back. He raised Bo Ri and barely managed to clash with the exorcism pestle a few times. His right arm was very sore and almost unable to use the sword. Zhang Xiaohua had to find some time. He passed the sword to his left hand, calmed himself down, and performed the nameless swordsmanship again, entangling with the exorcism pestle. Zhang Xiaohua did not know if it was because of the mysterious flow in his left arm, but his left arm seemed to be stronger than his right arm. Under the strange sword moves of the nameless swordsmanship, Zhang Xiaohua withstood a few more moves. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was struggling at death's door, Kong Chan showed a smile on his face. He jumped up, and the green light on his face became brighter. He hit Zhang Xiaohua one move after another. Just when Zhang Xiaohua could not hold back and wanted to fight back, the time was not right. Before the power of the exorcism pestle in Kong Chan's hand was reduced, Zhang Xiaohua found that the way Kong Chan used the exorcism pestle was quite similar to the way Kong Jian used the exorcism pestle. Therefore, he paid attention and received a few more moves. His heart was set. He held Pan Ruo in his right hand, laughed, and said, "Senior brother Kong Chan, be careful." Pan Ruo did not touch the exorcism pestle. The tip of the sword was pointed at the flaw of the exorcism pestle. Ouch! Kong Chan was stunned. Then, he circled the exorcism pestle and wanted to hit Pan Ruo. However, Zhang Xiaohua's Pan Ruo was like a fish in water. It pierced Kong Chan's back through the gap and did not entangle with the exorcism pestle. Therefore, there was no sound of weapons clashing on the field. The two changed their method of fighting force with force. The two weapons did not touch each other again. Outside the field, Great Master Chang Gung's face was a little ugly. He said in a low voice, "Ren Xiaoxia is really smart." He found Kong Chan's weakness after fighting for a while. Although Kong Chan seems to be lifting heavy weights easily, he actually consumes a lot of energy. If he continues to fight like this, he will lose in the end. Great Master Chang Xing smiled. With Abbess Jingyi's temperament, she must have told him earlier. There's nothing to be surprised about. He's just a kid. If he didn't have someone to guide him, how could he see the clues? Didn't you see how Kong Chan wields the exorcism pestle like a lamp? Who knows if he can hold on for long? Back then, Abbess Jingyi was also forced to use the qinggong of the incense cult. Luckily, she found the exorcism pestle's weakness. But, if that's the case, Ren Xiaoyao should have started to fight when he first entered the array. Great Master Chang Xing ignored him. He looked at the field and murmured, "I didn't expect Abbess Jingyi to be so narrow-minded. It's been so many years and she still remembers this. If we had known earlier, we would have changed our method. We can only use the old method in a hurry. Using the old method is enough to show the mercy of our Daoist temple. If Ren Xiaoyao can pass the 3 trials, it can be considered our Daoist temple's generosity. It can make up for Abbess Jingyi's face. If he can't pass the 3 trials, then Abbess Jingyi will have nothing to say. The disciples of the incense cult will also become the laughingstock of Jianghu. This Ren Xiaoyao is also cunning. He actually wanted to peek into our sutra depository. Senior Marshal Brother, do you think this is Abbess Jingyi's order? Maybe, but I think this Ren Xiaoyao is also strange. It's obvious that his internal energy is strong. He blocked the Arhat Array's long rod and the exorcism pestle, but why didn't he use qinggong? Back then, Abbess Jingyi relied entirely on the incense cult's qinggong. Could it be that the incense cult's qinggong isn't good enough for him? Or maybe he doesn't think it's suitable, so he wants to look for it in our Daoist temple? If he's a disciple of the Daoist temple, of course he has the qinggong to practice. He's just a disciple from another sect. How can our Daoist temple give away our sect's qinggong? What we promised him was only the sword and staff techniques. We won't accept anything else. Well, then we'll have to see who can last until the end, Ren Xiaoyao or Kong Chan. Let's hope Kong Chan can hold on. Sigh, there hasn't been any abnormalities in the Forbidden Wind Valley for a long time. Why did it suddenly change today? If it doesn't work, we'll have to think of other ways for the 3rd round. Well, this Ren Xiaoyao's internal energy is amazing. We can only restrain him in the Forbidden Wind Valley. But who knows if he has other secret techniques? We can only rely on the Forbidden Wind Valley. The two looked at the arena and whispered. After a while, the situation in the arena changed again. Kongchan's face turned green and gradually turned pale. The weight of the exorcism pestle also decreased slightly. If it was someone else, they might not be able to distinguish these changes. However, Zhang Xiaohua had been observing carefully, and with his divine sense probing from time to time, he had already noticed it. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua revealed a trace of a smile and shouted for the second time, "Senior brother Kongchan, you have to be careful." As he spoke, he leapt up and raised Hanya high into the air. It was the heaven-shocking staff technique. Hanya was like a shooting star rising from the horizon. It streaked across the sky and landed on the demon-subduing pestle. With a peng sound, Kongchan felt his hands sink. The exorcism pestle had increased in weight. Before he could pull out the exorcism pestle and change his technique, Zhang Xiaohua shouted again. Hanya was raised again and slammed down heavily. This time, Kongchan felt even more uncomfortable. The exorcism pestle had increased in weight by several times. Immediately after, without waiting for Kongchan to react, Zhang Xiaohua attacked again and again. They were all heaven-shocking staff techniques, forcing Kongchan to use the exorcism pestle to defend himself. The exorcism pestle in Kongchan's hand became several times heavier. After a dozen strikes, Kongchan's hand trembled. He almost lost his grip on the exorcism pestle. He quickly retreated and hugged the exorcism pestle in his arms. He put his palms together and said, "Benefactor Ren's strength is amazing. This poor monk is ashamed of his inferiority." Hearing Kongchan admit defeat, Zhang Xiaohua threw Hanya to the ground and sat down again. He let out a long sigh and said, "Thank you, Senior Martial Brother Kongchan, for helping me. To tell you the truth, this junior is already exhausted. If Senior Martial Brother had held on for a few more strikes, this junior would have thrown in the sword and admitted defeat." At this time, Kongchan's face was pale with a hint of green. The green light on the exorcism pestle had also faded. The various talismans on the exorcism pestle had also dimmed. Kongchan shook his head and said, "Even so, this poor monk can no longer continue. Benefactor Ren is still more skilled than this poor monk. Admirable, admirable." At this time, Master Chang Xing and Great Master Chang Gung also walked over and said, "Young benefactor is indeed powerful. You are indeed worthy of being the guardian disciple appointed by Abbess Jing Yi." That day, Abbess Jing Yi fought for half a day before she exhausted the guardian disciple. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua secretly said, but he said modestly, "How can this disciple compare to Lord Hierarch? Lord Hierarch won without shedding a drop of blood. This junior was covered in stinky sweat and exhausted by luck. It's incomparable, incomparable." Master Chang Xing asked, "Young benefactor, do you want to challenge the third trial?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Master, I came here as a diplomatic envoy, not to provoke you. I also don't intend to throw my life away in the Daoist Temple. You see, it's still early, so let me rest a bit more." "Hee, that's easy. Young benefactor, please rest. This old monk will go and prepare. After 2 hours, I will send a disciple to bring you two over." "Go over?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Not in this square?" "Yes, the third trial is in another place." Master Chang Xing didn't seem to intend to explain. Zhang Xiaohua chatted with Meng for a while and drank some tea. She looked at the sun in the west and 2 hours passed quickly. Monk Kongchan changed into a green monk robe and came over with a smile. "Benefactor Ren, have you rested well? It's about time. How is senior brother?" "Ha, thank you for your mercy, almsgiver Ren. I'm just a little exhausted. I'll be fine after taking some pills." Looking at Kongchan's slightly flushed face, Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "The Daoist Temple's medicinal pills are also famous. I'll have to ask senior brother to send me some later. That's easy to say. When Benefactor Ren leaves, I'll definitely present it. Kong Chan smiled and said, now, please follow this poor monk. All right. Master Chang Xing didn't decline and entered through the narrow gap. Great Master Chang Gung didn't move and gestured for Zhang Xiaohua to go first. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and let Zhang Xiaohua go first. The narrow gap was very long and it took the time it took to brew a cup of tea to cross it. After passing through the gap, there was a ruin that was about 400 to 500 feet in size. This ruin was slightly different from the fragrant Cultivation. There was a platform that was about the height of a person and there were many large and thick stone pillars evenly distributed. The top of the stone pillars was empty and they pierced the sky. There were many broken rocks, glazed tiles, and green bricks on the platform that were piled up messily. Master Chang Xing didn't explain and walked up a slanted staircase to the platform. There was a narrow path that led to the center of the ruin. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua stepped on the platform, she immediately felt that something was wrong. The true qi in her meridians was supposed to hide her cultivation and stay dormant, but at this moment, it was really stagnant. Moreover, as Zhang Xiaohua went deeper into the center of the platform, her true qi became more and more immobile. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to use her true qi because she was behind Master Chang Xing, she could clearly feel that there was a restriction on the platform that could imprison a person's cultivation. When she followed Master Chang Xing to the center of the platform, there was an open space with a radius of 10 feet. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood why Abbess Jing Yi was defeated in this trial. At this moment, the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians had already solidified. She couldn't control or mobilize her true qi as she wished. Zhang Xiaohua also risked releasing her divine sense, but no matter what, she couldn't separate it from her body. She then looked at the bronze cauldron and thought about the burly man behind it. Needless to say, this trial was definitely a competition of strength. The restriction on the platform could imprison true qi, so presumably, it also had an effect on internal energy. In that case, Abbess Jing Yi's internal energy, which she had painstakingly cultivated, wouldn't be of any use. Any qi practitioner or martial arts expert who came here would be the same as an ordinary person. They would have to rely on their own strength to do the talking. Not to mention this burly man who had painstakingly cultivated his strength. Even an ordinary Jianghu man would have more strength than Abbess Jing Yi. Thinking about how Abbess Jing Yi's martial arts were outstanding, yet she actually lost to an ordinary Daoist temple monk in this Forbidden Wind Valley, how could she swallow this humiliation? When everyone arrived, Master Chang Xing said with a smile, Benefactor Ren, now that you're here, you should have a clear idea of the situation, right? Our Daoist temple's path is different from that of the incense sect's martial arts. We walk the path of Yang. The Daoist temple's guardian disciples have to train their strength from a young age. They have to draw water from a distant mountain spring without spilling a single drop on the way. Then, they have to practice the Daoist temple's special body tempering technique to increase their strength. Finally, they can practice our Daoist temple's immortal cultivation technique and wield the demon-subduing pestle. Presumably, after passing the first two trials, young Benefactor will understand that strength is indispensable among our Daoist temple's guardian disciples. All of the challenges are based on strength. Although young Benefactor was different from your esteemed Abbess Jing Yi in that you didn't use your lightness technique and relied on your profound internal energy to pass the first two trials, the last trial will test young Benefactor's physical strength. Young Benefactor must have used his internal energy. On this platform, all forms of internal energy are useless. This disciple understands. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, it means that I have to compete with Senior Kongju in terms of strength without using my internal energy. Yes. Not only can young Benefactor's internal energy not be used, but this old monk and the others can't use their internal energy either. Therefore, young Benefactor doesn't need to worry about fairness. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua nod, Master Cheng Xing took out a small bell from his bosom and said, "This old monk has an immortal inheritance magic tool. It's a set with the evil subduing cauldron. Young benefactor must know the divine abilities of immortal inheritance magic tools. This evil subduing cauldron weighs 5,000 jin. Every time this old monk strikes this small bell, the weight of the evil subduing cauldron increases by 1,000 jin. There's such a miraculous thing?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and looked curiously at the small bell in Great Master Chang Gung's hand. Although Zhang Xiaohua was strong, this strength came from cultivating the fist of the North Star and using the warm current to temper the bones in his body. It was pure physical strength. When he was fighting with Kong Chan, he already felt that it was amazing when he saw the evil subduing pestle changing its weight with mana. Now that he saw this small bell increase its weight by 1,000 jin with a single strike, he was even more surprised. Apart from being surprised, he thought more about his own Prajna heavy sword. This sword weighed more than 10,000 jin and couldn't be controlled by his divine sense. It was obvious that it was different from the evil subduing pestle in terms of its weight. Then, what was it that could be so heavy? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but look forward to it. Moreover, he gradually had a vague idea in his mind. This idea sounded a little unimaginable now. Whether it would work or not, he would have to wait until Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation level gradually increased before he could verify it. Benefactor Ren, don't be surprised. There are thousands of Buddhist techniques that are shocking. This is just a simple practical method. Great Master Chang Gung smiled and said, "The test for this stage is simple. Junior Kongju and Benefactor Ren will each step forward and take turns lifting the same weight. I will wait for both of you to lift the evil subduing cauldron and increase its weight until one of you can no longer lift it." "Huh, what if both of you can't lift it in the end?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "That's easy." Great Master Chang Gung squinted and said, "I will strike the bell again and reduce the weight of the evil subduing cauldron by 100. Meng pursed her lips and smiled. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "Buddhist artifacts are indeed powerful." Then, he cupped his hands and said to Kongju, "Senior Kongju, as the host, you should go first. Let me see how you lift it." "Humph," Kongju snorted and strode forward. His footsteps were so heavy that the platform shook a few times. Kongju walked to the front of the evil subduing cauldron, bent down, and grabbed the legs of the cauldron. He tested it and shouted, "Rise." The huge evil subduing cauldron rose in response. It seemed effortless. Then, Kongju lifted the cauldron. After a while, he put it down on the platform with a bang. Fortunately, the platform was very clean and there was no dust. Under Great Master Chang Gung's smiling gaze, Kongju walked back to his seat and looked at Zhang Xiaohua from the corner of his eyes. He seemed to be provoking her. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony and walked to the front of the evil subduing cauldron. She bent down, leaned forward, and held the evil subduing cauldron with one hand. She didn't even bother to shout, "Rise." She just gritted her teeth, and the evil subduing cauldron was lifted up with a whoosh. Master Changging's eyes flashed with a strange light when he saw how easy it was to lift something heavy. He was extremely surprised. After Zhang Xiaohua put the cauldron on the ground, Great Master Chang Gung nodded and said, "Abbess Jing Yi is indeed meticulous. It must have been hard on her." Then, he picked up the small bell and it rang with a dong. Chapter 985. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't leave her body, so she couldn't see the changes in the qi of heaven and earth around the evil suppression cauldron. She couldn't see any changes in the cauldron with her naked eyes. After the bell rang, Kongju stopped underestimating his opponent and walked up to the evil suppression cauldron. Just like before, he lifted the cauldron above his head. However, when he returned to his original position, he nodded at Zhang Xiaohua politely, indicating that it was his turn. There was no provocation in his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. She walked up to the cauldron and lifted it with one hand. When she put the cauldron down, she turned to Kongju and said, "Senior Kongju, adding 500 kilograms at a time seems too slow. I think we should ask Master Changxing to strike the cauldron 10 times at a time and add another 10,000 kilograms. What do you think?" This. Kongju was a little embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Junior brother Ren, what do you think, adding another 2,500 kilograms at a time?" "Oh, that's fine. I just think it's too slow to add it bit by bit. 2,500 kilograms is fine too." Zhang Xiaohua agreed. Master Changxing sighed. The small bell in his hand moved rapidly and he struck it 5 times in a row. According to Master Changxing's explanation, the evil suppression cauldron should weigh 11,000 kilograms. "After you, Senior Kongju." Zhang Xiaohua moved to the side. Kongju walked up to the evil suppression cauldron. He wasn't as relaxed as before. First, he moved his wrists a little. Then, he took a deep breath and grabbed the legs of the cauldron with both hands. After testing it, he shouted, "Rise." Then, he lifted the cauldron above his head. However, when he put it down this time, he wasn't as relaxed as before. It was almost as if he had thrown it to the ground. "Okay, it's almsgiver Ren's turn." Kongju let out a long sigh and moved to the side. Zhang Xiaohua walked up to the evil suppression cauldron. She still used her left hand to test it. After thinking for a while, she stretched out her right hand and grabbed the legs of the cauldron. She took a deep breath and lifted the cauldron. Zhang Xiaohua's lifting process was similar to Kongju's, but when she put it down, the difference was obvious. Just like before, she slowly put it down, dang, 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 dang. Another 5 bells rang out, and the weight of the evil suppressing cauldron increased to 16,000 jin. At this moment, Kongju's face showed that he was in a difficult position. His arms had the strength of 15,000 kilograms, which was rare in the world. He originally thought that he could lift it 10 times in a row, but no matter how strong Zhang Xiaohua was, looking at Kongju's thin and tall figure, it was impossible for her to lift it 5 times. Who would have thought that the other party would ask him to add 10,000 kilograms, and he could only agree to add 5,000 kilograms. After adding it twice, he had already exceeded his limit. This evil suppressing cauldron was no longer something he could lift. Kongju glanced at Master Changxing. Master Changxing nodded slightly as if to encourage him. Hence, Kongju walked up to the evil suppressing cauldron, took a deep breath, bent down, and grabbed the huge cauldron in his hands. He tested it with both hands and shouted loudly, raising the cauldron in front of him. However, just as he tried to lift the cauldron above his head, he was exhausted and couldn't move anymore. With a loud bang, the evil suppressing cauldron was thrown to the ground by Kongju, making a loud noise. Kongju's face was flushed red. He looked at Master Changxing and returned to his original position. "All right, Benefactor Ren, if you can lift this evil suppressing cauldron, you will pass the 3rd test and avenge your sect master," Master Changxing said. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. "Since Senior Kongju couldn't lift it, I might not be able to either. Hence, I will have to trouble Master Changxing to reduce the weight of the evil suppressing cauldron so that Kongju and I can lift it again." Go ahead, go ahead. There's no harm in it." Master Changxing waved his hand. "It's just a few more knocks, which will consume a little more magic power." Magic power? When Zhang Xiaohua heard that, she understood that the weight of the evil suppressing cauldron wasn't for nothing. Zhang Xiaohua put on a good show. First, she walked to the front of the evil suppressing cauldron. Just like before, she tried a few times before she used her strength to lift it. Kongju's eyes were wide open, and his heart was in his throat. He hoped that Zhang Xiaohua could do the same thing as him. Unfortunately, although Zhang Xiaohua lifted it with difficulty, her face was flushed, and her veins were bulging, she was still able to lift it above her head. She even managed to stand up unsteadily. Sigh, Kong Ju sighed in his heart. However, when Zhang Xiaohua put down the evil-suppressing cauldron, his eyes lit up. He clearly saw that although Zhang Xiaohua had thrown the evil-suppressing cauldron to the ground like him, it didn't bounce a few times like he did. Instead, it was very obedient and didn't move an inch. It was as if Zhang Xiaohua had gently put it down. Tisk. Kong Ju couldn't help but gasp. He thought to himself, he looks like he's not much older than Kong Jian. He doesn't have much flesh on his body, but he's actually so strong. Moreover, he's so considerate of others. That's not bad. But his strength, where did he train it from? Could it be that he was really born with divine strength? Kong Ju sighed in his heart. However, he still stepped forward and put his palms together. He said sincerely, Benefactor Ren's divine strength is amazing. This poor monk humbly admits defeat. Zhang Xiaohua wiped the sweat off her forehead with her hand and smiled. Senior Kong Ju, I was really lucky. I talked so much with Master Chang Xing just now because I wanted to recover my strength. Senior, please don't blame me. Kong Ju didn't expose her and was about to speak. Meng Han walked over with a smile. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua raise the evil-suppressing cauldron, she almost jumped up. This was a secret competition between the two super sects, the Fragrant Cult and the Daoist Temple. It was also a matter of Nanjing Yi's reputation. If Zhang Xiaohua won, there would be no need to mention the benefits. Therefore, she couldn't help but say, congratulations. Junior brother Ren. Before Zhang Xiaohua could speak, a strange cold wind blew from beside the evil-suppressing cauldron. It was the same as before, but this time, the wind was much stronger. The cold wind blew from below and lifted Meng's veil, revealing her true face. You. Great Master Chang Gung, who was standing beside Kong Ju, was a little annoyed. When he saw Meng's face, his expression changed. He raised his arm and pointed at Meng's face, saying in shock, why are you here? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Great Master Chang Gung came to his senses and immediately shut his mouth. Although he was still shocked, his eyes were filled with confusion and doubt. Meng also looked at Great Master Chang Gung in shock. She pulled down her veil and asked excitedly, Chang. Great Master Chang Gung, have you seen me before? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She didn't bother talking to Kong Ju and walked up to Master Chang Gung. She bowed and asked, Master. Have you seen my senior sister Xianxia before? When was it? Where was it? Please tell me the truth. By this time, Great Master Chang Gung had regained his composure. Although there was doubt in his eyes, he still shook his head and said, Young Benefactor Xianxia, I have never seen her before, but you just saw Xianxia, wasn't she? Young Benefactor, you misunderstood. I have seen someone who looked like Benefactor Xianxia before, but that was many years ago. How could it be Benefactor Xianxia? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more overjoyed. He immediately asked, Master, where did you see it? Who was she? Please tell me. Yes, Great Master Chang Gung, can you tell me where you saw someone who looked like me? This. Great Master Chang Gung seemed to be in a difficult position. He looked at Master Chang Xing and said, that was 40 years ago. I was still a disciple of the law enforcement hall at that time, but this matter involves the Daoist Temple. Forgive me for not being able to. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. She bowed to the ground and said, Master, this matter is very important to my senior sister Xianxia. Please tell me. Xianxia also hurriedly bowed and said, Master, this matter concerns my origin. Please be merciful. This. Great Master Chang Gung shook his head and said, Isn't this making things difficult for me? Master Chang Xing thought for a while and said, Young benefactors, don't be anxious. This matter concerns the Daoist Temple, so we have to carefully consider it. Benefactor Ren has passed the 3 tests and is about to go to the temple to see Abbot Changsheng and present the invitation card to him. I also have to report the matter of young benefactor entering the sutra depository to read the secret manuals. Junior brother Chang Gung can report this matter to the abbot and let him make a decision. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua praised. That's great, that's how it should be. Meng also nodded slightly. Alright, we'll go out and let benefactor Zixia wait outside the temple for the time being. Young benefactor Ren, please follow us into the temple. Meng was waiting under the tree outside the Daolan temple. Zhang Xiaohua followed the 2 masters into the Daolan temple. Although this Daolan temple was similar to the Daolan temple in front of the mountain and had incense and candles and Buddha, there were many wandering and cultivating monks here. There were no traces of pilgrims. Moreover, the buildings in this temple were more magnificent. The sculptures and murals were more simple and unadorned. Even the commonly seen green bricks under their feet revealed the vicissitudes of time. Zhang Xiaohua and the other 2 walked through several halls and finally turned to a secluded place. Before Master Chang Xing opened the door of a small hut, a divine sense swept out from inside the hut. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She activated the nameless formula and carefully concealed her cultivation and divine sense. Sure enough, the divine sense hovered in front of Zhang Xiaohua a few times and then retracted. Abbot, we've brought benefactor Ren Xiaoyao from the incense cult to deliver the invitation card. Master Chang Xing stood at the door and whispered. Come in. An old and peaceful voice sounded. Yes, Master Chang Xing responded and said to Zhang Xiaohua, Benefactor Ren, please come in. With that, Master Chang Xing pushed the door open and led Zhang Xiaohua into the house. Great Master Chang Gung followed closely behind. Inside the small house, there was a portrait, a bookshelf, and a few meditation mats. On one of the meditation mats sat an old monk with extremely long and white eyebrows. Zhang Xiaohua sized up the layout of the room and immediately went forward to bow. Greetings, Master Changsheng. Chapter 986. A gentle force supported Zhang Xiaohua and stopped him from kowtowing. You don't have to be so courteous. Young benefactor Ren, please forgive me for being too simple. Master Changsheng's voice was unusually amiable and pleasant to listen to. Zhang Xiaohua was convinced and said, It's my great fortune to be able to meet you. How can I be so calculative about such things? Good. Young benefactor Ren may be young, but you are experienced in dealing with people. It's no wonder that you were able to receive the favor of your esteemed leader and deliver the invitation on behalf of a direct disciple. It's nothing. Zhang Xiaohua said humbly, it's all because I have some strength. Only the esteemed leader sent me here. Oh. Master Changsheng was puzzled. It's like this. Master Changsheng stepped forward and explained the matter in detail. In the end, he explained, without the abbot's permission, this poor monk acted on his own accord. Please punish me, abbot. The abbot smiled and waved his hand. Junior, you're wrong. All the martial arts in the world originate from the great forest. The martial arts of the Daolan Temple are meant for everyone to cultivate. Although young benefactor Ren is a disciple of the fragrant religion, Zhang Xiaohua was delighted when he heard this, but he was immediately disappointed. Master Changsheng continued, although we can't let him cultivate the secret inner strength cultivation method of the Daolan Temple, there's no harm in letting him take a look at ordinary fist techniques and sword techniques. However, Zhang Xiaohua still thanked him. He wanted to learn about the Dharma swordsmanship in advance, but he was afraid that the great Master Chang Gung would be suspicious. Therefore, he could only keep it a secret. After receiving Master Changsheng's approval, Master Changsheng heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to take out the jade slip and handed it over respectfully. He said, This is the invitation that my esteemed leader sent me to deliver. Please accept it. Master Changsheng nodded. You've worked hard to deliver this invitation. How can I not accept it? As he spoke, he took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it. After a while, he raised his white eyebrows and asked, Young benefactor Ren? Has your fragrant cult's sect protecting array been completely destroyed? Yes, Master Chang Sheng. Zhang Xiaohua then told him about the incense cult. Master Changxing frowned slightly. After a while, he sighed and said, It's fate. People in Jianghu have no choice, even if, then, he chanted the name of Buddha and said self-mockingly, As an outsider, I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, Master is merciful. In the spirit of, if I don't go to hell, who will? Being in the Jianghu is really beyond my reach. Then, he glanced at the great master Chang Gung, who was standing beside him with his head lowered. He probed, Changxing Abbot, I'm slow-witted. There's one more thing that I need your approval for, is there anything else? The elder asked with a smile. At this moment, great master Chang Gung raised his head and said, Senior Abbot, I know what benefactor Ren wants. It involves the secrets of the Daoist temple, oh? The elder was taken aback. He turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, In that case, would you please wait outside for a while? Zhang Xiaohua quickly got up and cupped her hands. This matter involves my senior sister Zixia's past. If possible, I hope Master can be merciful. The elder nodded slightly and smiled without saying anything. Zhang Xiaohua left the simple meditation room and stood outside. He waited for about half a meal. During this time, he wanted to release his divine sense several times to see what was going on inside. He also wanted to burrow into the ground and listen to what was being said. However, he was afraid of being discovered by the elder. More importantly, he was afraid of angering the Daoist temple. They didn't need to punish him. They only needed to politely say, I'm sorry, this is a secret of the Daoist temple. It can't be told to outsiders. Well, his dream of finding out about his origins was once again lost. Perhaps Zhang Xiaohua could restrain Great Master Chang Gung and use the bewitching finger to force him to confess. However, if the Tenryu's sect spy could escape the bewitching finger, how could the Daoist temple not be able to do the same? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking and scratching her head, the door of the meditation room opened. Master Chang Xing and Great Master Chang Gung came out. Zhang Xiaohua jumped over and asked anxiously, Master, why? Great Master Chang Gung smiled and said, Abbot is merciful and has approved it. However, this matter happened a long time ago. Let me think about it carefully before informing you. Zhang Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised and quickly bowed. Thank you, Master. Young benefactor doesn't need to be so courteous. Abbot has said that there's no need to thank him in person. A monk should be considerate. In addition, Abbot will definitely attend the martial arts assembly of your esteemed sect. Young benefactor can go back and report this to Shirtai Jing-yi. Thank you, Master. Zhang Xiaohua stood outside the door and bowed deeply toward the meditation room. However, a gentle force came from inside the room, supporting him and preventing him from bowing. Although this force wasn't worth mentioning to Zhang Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before standing up respectfully. That's enough, young benefactor. Abbot doesn't allow you to thank him, so you don't need to thank him. Why do you need to be so formal? Master Chang Xing smiled and said, You'd better follow me to the sutra depository and find your sword techniques, fist techniques, and so on. We'll talk about it later. After finding clues to Meng's origins, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer as enthusiastic about sword techniques, fist techniques, and staff techniques. Thinking about Meng, who was waiting outside the temple, Zhang Xiaohua probed, Can I go outside the temple first and tell senior martial sister Zixia about this matter? Master Chang Xing waved his hand. This matter isn't urgent. Just find a disciple and tell him about it. I'll send you to the sutra depository. I still have other matters to attend to. Zhang Xiaohua happily said, Thank you, Master. Soon after, he thought of another matter and asked, "That's right, before I came to the Daoist temple, the sect leader repeatedly urged me to pay my respects to Grandmaster Yuan Tian if possible. Should I report this to Grandmaster Changsheng?" "That's easy. I'll report this to Abbot in a moment. Before young benefactor leaves, you can go to the pagoda forest." "The pagoda forest?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Before he could ask, Master Changxing had already walked ahead, as if Zhang Xiaohua should know something about the pagoda forest. He followed Master Changxing to the front of an extremely ordinary pavilion. A grey-robed monk came out to welcome them. Master Changxing pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "This is Ren Xiaoyao, the messenger of the fragrant religion. The abbot has decreed that you can choose a sword technique, palm technique, or any other ordinary secret manual to read in the Sutra Depository. You can't take it out of the Sutra Depository, and you can't copy it." "Yes, I'll comply with the abbot's decree. Benefactor, this way please," the monk said with a salute. "This is the Sutra Depository?" Zhang Xiaohua asked in astonishment as he looked at the ordinary Sutra Depository. "Young Benefactor Ren, what do you think the Sutra Depository looks like?" Master Changxing asked with a smile. "This, no matter what, there should be monks with high martial arts as guards. No matter what, there should be." Zhang Xiaohua almost blurted out the appearance of the Misty School's Sutra Depository. "Huh, young benefactor, you're thinking too much." Master Changxing said, "Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. No one said that the Sutra Depository has to be a solemn image." Master Changxing then waved his hand and said, "This old monk still has other matters to attend to. After Benefactor Ren finishes reading the secret manual, this old monk will send you on your way." "Send me on my way?" Zhang Xiaohua secretly curled her lips. This sentence seems to have two meanings. "I don't dare to nag Master." "Master, please do as you wish." After Master Changxing left, Zhang Xiaohua followed the monk into the Sutra Depository. The Sutra Depository wasn't big. It was only 20 feet in size. There was a small wooden ladder in the corner that led to the second floor. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the second floor wasn't something she could go up by herself, so she didn't look there. The monk led Zhang Xiaohua to a row of bookshelves, pointed at them, and said respectfully, "Benefactor Ren, this row contains our sect's collection of sword techniques, palm techniques, fist techniques, staff techniques, and so on. Benefactor Ren, please choose one. This poor monk will wait for you here." Zhang Xiaohua understood immediately. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Master. This one understands." Then, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense slightly. She used her eyes to look at the books while using her divine sense to distinguish them. Unfortunately, just as Master Changxing had said, these were all ordinary secret manuals from the Daoist temple. Zhang Xiaohua searched the entire bookshelf but couldn't find any fluctuation of the Tao of Immortals. Unknowingly, when Zhang Xiaohua randomly selected a secret manual, she released her divine sense and shrouded the entire Sutra Depository. She checked every bookshelf one by one. Just as she was filled with disappointment and was about to use her divine sense to look at the wooden ladder again, her eyes inadvertently swept past and she was stunned on the spot. He saw a thin and short old monk dressed in grey robes. He had a hunched back and was holding an old broom in his hand. He stood beside the wooden ladder and was meticulously sweeping the ground with his head lowered. Whoosh! Blood rushed to Zhang Xiaohua's head. She scanned the area with her divine sense again in disbelief. Still, she couldn't find any trace of the old monk. This. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to force her way in and quickly retracted her divine sense. Even the thought of forcing her way into the Sutra Depository at night was dispelled. After pretending to search for a while, Zhang Xiaohua asked as if nothing had happened, "Master, who is the master sweeping the floor in front of the wooden ladder?" Hearing Zhang Xiaohua mention the old monk, the disciple was stunned. He looked at the monk in the distance and said softly, "This one doesn't know the Grandmaster's Dharma name." This one only knows that he has been sweeping the floor in the sutra depository for as long as I can remember. Then, he said respectfully, also, I heard from the martial uncles that they have seen him sweeping the floor since they could remember. As for his Dharma name and age, no one knows. Oh, Zhang Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps only the head elder would know the origin of this old monk. Since there was such a mysterious person overseeing the sutra depository, not to mention others, even Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to covet it. How could the Daoist temple not be reassured? Why are there still monks outside the door? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her divine sense and concentrated on looking for the secret books with her naked eyes. Chapter 987. The Daoist temple's collection was indeed powerful. Although there weren't many fist manuals, sword manuals, and staff techniques, they were all exquisite. At least, Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of any of them. After searching for a long time, his gaze finally landed on a booklet at the top of the bookshelf titled Tong Tian Staff Technique. Actually, there wasn't anything special about it. It was just that Zhang Xiaohua had previously read Refining the World and recently read Sword Performing the World, so he was very curious about this Tian. That bookshelf was very high. Even with Zhang Xiaohua's tall and thin figure, he could barely reach it. And the booklet was covered in dust, indicating that very few people had read this secret manual. Didn't Zhang Xiaohua like to look for things that others didn't want? Hee, benefactor, please don't blame me. This bookshelf is really too high. This poor monk's height is limited, so it's not convenient for me to reach it. The monk saw the dust on the booklet and explained shyly. It's fine, it's fine. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. Benefactor, please come here. The monk said embarrassedly. He extended his hand and invited Zhang Xiaohua to the front of the praying mat in the corner. He pointed to the praying mat and said, This is where this disciple meditates on the secret manual. This book cannot be brought out of the sutra depository. Benefactor, please meditate on it here. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua sat down cross-legged. The monk bowed and left. Zhang Xiaohua opened the Tong Tian Staff Technique book and saw that it recorded the moves of this staff technique. It was very clear. But when Zhang Xiaohua concentrated on reading it for a while, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Although this staff technique was magical, it was only relatively speaking. If it was an ordinary person in the pugilistic world, they would treat it as a treasure. But for Zhang Xiaohua, it was really good to look at but useless. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Just as she was about to close the secret manual, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in her ears, Young benefactor, why are you sighing? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Seeing the old monk standing beside him, he hurriedly stood up and saluted. I wanted to look for a script in the sutras depository of the Daoist temple that was similar to the demon-subduing pestle used by the protector of the temple, but I couldn't find it after searching for a long time. You see, it wasn't easy for me to find one that was faded, but it's not suitable for me. As he spoke, he handed over the heaven-piercing staff technique and probed, perhaps Grand Master has something to recommend? The old monk didn't even look at his secret manual. He shook his head and said, Young benefactor, is it for that sword embryo of yours? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, and immediately said respectfully, That's right, Grand Master. Please help me, Grand Master. Help? The old monk shook his head. This poor monk has been sweeping the floor of the sutras depository for many years, but this is the first time I've met someone who is fated to be like you. This poor monk has read all the secret manuals in the sutras depository, and only this one is suitable for you. Benefactor, you have chosen well, but the way you read it is not suitable. As the saying goes, immortals are fated to be immortals. How can an ordinary person find it with the naked eye? After he finished speaking, the old monk picked up the broom and lowered his head to remember to sweep the floor. Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with respect. He bowed and sat down cross-legged. At this moment, he didn't need to look at it with his naked eye. He only released his divine sense and enveloped the secret manual. After a long while, he felt that the human figure in the secret manual was moving, displaying the staff technique from the beginning to the end. However, the moves of the staff technique were completely different from what was recorded in the secret manual. For the next few days, Zhang Xiaohua came to the Sutras depository and opened the heaven-piercing staff technique manual. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to comprehend it. In the end, even the old monk who was sweeping the floor was surprised. He thought that Zhang Xiaohua's talent was limited and couldn't fully comprehend it. In fact, even the mysterious old monk didn't know that when Zhang Xiaohua first memorized the staff technique in the secret manual and then immersed his divine sense into the secret manual, the staff technique displayed by the human figure in the secret manual was completely different. It was obviously another set of staff techniques. In a day, Zhang Xiaohua actually saw 9 different sets of the heaven-piercing staff technique. Of course, this wasn't the most bizarre part. When Zhang Xiaohua accompanied Meng to rest outside the temple at night, he woke up in the morning. In yesterday's 9 sets of heaven-piercing staff technique, most of the moves were forgotten. It was just like when he practiced the Big Dipper magical fist. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer as ignorant as before. He knew that he had picked up a treasure. This heaven-piercing staff technique might not be as simple as what was recorded in the secret manual. Sure enough, on the second day, Zhang Xiaohua saw 9 different sets of staff techniques. However, the 10th set didn't appear. On the morning of the 3rd day, there were only a few moves left in his mind. Therefore, for 9 days, Zhang Xiaohua actually saw 81 sets of staff techniques from the heaven-piercing staff technique manual. Finally, in his mind, there were only 360 moves of the staff technique left. These moves were similar to the moves of the Big Dipper magical fist. They weren't linked together. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to link these moves together. He knew that he had gotten lucky. Why didn't he hurry up and memorize all the moves? On the evening of the 9th day, Zhang Xiaohua put the heaven-piercing staff technique back on the bookshelf. He bowed to the old monk who was sweeping the floor and followed the monk out of the Sutras depository. Just as he walked to the entrance of the Daoist temple, a young monk hurriedly ran over. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he hurriedly bowed. Then, he looked around and whispered, "Benefactor Ren, thank you for your help that day. In a while, if there are disciples of the Daoist temple who invite you to the back of the mountain, please ignore them. Be careful of any tricks." After he finished speaking, he hurriedly left. After the young monk left, Zhang Xiaohua recalled that this young monk was the one who held onto him by the mountain spring when he and Meng came to the back of the mountain to search for the Daoist temple. It was just a small matter and he had long forgotten about it. The young monk's sudden gratitude and warning stunned him. Just as the young monk said, before Zhang Xiaohua had left the temple, another young monk came over. He clasped his hands together and said, "Benefactor Ren, I am Yuan Fa. I was sent by Martial Uncle Kong Jian to deliver a letter of challenge to you." "Yuan Fa?" Zhang Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked, "Where is the letter of challenge?" "This. Martial Uncle Kong Jian didn't write it. He only asked me to bring you to the back of the mountain." Although the young monk warned him, Zhang Xiaohua still nodded and said, "Please, lead the way." "Please." After Yuan Fa finished speaking, he walked away. When Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave, he heard Meng shout from behind, "Junior! Junior Xiaoyao, where are you going?" Hearing Meng's concern, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and said, "It's all right. I need to teach that young monk a lesson. You can wait in the tent. I'll be back in a while." "Pfft." Meng covered her mouth and laughed, then, "Come back early. Don't hurt that child." Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He waved his hand as if he was bidding farewell to the housekeeper. Looking at the path Yuan Fa led, Zhang Xiaohua's face unconsciously revealed a strange expression. This was the same path that Master Changxing brought him to the Forbidden Wind Valley on the first day he came to the Daoist temple. Although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't differentiate between north and south, he still had some impression of this path. Don't tell me. Little monk Kong Jian wants to throw me into that restrictive spell? Does he want to rely on his strength to teach me a lesson? As expected by Zhang Xiaohua, when he saw the narrow gap in front of Yuan Fa, he laughed in his heart. The Daoist temple really cares about their reputation. They didn't tell the other guardians about what happened in the Forbidden Wind Valley. Otherwise, why would little monk Kong Jian use this method to deal with me? Yuan Fa walked to the narrow gap and stopped. He pointed at the gap and said, Benefactor Ren, Senior Uncle Kong Jian is already inside. I can only go this far. Please go in by yourself. Thank you, Master. Yuan Fa's face immediately turned red. He lowered his head and said, I don't dare, I don't dare. Then, he ran away. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his nose, turned around, and walked into the crack. There was a restriction in this place, so he wasn't afraid that Kong Jian would play any tricks. Moreover, this was Daoist Temple's territory. No matter how bold Kong Jian was, he wouldn't dare to do anything shocking. He was probably just feeling indignant and wanted to regain some face. Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaohua came back to the platform, in front of the evil suppression cauldron, the little monk Kong Jian was still holding the two bronze hammers. He had a sinister smile on his face and said, Benefactor Ren is really brave. You even dared to come to the Forbidden Wind Valley. Hee, are you dumbfounded now that you're here? Can Benefactor Ren still use his internal energy? Zhang Xiaohua's expression didn't change. He shook his head and said, Of course not. Do I need you to tell me? I knew it 9 days ago. 9 days ago? The little monk Kong Jian was stunned. He asked in surprise, You? What are you doing here? Of course I'm here to learn from Senior Kong Ju. What? You? The little monk Kong Jian pointed his hammers at Zhang Xiaohua and said, You're actually worthy enough for Senior Kong Ju to fight with you? Zhang Xiaohua was proud of himself. Just as he was about to say something, a gust of wind suddenly blew. The entire platform was in a mess. Just as the gust of wind blew, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt his divine sense loosen. He was actually able to leave his body. The wind had actually caused the restrictive spell on the platform to lose its effectiveness. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense immediately left his body and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he discovered that there was a weak fluctuation of energy on the platform beside the evil suppression cauldron. It was a flaw that looked like a hole. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and flew to the little monk Kong Jian, whose face was covered by the strong wind. She reached out and sealed his acupoints. Then, she grabbed him and threw him behind a big pillar. She then flew to the side of the evil suppression cauldron on the flat platform. She cast a spell and went straight into the hole. With Zhang Xiaohua's entry, the hole was automatically sealed after a short while. The strong wind also stopped blowing. The entire platform was silent. Only Kong Jian, whose acupoints were sealed, was lying quietly under the big pillar. Zhang Xiaohua entered the platform and released her divine sense. Unconsciously, she was stunned. The entire platform was covered in restrictions. Only the space in front of her, which was about the height of a person, still had some cold wind blowing out. Only this passage-like space did not have the slightest restriction. Chapter 988. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out the Crimson Spirit Shield. With a hand seal, the Crimson Spirit Shield flew above Zhang Xiaohua's head. A faint red light sprinkled down and covered Zhang Xiaohua. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua's figure flew out and followed the passage towards the place where the cold wind was blowing out. After about the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. His body sank and he fell into a 10 feet square space. Before he could steady himself, a strong wind blew and rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and did not dare to let the crimson spirit shield take on the strong wind. He immediately flew into the air and the strong wind swept past Zhang Xiaohua's arm, causing Zhang Xiaohua to feel a little pain. In his divine sense, the strong wind crashed into the restriction above his head and immediately rushed out of a passage that was about the height of a person. After the strong wind passed, the entire space returned to normal. Only a faint white light filled the space. It was a scene of harmony and tranquility. Although it was not lit with incense like the main hall of the Daoist temple, there was still a faint fragrance coming from it. When Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes, he saw that in the middle of the entire space, there was a seven-jointed bamboo floating crookedly in midair. The faint white light was emitted by it and it seemed that the fragrance was also coming from the bamboo. Zhang Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, this bamboo, seems like I've seen it somewhere before. Don't tell me it's similar to the bamboo behind the Guizhuang house. However, ordinary bamboo was emerald green and when it was old, it would also wither and yellow. How could it be so sparkling and translucent, even whiter than white jade? Where have I seen it before? Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly but immediately, he slapped his forehead and blurted out, Changxing Abbot. Wasn't there a painting hanging on the wall in Changxing Abbot's simple and crude meditation room? That painting was of a Buddha with a pale golden face, holding a bamboo that was almost identical to this one. Moreover, the bamboo in the painting was the same as the one in front of him. They both had 7 joints and each joint had a bamboo leaf that looked like it was carved out of white jade. At this moment, a cold wind suddenly appeared below the bamboo and went straight up. With a soft swoosh, a faint layer of light formed by countless 7-colored lotuses appeared around the bamboo. The light flickered a few times and after the cold wind passed, it gradually dimmed. The cold wind brushed past the light barrier and blew a passage through the restriction outside the space. Then, it went straight into the space. Surprised, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense. He released his divine sense, at the place where the cold wind came from, a colorless bead that was almost invisible to the naked eye and was about the size of a thumb's thumb. A wind bead? This thought immediately flashed in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Immediately after, Zhang Xiaohua's appetite was aroused and even his divine sense was burning with desire. When he used his divine sense to look around the wind bead, he was even more delighted. What do you think? He saw that there was an extremely strange fluctuation around the wind bead, which was different from what Zhang Xiaohua usually saw. It was different from a restriction, but it was different from a restriction. It could also be said that it was not a restriction. Looking at how the fluctuation was firmly suppressing the wind bead, it was extremely similar to a restriction. Normally, Zhang Xiaohua would have to think for a while, but now the fluctuation was extremely faint. Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was like a layer of window paper that could be broken with a poke. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to fly to the front of the wind bead, the bamboo suddenly emitted a faintly discernible white light, followed by a faintly discernible chanting of sutras. The white light shot towards the strange restriction around the wind bead, and the restriction shook for a while. Just as the restriction was shaking, the colorless wind bead also trembled slightly, and the restriction shook even more violently. After a while, the shaking stopped, and the strange fluctuation became even fainter. The same cold wind as before rushed out from the restriction and rushed towards the bamboo. In an instant, the chanting stopped abruptly, and the 7-colored lotus appeared. Wherever the cold wind passed, it became slightly dimmer. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw this, and he almost did a somersault in the air. Needless to say, the bamboo was supposed to suppress the wind bead, but the wind bead was stubborn and did not perish under the suppression. Instead, it was resisting. The cold wind was not only blowing away the suppression, but it was also on the verge of destroying the bamboo's defense. Of course, looking at the state of the wind bead, it was also struggling at death's door. The wind bead and the bamboo were in a lose-lose situation. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Zhang Xiaohua praised, the ancients really did not deceive me. Zhang Xiaohua naturally wanted to be the fisherman. He thought for a while, then took out 2 fire talismans and threw them at the bamboo. Pung! The fire talismans broke, and the 7-colored lotus was burned. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He stretched out his hand, trying to grab the bamboo through the hole. However, just as he was about to reach out his hand, a faint but abundant Buddha's light came from above the small lotus and covered it. In an instant, the small lotus was repaired. Although it was still weak, it still blocked Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He reached out his hand, trying to grab the bamboo through the hole. However, just as he was about to reach out, a faint but abundant Buddha's light came from above the small lotus and covered it. In an instant, the small lotus was repaired. Although it was still weak, it still blocked Zhang Xiaohua's hand. This. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He thought that the defense was at the end of the line, and he could easily break it. Who knew that there would be such a change? But after thinking about it, it was normal. The evil wind was so strong that it could even break the restrictive spell, and the bamboo was able to suppress the wind bead. It must be something good. Without a few layers of protection, who would be at ease? Hence, Zhang Xiaohua threw out another fire talisman, but the result was the same. Could it be that I have to use other methods? Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin and thought for a while. With a shake of his hand, he took out Chasing Dream. Who knew that although Chasing Dream's 8 sword radiances were extremely nimble, the Buddha's light seemed to be everywhere. The moment Chasing Dream's sword radiances left, the Buddha's light immediately repaired the lotus. This. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Although the restrictive spell was very weak, but it could not withstand the constant repair. If it continued to repair, wouldn't it be impossible to break it? Unknowingly, Zhang Xiaohua used her soul awareness to look at the source of the Buddha's light, and had the idea of taking drastic measures. Indeed, in that direction, the restrictive spell in the entire space had some strange changes. And at this moment, coincidentally, a gust of evil wind blew past and blew the lotus out again. The evil wind was stronger this time, and a ray of Buddha's light appeared again, passing through the strange restrictive spell. Right at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and as if telepathic, she immediately conjured a spell and flew towards the restrictive spell. Strangely, the Buddha's light was faint, and Zhang Xiaohua flew in without any obstruction. Instead, she felt like a fish in water. At this moment, the restrictive spell seemed to have become transparent, and Zhang Xiaohua passed through it without any obstruction. Strange? Zhang Xiaohua praised in her heart, I have only practiced the fire escape technique and the earth escape technique, and I have not practiced the light escape technique. All I have now is the flying technique, but why does it feel so strange inside this Buddha's light? And, why do I know in my heart that this restrictive spell can be broken? However, the flying speed was fast, and before she could understand it carefully, she was already in an unknown space. When Zhang Xiaohua came to this space, he did not need to use his soul awareness. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, it was enough to make him stunned on the spot. He saw that there were only 2 colors in this space, one black and one white. The black was on top, and the white was on the bottom. The place where the black and white met in the middle was very clear, and there was no sign of gray at all. When he took a closer look, the black one had the absolute advantage again. It was like a black cloud covering the top, completely suppressing the white one below. It was actually black, and it was suppressing the white color. And in the white color, there was a 9th grade lotus, emitting a faint white Buddha's light. Looking up, it was also pitch black. However, a black flag could be seen in the pitch black darkness, and it suddenly came into view. This. Zhang Xiaohua once again let out an extremely astonished sigh. He rubbed his eyes hard. He really could not understand how he could still see darkness in the darkness. Furthermore, the black flag was still swaying slightly in the windless space. It was quite proud. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the black and white color, and unconsciously thought of the black and white fruit that he had kept in his money bag. However, that black and white fruit was similar to the elixir produced by the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, and it looked like a yin and yang fish. There was white in the black, and black in the white. The black and white in front of him were somewhat different, and it was a pure opposition of black and white. After looking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense, but just as he released it, his jaw almost dropped. Not to mention that the light emitted by the 9th grade lotus was not pure white in his divine sense, but was divided into 9 colors, and the 9 colors were not only suppressed by the black color, but also divided into thin filaments in the gaps of the black color, like the roots of a big tree that was upside down, extending upwards. And the gaps of the Buddha's light made Zhang Xiaohua even more dumbfounded. The surroundings of the black flag were actually filled with knives, spears, swords, halberds, hammers, sickles, bottles. In short, there were all kinds of shapes, and there was no exception. Zhang Xiaohua carefully scanned with his divine sense, and it turned out that there were 360 Dharma instruments that were emitting strange, primitive, and bloodthirsty fluctuations. And the 9-colored Buddha's light was seeping out from the gaps of these 360 Dharma instruments. But when he saw this, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously frowned, and even became a little pensive. The positions of these 360 Dharma instruments looked very familiar, and it should be a very powerful array, and the Buddha's light could actually seep out from this array. Either the Buddha's light was valiant and broke out of the array, or there was another situation, and this Buddha's light was purposely released by this array. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua released a strand of his divine sense. The Buddha's light from the 9th grade lotus did not block it, but the black array moved slightly, and blocked the strand of divine sense. Chapter 989. The black array didn't move, but when it moved, Zhang Xiaohua saw the clues. He laughed wildly in his heart. No wonder it felt so familiar. Isn't this the rabbit amulet from the Naiwan Palace? It's just that. This magic item replaced the individual amulets, and the position of this magic item has a huge flaw. It's basically placed in the wrong place. While thinking, Zhang Xiaohua leaped and flew to the front of one of the magic items that looked like a flying hook. He looked at it for a moment and took out a jade amulet from his pocket. It was one of the rabbit amulets that he usually made. He held the amulet in his hand and carefully placed it about 3 inches away from the flying hook. Then, he pointed his finger at it and a wisp of vital energy entered it. With a swoosh sound, the amulet flashed with a golden light and a mysterious wave was emitted. Once the wave was emitted, it seemed to have a strong suction force. It merged with the wave that was emitted from the black array. In just a moment, the golden amulet became a part of the array. Since the golden talisman had become one of the rabbit talismans, then, the flying hook-like Dharma artifact had broken free from the shackles of the original Dharma array. The waves it emitted were no longer accepted by the Dharma array. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua extended his hand and easily picked up the Dharma artifact. And where the Dharma artifact was located, a huge flaw suddenly appeared. Picking up the flying hook, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to examine it carefully. It seemed that the surface of the flying hook had a restriction that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know about. Then, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. He reached out his right hand and took out the black jade amulet that he got from the mysterious cave. Indeed, the waves from the 2 items were very similar. This kind of vital energy seems to be different from the vital energy of heaven and earth. It should be another kind of vital energy. Zhang Xiaohua had used his illusion breaker eyes to see the different types of vital energy in heaven and earth. He knew that this method, or this magic item, was not used by the immortal Tao. Let's keep it. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Zhang Xiaohua thought and put the 2 items back into the money bag. Then, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the black flag that was fluttering despite the lack of wind and began to think. Since the spirit design had been broken, the 9th grade lotus platform and the black flag were all exposed. How could he not take them? Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua released a wisp of divine sense towards the flag. Unexpectedly, as soon as his divine sense came into contact with the pitch-black surface of the flag, the surface of the flag rolled up and swallowed Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. Moreover, a mysterious wave of energy followed the direction of his divine sense and rushed towards him. Looking at it was like a wolf that hadn't caught its prey in a long time. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Wasn't this situation similar to the mysterious cave? He didn't even think about it. He immediately used the method of using the incense cult's divine sense that he had obtained from Abbess Jing Gang's jade slip and cut off the divine sense. He didn't dare to let that wave of energy enter his Naiwan palace. A pain that was imprinted in the depths of his mind came from the place where his divine sense was broken. It was just like a broken limb, but this pain was 1,000 times more intense. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's face turned pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. With a "hoo" sound, Zhang Xiaohua's body flew up. He endured the pain and flew to a high place in the space. Then, he made a hand seal. The high place in the space was now only a thick layer of soil. There were no restrictions. He used the earth escape technique and rushed out of the space. Once he got out of the ground, Zhang Xiaohua looked around casually. He then sat down cross-legged and silently used the God guidance to slowly recover his divine sense and heal his injuries. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the pain of his divine sense being broken slowly subsided. Alas, I went for wool but came home shorn. In the future, it's better not to touch these black things. Zhang Xiaohua was quite regretful. He stood up from the ground and carefully observed his location. It was a huge place, and the ground Zhang Xiaohua was standing on was covered with all sorts of strange images. There were pagodas, Buddhas, and pagodas. Surrounding the pagodas, Buddhas, and temple halls were people of all sorts, all of whom were bowing their heads in worship. Above the crowd was a flying celestial maiden, and a sky full of flowers. Next to the celestial maiden was a flying celestial dragon, a hovering eagle, and a 9-colored deer standing on auspicious clouds. Zhang Xiaohua roughly looked at the ground. The ground under his feet was about 1,000 feet. When he looked up again, it was like a pavilion. It shrunk layer by layer. The top was so small that it was almost invisible. He didn't know that it was too high. On the side of the pavilion, like the ground, there were also all kinds of pictures, all kinds of human figures, and all kinds of stories. It looked unusually beautiful and shocking. On the side of the pavilion, in addition to the pictures, the most conspicuous thing was that there were many lifelike Buddhas. These Buddhas were the size of a real person. They were either standing, lying down, or sitting cross-legged. However, there was one thing in common. In front of each pagoda, there was a protrusion. On the protrusion, there was a wooden box with sandalwood incense. There was no restriction on the wooden box. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense penetrated it. Inside, there was nothing except silk and some scriptures. Strange, why are there so many boxes with silk and scriptures? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He released his divine sense and looked at all the sandalwood boxes in his divine sense. Inside, there were only silk and scriptures. Many of them didn't even have scriptures, only a few strands of silk. Zhang Xiaohua made a gesture and wanted to fly up to take a closer look. Only then did she realize that she couldn't use the flying technique in this pavilion. Moreover, there was no ladder in this pavilion with the naked eye. Releasing his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua saw that whether it was the pictures on the ground or the pictures on the wall, there was a faint flash of Buddha's light. He still didn't find any way to go up. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to use the ethereal steps to search for the corner of the pavilion. The edge of the pavilion seemed to be only a few hundred feet long, but Zhang Xiaohua actually took half the time it took to brew a cup of tea to reach it. By the time he finished looking at the 6 wall-like edges, he spent about the time it took to eat a meal. Zhang Xiaohua found a small door that was about the height of a person at one of the edges. However, this door was also sealed. Zhang Xiaohua gave up after a cursory look. This seal was related to the Buddha's light, and it was not something he could see through with his cultivation. Inside this small door, Zhang Xiaohua found dozens of sandalwood boxes similar to the ones on the wall. In these sandalwood boxes, they were different from the ones on the wall. In addition to scriptures and silk, there were some round, square, pale white and red beads. Some of these beads were the size of a finger, some were the size of a soybean, and the largest one was the size of an egg. What is this? Using his divine sense, he saw that these were different from the immortal Dao artifacts and jade slips. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Then, he formed an incantation gesture and waved his hand. All the sandalwood boxes opened, and the beads inside were swept clean. He put them all into his belt. Seeing that there was nothing else in the pavilion, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the black and white space. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to touch the pitch-black flag. However, the lotus throne didn't seem to reject him. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua tried to put his divine sense on the lotus throne again. At this time, the lotus throne suddenly shook. A ray of Buddha's light penetrated diagonally downwards. The little colorful lotus below was probably attacked by the wind beads again. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She flew toward the restriction that the Buddha's light penetrated. At the same time, she used her divine sense to try and put the lotus throne into her belt. Unexpectedly, it went smoothly. The lotus throne seemed to have been waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to save it. When her divine sense moved, the Buddha's light immediately shone brightly. Then, it shrank countless times and flew into Zhang Xiaohua's belt. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't sure if she had put the lotus throne away or if the lotus throne had walked right into the trap. Within the Buddha's light, the pitch-black flag fluttered rapidly. A wave of fluctuation was coming out from the array. Zhang Xiaohua flew and pointed at the golden talisman. The talisman rotated slightly and activated the fluctuation of the array, intercepting the flag. Then, Zhang Xiaohua slapped her butt and followed the Buddha's light into the restriction where the bamboo and wind bead were. Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small lotus beside the bamboo and laughed. The big lotus is already surnamed Zhang. How much more arrogant can you be? As she spoke, she threw out another fire talisman. This time, it easily burned a big hole in the small lotus. Then, he stretched out his hand and reached into the restriction. Oh! Why is it so heavy? Zhang Xiaohua grabbed it but couldn't lift it. So, she wrapped her divine sense around it and exerted force with her left arm. Chapter 990. Woo! A gust of wind blew on the platform again. In the gust of wind, Zhang Xiaohua's slender figure appeared from the mountain rock beside the evil suppression cauldron. Before he landed on the ground, a green jade box appeared in his hand. He quickly put the wind bead into the jade box and cast a dozen of his most powerful inhibition spells on the jade box. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua heave a sigh of relief. He attached a strand of divine thought to the jade box and put it into his belt. This wind bead was extremely powerful. Since it was able to fight against the bamboo that was suppressing him, he was not sure if the jade box would be able to trap it. Thus, he left a strand of his divine sense. As long as the wind bead showed any changes, Zhang Xiaohua would immediately unleash the powerful seal again. After doing all this, Zhang Xiaohua took the little monk Kong Jian out from behind the stone pillar. She put him down and unsealed his acupoints to wake him up. At this time, the gust of wind had just passed. Kong Jian did not suspect anything. He rubbed his eyes and said, "Why is the wind so strange? I've only heard wind in the Forbidden Wind Valley occasionally. Why is there so much cold wind these days?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked, "Why is this place called the Forbidden Wind Valley?" "This." Kong Jian was stunned. He said, "How would I know? I've asked my senior brothers before, but they all said they didn't know. Even Abbot Chongqing doesn't know. He only knows that it has always been called that. Then, Kong Jian looked at Zhang Xiaohua and asked tentatively, Almsgiver Ren, you said you had a fight with Senior Kong Ju. You too, who won? Do you still need to ask? Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose. If your Senior Kong Ju won, wouldn't you know? If I lost, would I be able to stay in the sutra depository for the next few days? Ah. The little monk, Kong Jian, was on the verge of breaking down. With a long face, he clasped his hands together and said, Almsgiver Ren, I asked you to come here because I wanted to have a chat with you about our ideals. The weather is so beautiful today, we can't afford to be irritable. But the wind was strong just now, so this little monk suddenly remembered that the clothes I washed in the morning are still hanging by the door. If I don't take them in, they will get dirty, so, let's not talk about life today. We'll talk about it when we have the chance in the future. Zhang Xiaohua was almost laughing in his heart. Yes. Little monk Kong Jian was overjoyed and said, in the future, when I walk a little further on the path of life and comprehend more, I'll talk to Almsgiver Ren. What do you think? Of course. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. I'm also dizzy from all the reading in the sutra depository. How would I have the mood to talk about my thoughts? Alright, then I'll accompany you back. Little monk Kong Jian heaved a huge sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he led Zhang Xiaohua back to the entrance of the Daoist temple. Seeing that the little monk had left in a hurry, Meng giggled and said, How was it? Did you teach this little monk a good lesson today? Of course. Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, I, Xiaoxia, am the best at persuading people with my virtue. When this little monk Kong Jian listened to my advice, he almost thought that I, Xiaoxia, had a glib tongue. Before I finished speaking, he was already convinced. If he wasn't a monk, he would have chopped off a chicken's head and burned yellow paper to become sworn brothers with me. Ha ha ha. Meng laughed hysterically. She pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, You'd better be a monk. It's a great loss for Buddhism to lose you. That won't do. Zhang Xiaohua said in all seriousness, It's only because you exist in this world that I jumped out of Buddhism. From then on, I have no fate with Buddhism. If I were to convert to Buddhism now, wouldn't the 500 years of looking back and praying in front of Buddha be for nothing? It doesn't matter if our fate is in vain, but if Buddha's promise is in vain, my sin will be great. Xiaohua. Meng was very touched when she heard this. She stepped forward and held his hand. She looked at him affectionately. Although it was close to dusk, the two of them could still see each other through their sparkling eyes. Meng was held in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. Her hot body temperature made Zhang Xiaohua restless. After a long while, Meng pushed Zhang Xiaohua away and whispered, Xiaohua, this is the pure land of Buddhism. Don't, he. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, Then, is it okay if we're not in the pure land of Buddhism? Meng rolled her eyes at him. She looked at the Daoist temple like a creeping monster and asked in a low voice, Today is the 9th day. What secret book did you read in the Sutras depository? Haven't you finished reading it? Is it possible that the secret book of the Daoist temple is really unique? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, It's a strange stick technique. I won't tell you the details, but... Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and said, I thought I could finish it in 2 or 3 days. Who would have thought that I would finish it today? Even if I'm not in a hurry, I'm afraid the monks of the Daoist temple will be anxious. Alas, I have to hurry up tomorrow. That's okay. Meng comforted her and said, Anyway, we've already sent the invitation to the sect leader. There's still some time before the martial arts convention. Even if we can't go back in time, we won't delay the sect leader's matters. You can read it carefully and patiently here. At worst, we'll go back to Lingxiang Peak with Master Chongqing. Besides, the Daoist temple has already agreed to let you read it. They can't possibly chase you away after you finish reading it, right? Not necessarily, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Sure enough, on the 10th day, when Zhang Xiaohua immersed her divine sense into the secret book of the heavenly staff technique, and no one else appeared, the great master Chang Gung appeared. The great master Chang Gung smiled and said, "Young benefactor Ren, I heard from the disciples of the Sutras Depository that you're diligent and eager to learn. Just this ordinary, heavenly staff technique alone took you 9 days. This really makes the disciples of the Daoist Temple blush with shame." As he spoke, he glanced at the secret book in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and looked at the secret book that had flipped to the last page. She closed it and handed it to the great master Chang Gung. She said, "This disciple is stupid and can't remember this staff technique. You didn't allow me to copy it, so I had to revise it every day. If there's anything wrong, I'll have to ask for your mercy." It's okay, the great master Chang Gung waved his hands and said, "All the martial arts in the world originate from the great forest. The secret books of the Daoist Temple are naturally for everyone to learn. Young benefactor Ren, just try your best to learn." However, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Does the great master have something to say? This old monk has some matters to attend to and needs to leave the temple. I remember that young benefactor has something to ask this old monk, Io. Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead. She had wanted to ask the great master Chang Gung about Meng's background, but she had forgotten about the staff technique. It was rare that Meng knew about her cultivation and never mentioned it for the past 9 days. If the great master Chang Gung hadn't come, she probably would have forgotten about it. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly got up and put the secret book of the heavenly staff technique back to its original place. She pulled the great master Chang Gung and said, "Great master is merciful. This junior has almost forgotten about it. This junior has already memorized the staff technique and there's no need for me to come to the Sutras Depository. Great master, please quickly tell this junior and senior sister Xixia about the past." Benefactor need not be in such a hurry. This old monk has obtained the abbot's permission. Naturally, this old monk will explain everything. However, this involves the secrets of the Daoist Temple. Therefore, I cannot say too much. The great master Chang Gung said as he followed Zhang Xiaohua out of the Sutras Depository. After the two of them left, the old monk frowned and floated up. It was the imperial wind technique. He floated to the front of the bookshelf where the heavenly staff technique was kept. He raised his hand and took out the manual. However, when he immersed his divine sense into it, he looked at it for a long time before withdrawing. His face was filled with confusion as he whispered, "It's a very simple staff technique. How could this young benefactor be interested in it for 9 days? Could it be that his aptitude is so poor? But, with such poor aptitude, how could he enter the Tao of immortality? How strange, how strange." He then smiled bitterly and clasped his hands together. "Amitabha, the Tao of immortality has long been destroyed. For the incense sect to have such a disciple is already not bad. Even if there is something strange about it, what can be done?" After he finished speaking, he floated down and continued to sweep the floor. Zhang Xiaohua followed the great master Chang Gung out of the Daoist Temple. Meng was surprised that Zhang Xiaohua had come out so early today. After bowing to the great master Chang Gung, the great master Chang Gung took out a piece of paper and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said apologetically, "Benefactor Ren, regarding benefactor Xixia's matter, this old monk is in a difficult position. Although the abbot has said that there is nothing about the Daoist Temple that cannot be told to others, but there are still some secrets. Forgive this old monk for not being able to. Here are some places and names. The two of you will have to search for them yourselves." "I see." Zhang Xiaohua was a little disappointed, but Meng's eyes flashed with gratitude. She bowed again and said, "Thank you for your kindness, great master. This matter involves the privacy of your esteemed temple and should not be divulged. Great master, please rest assured that this matter will only be known by me and junior brother. As long as it involves the Daoist Temple, we will definitely hear it and rot in our hearts. Huh, that's good, that's good. At this moment, the great master Changgung released the paper in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua took the paper and opened it. There were indeed several places and names inside. She turned to look at Meng and handed the paper over. Meng shook her head and said, "Junior brother, you should take it. We are in the same profession." "Oh, okay then." Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony and kept it in her arms. The great master Changgung nodded slightly and said with a smile, "I have seen young benefactor Ren's staff techniques. The abbot has decreed that if benefactor wishes to pay respects to great master Yuan Tian, please follow me." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua understood. She had talked to great master Changxing and the great master Changgung about paying respects to great master Changgung. Great master Changxing had replied that they could go to the pagoda forest to pay their respects before they left. Now that he mentioned it, he probably had the intention of sending them off. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "That's right. The great master Changgung has spoken my mind. I have been nagging your esteemed temple for several days. After paying respects to great master Yuan Tian, we should return to the incense cult." Chapter 991. I don't mean to drive you away. Great Master Changgung said with a smile, "I feel that there is still some time before the martial arts conference. Wuxia town is only a few days away from the Daoist temple. You might as well go and take a look. Maybe you can find something." Wuxia town? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and immediately understood. Wuxia town, Ho Mingcheng. Wasn't he the one at the top of the list that great master Changgung had just taught her? Zhang Xiaohua felt ashamed and bowed. "I was rude and measured the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. Please forgive me." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was so honest, great master Changgung was also relieved. He reached out to help her up and said, "It's okay, it's okay. You are guests from afar and sincerely worship the previous generation of the temple. How can I care?" Zhang Xiaohua blushed again. She was just worshipping on behalf of Nanjing Yi. How could it be like what great master Changgung said? Because of this, her impression of great master Changgung was different from before. She said, "Please lead the way. By the way, great master, is the forest of pagodas very famous?" "Ha ha ha," great master Changgung waved his hand and said, "Please follow me." Great master Changgung took Zhang Xiaohua and Dream, followed by several Daoist temple monks. They went up the mountain path on the left side of the Daoist temple and went to the back of the mountain. On the way, great master Changgung said, "The forest of pagodas of the Daoist temple is a famous place in Jianghu." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua sweated profusely. She was ashamed of her ignorance. However, the cult of fragrance has always been closed. Young benefactor Ren probably doesn't know about it because you rarely walk around in Jianghu. It's understandable. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and did not answer. This forest of pagodas is the tomb of the great masters of the Daoist temple. Since the founding of the Daoist temple, only the famous and accomplished great masters have to build pagodas in the forest of pagodas after they pass away to show their merit. The height, size, and number of floors of the pagoda are determined by the master's attainments in Buddhism, prestige, and merit. Alas, the martial arts that Jianghu values have become insignificant. "Oh, I understand." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Master's ashes or bones should be placed under this pagoda." "No, no." The great master Changgung shook his head. "If that's the case, wouldn't it be no different from an ordinary grave? This pagoda is only used to commemorate the eminent monks of Buddhism. Their bones, relics and other things are placed in the Guiyuan pagoda for preservation." "Sorara? Guiyuan pagoda?" Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. "What is a saraira? Where is this Guiyuan pagoda? With the forest of pagodas, wouldn't it be convenient to place the bones in the pagoda? Why is it placed in the Guiyuan pagoda?" "Little benefactor, you don't know. The saraira is the remains of the eminent monks of Buddhism after they pass away. This set of bones is different from the bones of ordinary people. Its shape is ever-changing. Some are round, some are oval, some are lotus, some are even Buddha and Bodhisattva. Even the colors are different. There are black, white, red, green, and other colors. It looks very respectable, like pearls, agates and crystals. This is related to the cultivation of the eminent monks. Alas, although my martial arts are strong, if I can refine it into a saraira after I pass away, it can be considered that I have achieved success in my cultivation in this life. This. Isn't this similar to the spiritual beasts in Huangsu? There's something in the body? Zhang Xiaohua was slightly stunned. In her heart, she naturally compared the saraira with some of the beast pills in her belt. But immediately, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the hundreds of round beads that were similar to the saraira mentioned by the great master Chang'eng in that strange pavilion. Could those be saraira? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. But how would she dare to take out the round beads? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua probed, with the great master's martial arts cultivation, after he passes away, there will definitely be saraira. The great master Chang'eng was also puzzled. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, "Little benefactor Ren, how can you be so sure?" The great master is the law enforcement elder of the Daoist temple. If the great master doesn't have a saraira after he passes away, how many disciples in this generation of the temple can there be? Zhang Xiaohua explained and then apologized. I hope the great master can forgive me for rudely discussing the great master's matters after his death. It's all right, the great master Chang'eng waved his hand and said, form is emptiness, emptiness is form, life is death, death is life. If I can't even understand this, how can I talk about saraira? Then, he smiled and said, little benefactor Ren's words may be arbitrary, but there's some truth in them. Although the attainment of Dharma has always been the key point of saraira, but, if the martial arts cultivation is not high, this saraira. Cough, maybe there is, but it's limited. Of course, the Daoist temple places equal emphasis on Dharma and martial arts, and even views martial arts as a minor detail. If the disciples of the Daoist temple want to reach the peak of martial arts, they must also be proficient in Dharma. Otherwise, it's extremely easy for them to go mad and die a horrible death. There's such a saying? Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted and said, then according to what the great master said just now, there aren't too many monks who have profound attainment in Dharma but not high martial arts. Little benefactor Ren is right. The great master Chang'eng nodded and said, the eminent monks of the Daoist temple have always been like this. As long as the attainment in Dharma is high, it's easy for them to achieve great success in martial arts. Only a few great masters are obsessed with Dharma and don't want to practice martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little lucky at this time. It seems that those beads are not saraira. Oh, by the way, great master, the Daoist temple has stood in Jianghu for so many years. How many pagodas are there in the pagoda forest? Zhang Xiaohua asked again. Not many, only 99,803 pagodas. Although the great master Chang'eng said it was not many, his eyes were full of pride. So many? Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were shocked. Then, how big is this pagoda forest? Little benefactor Ren, please look. The great master Chang'eng pointed to the undulating mountain range in front of them and said, this mountain range is full of pagodas. This pagoda forest is the entire mountain range. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng looked up and saw that not far away, on the mountain range, there were countless pagodas. Some had 4 corners, some had 5 corners, some had 7, some had 9 corners, some were in the shape of pillars, some were in the shape of vertical triangles, some were in the shape of bottles, some were in the shape of gourds, some were in the shape of trumpets, and some were in the shape of water droplets. Some had 2 or 3 floors, while others had 7 or 8 floors. The tallest ones had more than 10 floors. In short, there were many kinds of pagodas with strange shapes. Although it was far away, the pagodas were carved with countless patterns. Some were flying, some were birds and beasts, some were Buddhas, and some were nirvana. The patterns were vivid and lifelike. Although it was far away, they could feel the painstaking effort contained in them. It looked very similar to the patterns in the pavilion that Zhang Xiaohua had entered. Great Master, is that the Guiyuan Tower? Zhang Xiaohua pointed to a tall pagoda built against the mountain and asked without hesitation. Little benefactor Ren is right. That is the Guiyuan Tower of the Daoist Temple. The great master Chang'eng looked at the huge pagoda with reverence in his eyes. He said solemnly, the Guiyuan Tower is built against the mountain. Its height is as high as the mountain range. At the top of the mountain, you can see that the top of the Guiyuan Tower is taller than the tallest pagoda in the pagoda forest. The Guiyuan Tower occupies a large area. Only the entrance of the tower is exposed in the pagoda forest. Most of the Guiyuan Tower is blocked by the forest, so you can't see the whole picture. TSK. That's right. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in admiration. The relics of more than 90,000 eminent monks are all placed in the Guiyuan Tower. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the place she was at was definitely not the Guiyuan Tower, and the round bead she had obtained was definitely not a relic. Little benefactor Ren is not completely right. The great master Chang'eng corrected her. There are eminent monks in the Daoist Temple who are qualified to build pagodas. Their relics must be placed in the Guiyuan Tower. In addition, even if they are not qualified to build pagodas, as long as they cultivate relics, they can place them in the Guiyuan Tower for worship. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Then, the relics in the Guiyuan Tower? No, the relics of the deceased great masters. Aren't they? Amitba, little benefactor Ren is right. The great master Chang'eng put his palms together and said, there are countless eminent monks enshrined in the Guiyuan Tower. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua, who knew that the round bead she had obtained was not a relic, connected the relic in the Guiyuan Tower with the monster core she had obtained. She instantly thought that if she could explore the Guiyuan Tower, then wouldn't the rewards be great? However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately rejected the idea. The relic of an accomplished monk was still the corpse of a master. Ignoring the fact that the master was a person of virtue and prestige when he was alive, even an ordinary monk was still a corpse. It was not appropriate to offend him. Looking at the huge Guiyuan Tower, Zhang Xiaohua was full of regret and sighed. There are so many relics in such a tall pagoda. It's not easy to place the relics even once. The great master Chang'eng's face was full of admiration. He shook his head and said, little benefactor Ren is wrong this time. Why? Not only Zhang Xiaohua, but even Meng was curious. The Guiyuan Tower was built by the immortal masters of the Daoist Temple. Inside the tower is the most powerful formation in the world. No one can enter. Only the relics of eminent monks need to be enshrined. As long as the abbot of each generation holds a treasure passed down in the Daoist Temple, they can enter the tower. As long as the relics are placed in a place in the tower, the relics will be automatically protected by the formation in the Guiyuan Tower. There's no need for anyone to place them. Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. There's such a wonderful thing? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's surprise, the great master Chang'eng was very happy and said, your temple has the sect protecting formation and the peak protecting formation. It's not surprising that the Daoist Temple has this kind of pagoda protecting formation. Even an enlightened monk has the desire to win. Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips in his heart as he chuckled and did not continue the conversation. Chapter 992. Under the guidance of Great Master Chang'eng, everyone came to a Buddhist pagoda that was several feet tall and had a single story with many eaves. At this time, there was an incense burner and some candles placed in front of the pagoda. Zhang Xiaohua followed Great Master Chang'eng, bowed, and lit the candles. It could be considered as paying respects to Great Master Yuan Tian on behalf of Abbess Jing Yi. Little benefactor, if you have any wishes, you can also pray here. Perhaps Great Master Yuan Tian can hear your wishes in the Western Paradise. Oh. Zhang Xiaohua raised her eyebrows and looked at Meng beside her. She put her palms together and prayed silently in her heart for a moment before getting up. After paying respects to Great Master Yuan Tian, Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the huge Guiyuan pagoda in the distance. She wanted to go and take a look, but Great Master Chang Gung turned a deaf ear to Zhang Xiaohua's actions. He smiled and said, "Little benefactor, the sect's official business is done. If you have time, you can stay in my temple for a few days and listen to Buddhist teachings." "No, Great Master. The official business is done, but there are still some trivial matters. Thank you for your convenience. I will never forget it." Disciple also thanks Great Master for your grace. Meng also expressed her gratitude. It's fine, it's fine." Great Master Chang Gung waved his hand and said to Meng, "Our temple's rules have been passed down since ancient times. Benefactor Xia didn't even take a step into the temple and stayed outside. I hope Benefactor won't blame me." I wouldn't dare," Meng quickly replied. "I still have some matters to attend to at the Guiyuan pagoda, so I won't see you off." As he spoke, Master Changing took out a few jade bottles from his bosom and said, "These are the Dahuan pills and Xiaohuan pills secretly concocted by my Dalan temple. They have miraculous effects for healing injuries. I promised them to you earlier, so please accept them." "Huh," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Great Master is indeed a trustworthy person. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony." "Huh, why stand on ceremony? This old monk knows that your fragrant religion also has healing panaceas. The effect may not be worse than these." Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said, "Grandmaster said so, this little one is lacking in manners." Senior Sister Xixia. Meng suddenly understood. She took out a bottle of Yuhuandan pill from her bosom and handed it to the Great Master Chang Gung. She said, "This is the Yuhuandan pill used in our cult. Disciple has come out this time. Jiaozhu's gift is limited. Grandmaster, please kindly accept it." Great Master Chang Gung politely accepted it and said, "Your cult's Yuhuandan pill and my temple's Dahuan pill are both healing panaceas. Although they are not the same, they have the same effect. If you take both together, you will get twice the result with half the effort." Then, he took out a thin booklet and said, "When this old monk was young, he wandered the Jianghu and found a book called Poison Scripture. It contains vicious methods and powerful poisons, which are contrary to our temple's benevolence. This old monk has always wanted to destroy it, but the contents are very classic. Moreover, if used properly, they can save lives. Therefore, I have never found a better way. Now that I see that young benefactor is benevolent, I would like to gift this poison scripture to you. I hope that benefactor will be benevolent and not use poison without permission." Then, he handed the poison scripture to Meng and added, "Benefactor, please swear that this poison scripture will never be used on the disciples of the Dalan temple." Meng frowned slightly and wanted to decline. Zhang Xiaohua glared at her and secretly said, "This is something that has been delivered to your door, why decline? Just take it as an exchange for the Yuhuandan pill." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's meaningful glance, Meng accepted the poison scripture and swore. "Very good." Great Master Chang Gung put his palms together and said, "This old monk will not send you off. We will meet again at the Martial Arts Assembly on Lingxiang Peak." Zhang Xiaohua and Meng also bowed and bid farewell. Accompanied by a few monks behind them, they returned to the Dalan temple. At this time, monk Kongchan was already waiting for them. He smiled and said, "The abbot has ordered this poor monk to send you off." Very good, very good." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands, tidied up, and led the 4 odd beasts. Meng also led the big white horse and followed monk Kongchan out of the Dalan temple. When they reached the front of the mountain, Kongchan smiled and said, "Even if you accompany me for 1,000 miles, we will still have to part. Benefactor Ren, this poor monk is very gratified to have met an opponent like you." This poor monk still needs to cultivate. I hope to spar with you again at the martial arts assembly. Don't. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, the martial arts assembly is a matter for the leader of Lingxiang Peak. I am only a guardian disciple. Even if something happens, Senior Mo Shuigong will stand up for me. It has nothing to do with me. Hee, of course, if Senior Kong Chan is itchy, we can still spar in private. Ha ha ha, Benefactor Ren is straightforward. It's settled then. The two of them high-fived and bid farewell. My goodness, what is recorded in this poison sutra? The rising sun gave off warmth. On a wide official road, Zhang Xiaohua rode on the four odd beasts and held the thin book in her hand. Meng, on the other hand, was riding a white horse. She smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaohua quietly. Really, Meng, don't you want to take a look? How to use poisonous insects, how to pick poisonous plants, there are even drugs that can make people fake death. TSK, if I didn't look, I wouldn't have thought that there are so many ways to make people beg for death. There are even poisons that can control people's minds? Why? Zhang Xiaohua flipped through the book and suddenly felt that this thing was similar to what she had obtained from a jade slip from Abbess Jing Gang. Meng shook her head and said, Monk Changgung is a little strange. I can't tell what he is thinking. Since he trusted me and gave me the Poison Sutra, why did he make me swear? If I poison a monk of the Dalan Temple, what can the oath do? Moreover, if I poison him, do I have to ask if he is a monk of the Dalan Temple? He didn't say that this Poison Sutra can't be given to others. If I give you the Poison Sutra and don't read it, even if I poison a monk of the Dalan Temple, I won't violate the oath. Don't tease me. No wonder you specifically said in the oath that you have to use the Poison Sutra to poison a monk of the Dalan Temple to fulfill the oath. It turns out that you have this kind of intention. I admire you, I admire you. You admire my ass. Meng rebuked and jumped on the back of the four odd beasts. She pinched Zhang Xiaohua's ear and said, anyway, I am by your side. If anyone poisons me, you will protect me. If I want to kill a monk of the Dalan Temple, you can use the methods in the Poison Sutra. I didn't do anything and you didn't swear, so you didn't break the oath. My wife is wise. Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly. Before he could lower his head, Zhang Xiaohua cried out, Io, can you be gentler? Meng tightened her grip and said with a red face, who is your wife? When did I agree to it? My God, you are holding my hand. Who do you want to marry? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly turned his head and broke free from Meng's small hand. He said, is there anyone in this world who is more handsome than me? Meng's face turned red and she covered her mouth. She almost fell off the four odd beasts. Zhang Xiaohua quickly grabbed Meng's waist and placed her in front of him. He wrapped his arms around Meng's waist and his face was filled with happiness. Meng closed her eyes and enjoyed this moment of tenderness. Meng didn't break free until she heard the faint sound of horse hooves in the distance. She said in a low voice, Xiaohua, I think we should go back. I always feel uneasy. This Wuxia town, it's okay if we don't go. As long as you are with me, even if I can't find my family and don't know my background, what's the big deal? Looking at Meng's sad and determined eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. He held Meng's small hand and said, everyone has a family. A fallen leaf must return to its root. If you don't know your background, you won't be at peace for the rest of your life. Besides, if you want to be my wife, don't you want to marry me officially? If you still have family in this world, don't you want to let them know and make them happy? Who said I want to marry you? Meng was so shy that her earlobes turned red. So, we have to go to this Wuxia town. We have to go to all the places on the list. We have to figure it out. It's the first thing I do for you. Xiaohua, you are so nice. Meng said affectionately. You know I'm nice. Why don't you kiss me? Zhang Xiaohua said shamelessly. You. Meng rolled her eyes at him and then looked around. There didn't seem to be anyone on the mountain road. She moved her mouth closer. Just as she touched Zhang Xiaohua's face, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came. Meng was shocked and immediately moved away. Her face was so red that it looked like it was dripping blood. With a leap, he jumped back onto the white horse. There are so many annoying people in this world. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and looked at Meng's cherry lips reluctantly. He had long cursed the person who had come without seeing his shadow 10,000 times in his heart. The people behind the mountain road were still far away. It took them half a cup of tea's time to catch up with them. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to look back. She just circled David's deer to the side and made way for the pipe. However, annoying people always had annoying things. You couldn't avoid them even if you wanted to. The newcomers were a group of 7 or 8 young men in their early 20s. They were all dressed up in bright and colorful clothes. There were even a few of them who had something similar to a pearl hairpin on their temples. It really made people puzzled as to whether they were men or women. They rode on their horses and stirred up a lot of dust. Meng frowned slightly. When they passed by, one of the men occasionally looked back. He saw Meng and David's deer on the side of the road. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's face, he couldn't help laughing. He shouted, "Senior brothers, look! They are 2 young men who just came out of Jianghu." "Oh? Really?" Everyone shouted and reined in their horses. They shouted, "We haven't had fun for a long time. Good food delivered to our door." As they spoke, they surrounded the horses and spread out in all directions to block Zhang Xiaohua and Dream's path. Zhang Xiaohua was already impatient in her heart. She hated these people for ruining her fun. When she saw this, her face was full of panic. However, she sneered in her heart. "Hey, boy, which sect are you from?" The disciple who saw Zhang Xiaohua shouted. Chapter 993. This little one is from Beidou school. I don't know what's senior brothers, do you have any advice for me? Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be so scared that she was tongue-tied. Beidou school? The disciple was obviously surprised. He turned around and asked, "Senior brothers, have you ever heard of this Beidou school?" No, maybe it's a small mountain sect." "How could we have heard of it?" The disciples burst into laughter. "Senior brothers." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and smiled, "I don't know which sect you are from. When we went out, the elders of our sect told us to get in touch with the senior brothers and sisters in Jianghu." "Hee, of course our sect is famous in Jianghu. Why don't you guess?" The disciple laughed. "Huh?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Are you a senior brother from the Righteous Alliance?" The disciple slightly frowned and shook his head, "No." "Ah." Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and asked curiously, "Are you a senior brother from the Tenryu sect?" "You little brat, we are colluding with you, but you are joking with us. Why don't you say that we are disciples of the Fragrant Religion and Daoist Temple?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head, "Senior brother, didn't you say that you are from a famous sect?" "I don't know much about the sects in Jianghu, so I can only say this much." "Humph." The disciple sneered, "You are just making fun of us. We are the ones making fun of you, so why are you still quibbling?" "I am innocent." Zhang Xiaohua also shouted, "Senior brother, please explain." "You little brat, listen carefully. We are disciples of Luoying Island." "Luoying Island?" This time it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to sneer. He had never heard of this name before. Even Nie Qinyu had never mentioned it before. From this, one could see the reputation of Luoying Island. "You brat, I'll let you know that my Luoying Island is second only to the 4 great sects. If you make friends with us, you can also report to the head of the Beidou school when you return to the sect." This Zhang Xiaohua was really speechless. He had seen the super big sects of Jianghu, the Tenryu sect, and the Daoist temple. He was also a disciple of the fragrant religion. He had even seen the Misty School and the Rejuvenation Valley. And he also had the identity of immortal Panin, so how could he put this Luoying Island in his eyes? I'll listen to senior apprentice brother's instructions. How can we befriend Luoying Island? Ha ha ha, at least you're sensible. A disciple clamored and said, when I first came out of Jianghu, needless to say, I was played with many times. Hee hee, you brat, you're lucky to have met us. We'll teach you a little lesson and let you know what is called Jianghu. Then, he glanced at the Daoist temple from the corner of his eyes. He had already taken off his veil and was barefaced like before. At this time, he saw a stranger staring at him and couldn't help but frown. Zhang Xiaohua was even angrier. He reached out his hand to grab the great wisdom sword. Who would have thought that the disciple would say something that made him not know whether to laugh or cry? I see that your senior apprentice sister also has a peach blossom face. I think she has an affair with you. And, I don't need to guess. Your sect sent the two of you out to gain experience together. It must be because they want to help you. Only in times of crisis can you see true feelings. Moreover, in Jianghu, it is very normal for people to be intimate with each other. How about this, you kiss your senior apprentice sister in front of us and let us have some fun. Then, we'll consider you have passed the first test. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in his heart. He pulled back his hand from Great Wisdom's sword and said to the dream with a crying face, Senior apprentice sister, look. I told you that Jianghu is dangerous and you still insisted on following us. What should I do? Be obedient and let me kiss you. Anyway, I've already kissed you many times. This time won't make a difference. In the dream, Zhang Xiaohua was teasing her. She couldn't help but get angry and scolded, go to hell. If you still want to listen to me talk to you in the future, immediately send these people away. I can still consider it. Otherwise, don't even think about it for the rest of your life. Seeing that the dream was angry, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to pretend anymore. He immediately stood up and laughed, don't be angry, don't be angry. It was a lonely journey. It was just a joke, right? I will send them away now. Send them away. After he finished speaking, he raised Great Wisdom's sword and shouted, where did these brats come from? This Xiaoxia has never heard of Luoying Island. I'm too lazy to play with you. Didn't you hear what my senior apprentice sister said? Quickly get lost. This Xiaoxia saw that although you spoke rudely, you didn't have any bad intentions. You didn't take advantage of the fact that there aren't many people here to do anything bad. This Xiaoxia will let you go. Ah. When the group of people heard this, they all laughed. It was as if they were watching a silent farce. AI, these people. Zhang Xiaohua sighed, if I didn't show them some real skills, they would really think that I'm from a small mountain sect. When everyone was laughing, Zhang Xiaohua took out her short sword and prepared to give them a good show. At this time, there was a spectacular sound of horse hooves. It was like the sound of a mountain overturning the sea. It was very fast coming from afar. In just a moment, a group of black horses was approaching. The horses were full of valiant men. They were holding long swords in their hands. In front of them were a man and two women. At this time, the disciples of Luoying Island didn't have time to tease Zhang Xiaohua. They hurriedly led their horses to the side of the road and waited for the group of people to pass by. Who would have thought that they would have the same experience as Zhang Xiaohua? When the three people in front saw the people on the side of the road, their eyes revealed an indescribable meaning. They looked at each other and raised their hands. The whole group of horses immediately stopped. Dozens of black horses stopped uniformly. The scene was quite spectacular. The woman in front of them patted her black horse. She cupped her hands towards the disciples of Luoying Island and said, We are the disciples of Dragon God Sect's patrol team. Which sect do you belong to? Tenryu's sect. The disciples of Luoying Island were surprised and asked strangely, This senior sister, I heard that, the Tenryu's sect has never been in Jianghu. How come there is a patrol team? The woman scolded, My Dragon God Sect's actions. Who are you to criticize? Quickly report your name. Otherwise, you will be killed. This one is a disciple of Luoying Island. The disciple didn't dare to delay and immediately said while trembling. Luoying Island? The woman frowned and said, I have never heard of it. Then, she patted her horse and went in front of Zhang Xiaohua. She looked at her and asked, This little brother, which sect do you belong to? Little brother? Zhang Xiaohua was a bit confused. Was there a fragrant religion written on her face? However, Zhang Xiaohua was also very polite. She cupped her hands and said, This one is a disciple of Beidou school. I guess this senior sister of Tenryu's sect has never heard of it. Beidou school? The woman sucked in a breath of cold air and said with some surprise, Are you really from Beidou school? Ah. Zhang Xiaohua was even more surprised and said, Yes, Beidou school. You know about it? The woman said seriously, That's right. Previously, an immortal appeared in Rejuvenation Valley and wanted to take Rejuvenation Valley's Nie Qianyu as a disciple of the immortal. But Nie Qianyu claimed that she was a disciple of Beidou school and didn't want to go to another school. Tell me, who in Jianghu doesn't know about Beidou school? Haha. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. He knew about this, but he didn't expect Nie Qianyu to refuse like this. In his opinion, there was no difference between being a disciple of Beidou school and being a disciple of an immortal. But, in the eyes of Jianghu people, Beidou school seemed to be slowly becoming famous. It seems that if I don't want to attract attention in the future, I have to change my name. Zhang Xiaohua thought. Then, he looked at the dream and said, This one doesn't know what senior sister said. My Beidou school is indeed a small mountain sect. I also don't know where this Rejuvenation Valley is. The woman looked at the dream and asked, This is your senior sister? Yes, she is my senior sister. May I ask, this girl's name? The woman turned her head and asked the dream. What's there to ask about a small mountain sect's disciple? The dream was obviously in a bad mood and didn't want to pay attention to her. The Tenryu sect's female disciple didn't take it seriously. She said with a smile, Miss, you have a big temper, but I don't know why. Then, she turned her eyes to the Luoying Island's disciples and asked curiously, Could it be that these guys from Luoying Island have done something despicable? Bah! The dream gently spat and said, We are just fledglings who have just left the sect. The Luoying Island's senior brothers want to teach us the rules of Jianghu. Naturally, we have to listen. As for what they do, they dare. The Tenryu sect's female disciple laughed and didn't ask any more questions. She turned back and whispered a few words to the other two disciples. Then, she looked at the people on the side of the road. She raised her hand and made a strange gesture. Then, she rode her black horse and led the way. Behind them, a group of big men also urged their horses. However, when the group of horses passed by, a dozen men suddenly came out of the group and surrounded the 6 Luoying Island's disciples. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Li were a few steps away from them. The Tenryu sect's disciples separated them from the Luoying Island's disciples. Before Zhang Xiaohua realized what was going on, there were screams coming from the circle. "Io, why did they suddenly kill us?" When Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Li urged their horses to come over, the screams stopped. The Tenryu sect's disciples turned their horses around. They were expressionless. They didn't even look at Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Li. They patted their horses and went straight away. On the side of the road, the 6 people who were still alive a moment ago were now paralyzed on the ground. There weren't many bloodstains on their bodies, only some blood seeping out of their throats and chests. It was obvious that they were no longer alive. Beside them, there was a green triangular flag, and on the flag, there was a lifelike little dragon. AI, the Tenryu sect's way of doing things is really overbearing. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. They didn't ask for the reason. Just based on their own likes and dislikes, they took away 6 lives indiscriminately. Chapter 994. After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Meng also felt a little uneasy. She whispered, Xiaohua, I'm just angry at them, they don't have good intentions. Zhang Xiaohua patted her head and said, it's none of your business. I guess that senior sister from the Tenryu sect also encountered something like this when she was young. In fact, I was going to get angry just now. It was inevitable that I would have a conflict with them. Moreover, they are acting so gentle and refined now. Who knows, they might change their attitude in a moment. Alas, there's no such thing as good and evil in Jianghu. Perhaps only the Tenryu sect's clean methods can prevent people from bullying them. Maybe, but I think the Tenryu sect is not as bad as the rumors say. At least, they didn't do anything to us. You're right, but there are 6 living people after all, forget it. Why are we talking about them? Let's hurry up. The Tenryu sect's sudden appearance in Jianghu is also an important matter. We still need to report to the sect leader. Xiaohua, I suddenly understand. Didn't the people from Luoying Island ask the people from the Tenryu sect? Why didn't anyone know that they were patrolling? Why? That must be it. As long as they report their names, there will be no survivors. Of course, no one will know. Nonsense. Aren't we living well? Zhang Xiaohua disagreed, let's go. We should hurry to Wuxia town. Meng didn't argue with him and the 2 of them rode along the main road. Although the 2 of them were fast, when the sky darkened and they arrived at a rather large town, they still didn't see any Heavenly Dragon sect troops. When they arrived at the town, Zhang Xiaohua led David's deer and was about to go forward to inquire. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. She glanced at the crowd in front of her. However, the crowd looked hurried. They were either going home, looking for a place to stay, or shopping. There was no one suspicious. What's wrong? What's the matter? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stop, Meng quickly walked over and asked. It's nothing. I just feel like someone is staring at us. Zhang Xiaohua looked ahead unwillingly. Where are they? Meng Yi looked over and probed, are they from the daytime Tenryu sect? No. Zhang Xiaohua was very certain. Although the people of the Tenryu sect are highly skilled in martial arts, but I should be able to find them. Besides, they wouldn't do something so boring. You have to remember that we are just ordinary students of Beidou school. Meng Yi looked at it for a long time, but didn't see anything. He asked, are you sure? I didn't see anything. Maybe I am overthinking it. Zhang Xiaohua was also not confident. After that, Zhang Xiaohua walked to a street vendor and asked softly, Sir, may I ask? Is this Wuxia town? The old man who was selling vegetables looked up at him and nodded. This is Wuxia town. Are you looking for an inn to stay in? As he spoke, he pointed with his finger and said, about 1,000 feet ahead, there's an excellent inn. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and said, thank you, sir. But I still have something to ask. Oh. Please tell me. The old man probably hadn't seen such a polite person in Jianghu. He said happily, I have lived in Wuxia town for more than 60 years. There is nothing in this town that I don't know. That's great. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and asked, do you know a person called Ho Mingsheng? Ho Mingsheng. The old man was stunned. He frowned and thought for a long time. How old is he? Where is he in town? What? Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips. If I knew where he was in town, would I still need to ask you? But he said, I don't know how old he is, but he must be over 40 or 50 years old. The old man thought for a long time and finally shook his head. Little brother, I'm old and my brain isn't very bright. I can't remember this person's name. You'd better go to the inn and ask the waiter. They've heard a lot and seen a lot. Maybe they'll know. Zhang Xiaohua thought it was reasonable. When he was about to leave, he asked again, then, Sir, is there a big family with the surname Ho in Xia town? Oh, of course I know. One is in the west of town. The current head of the family is called Ho Feng. His family has thousands of acres of fertile land in the North Mountain. The other family is in the north of town. The head of the family died young. Now he is a widow with 4 children and runs a jade business. But there is no one named Ho Mingxing in either of them. I am sure of that. Zhang Xiaohua gave a thumbs up to Meng and said goodbye to the old man. She went straight to the inn that the old man mentioned. The waiter of the inn was really clever, but he still didn't know that there was a man named Ho Mingxing in Xia town. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were not surprised. The great master Chang Gang said that Ho Mingxing was from 40 years ago. It was doubtful that Ho Mingxing was still alive, let alone remembered after so many years. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua asked about the specific location of the 2 families with the surname Ho in town. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were resting separately. It was late now, so it was not a good time to visit. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua and Meng finished washing up and were about to leave the inn with their horses. At this time, there was a noise from the shop in front of the inn. Do you know? Just last night, something big happened in town. Something big? What big thing could it be? I heard the faint sound of a gong outside and there was a lot of noise. It is late at night, and I am too lazy to get up. Alas, you said that the weather is unpredictable, and people are unpredictable. The Ho family has accumulated a lot of good karma for their whole life. How did they end up like this? The Ho family? Someone asked curiously, Brother, do you mean the Ho family in the west or the north? Nonsense, of course it's Ho Laofeng from Jianghu. He's always been kind to the people around him. Although he's not a Buddha in every household, he sends cotton in winter and wrinkles in summer. Why did this natural disaster fall on his family? Tell me, although the widow and her son from Jinbei are usually extremely harsh, the heavens may have burned them on account of them seizing the family property. But how could they burn Ho Laofeng as well? It is strange. One is in the west, and the other is in the north. They are so far away from each other. Both of them are from the Ho family. What? Don't tell me, you want the entire town to burn? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face changed. She pulled Meng's hand and said, Quick, let's go. Meng heard it too. She gritted her teeth and said, Let's go. There must be something fishy about this. When the 2 of them arrived at Ho Feng's house, they couldn't help but feel disheartened. This was a rather large house, but at this time, it had been reduced to broken bricks and tiles. The charred wooden beams still had some faint flames, and there was a faint white steam rising from the top of the house. It should be the water vapor from the people in town putting out the fire last night. There were quite a number of people gathered in front of the charred house. Zhang Xiaohua found a young man with disheveled clothes and water stains on his body and asked, Brother, I'm just passing by. There seems to be a fire here. Looking at your appearance, you should have participated in the extinguishing of the fire last night, right? The young man looked at Zhang Xiaohua and nodded. That's right. In the early hours of this morning, the house suddenly caught fire. I happened to live nearby, so I was the first to know. The young man recounted what he had seen last night and sighed. It's a pity that old Master Ho was such a good man, yet he was burned alive in there. Alas, there isn't a single person left alive in the entire Ho mansion. Not even one? Meng gritted her teeth and asked. That's right. The officials were here just now. I heard from them that they just came from the Ho family in Jinbei. It's not the same as here. All the corpses were found in the rooms. None of them escaped. Many thanks. After hearing the young man's words, Zhang Xiaohua retracted his divine sense. That person was right, there was not a single living being in the Marquis's mansion. Do you still want to go to the north to take a look? Zhang Xiaohua turned to ask Meng. Meng shook her head blankly and said, no need. The fire was strange. If only one family encountered it, it would be fine. But 2 families with the surname Ho encountered it. If there is no connection, no one will believe it. If Ho Feng's family is like this, then there is no one alive in the other family. What's the use of going there? Could it be that the Daoist temple did something? Zhang Xiaohua frowned. I don't think so. If the Daoist temple wanted to hide it, they could have just not written the names of Wuxia Town and Ho Mingcheng. They could have even not given us the list. How could we force the great master Changgung? Could it be the Tenryus sect? Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of what she saw on the official road. That doesn't make sense. Meng shook her head. Has the Tenryus sect ever been afraid of anyone in Jianghu? Even if there was something that could be used against them, would they care about it being exposed? Even if you and I know, what's the use? Besides, we are only looking for Ho Mingcheng to ask about my background. What does it have to do with the Tenryus sect? That's right. The Tenryus sect can't know our purpose. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. But then she frowned. Could it be that someone is following us? Yesterday, when I was asking people in the town, someone overheard us? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua felt his hair stand on end. That day, he had released his divine sense, and there was no one around. If it was as he expected, and he felt that there was someone following him, then, that person's martial arts, no, the divine ability of the immortal Tao, was just how high was that person's martial arts, no, divine ability of the immortal Tao? Involuntarily, Zhang Xiaohua looked around for a long time. Then, she released her divine sense to check carefully. Unfortunately, the morning in Wuxia town was the same as in other places. Only the early birds were looking for insects. Meng was stunned when she saw Zhang Xiaohua's nervous expression. She looked around vigilantly. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.